Volume 3. Chapter 201, The World. It was unknown whether it was an illusion or a real world that appeared in the void. The speck that should have returned to the void suddenly exploded as endless gray clouds shrouded more than half of the sky. It was oppressive, the thick clouds of lead was dusky and knew no bounds. The deathly stillness affected everyone's spirit greatly. It was as if they found themselves in despair. There was no hint of hope in the thick and heavy gray clouds. This was a lonely world, a lifeless and hopeless world. As the dark clouds drifted, the shadow of a huge mountain appeared from beyond the abyss. Furthermore, the blood-colored earth also revealed itself slowly. There was even an ink-like ocean rushing forth. This was a mysterious yet terrifying scene. For a terrain like this to appear in the sky, it was as if a grayish world was abruptly thrust into the empty space. It made everyone unable to distinguish whether it was real or fake, nor were they able to tell where it came from. This was the outcome brought about by the Golden Lion's third vertical eye. Of course, this was not all. This was not even the embodiment of the third vertical eye's power. This was merely a connected phenomenon. What was the true power of the third vertical eye, it was still unknown to date. Only that, for this kind of dreadful sight to appear and cover more than half of the sky was already out of everyone's comprehension. Was this really an ability a Historia-level Golden Lion King was capable of? If that was indeed the case, that could only mean this exotic beast was really too formidable, much more so than what anyone could have expected. This is not an actual world, it's an illusion. In the Imperial VIP lounge, the voice of an elder was transmitted outwards. However, his tone of voice indicated he was not very certain of it. After the deathly still world suddenly appeared, the chanting and the praying sound could be heard once again. The sound was gloomy and creaky, it was like an ancient demonic sound that was relayed from ancient times. Could it really be that the once forgotten god is making a reappearance? A very bewildered old man spoke out the doubt in his heart. Woo! The inhumane whistle abruptly echoed in the air and kept all sounds under control. It became the only sound in the heaven and earth. It sounded like the raging waves beating against the shore, yet again, it sounded like rocks boring through the sky. The dusky and hopeless world instantly became as black as ink. All the sceneries inside disappeared as the snow-white little critter was engulfed by the endless darkness. The darkness that instantly appeared after that seemed to go on endlessly. At this very moment, everyone felt as if they were on the verge of collapsing. Regardless of whether it was the older generation experts with profound abilities, or the youngster with average abilities, even the aristocrats with no knowledge of martial arts, every single spectator within the Amber Warbeast Castle had the feeling that the world was collapsing. Their intuition told them, within the darkness, it was very probable that the Golden Lion King had already opened the third vertical eye and was right in the middle of dealing with the snow-white little critter. Many practitioners with profound abilities had already given up on the big crystal screen and directly went to the roof of the castles to look around. However, nobody was able to see through that void at a high altitude. That kind of absolute darkness had completely engulfed all lights. Even the midday sunlight had turned colorless long ago, while the sun had transformed into a black sun. Even people who possessed clairvoyance were unable to see through the endless darkness. A moment of eternity. As such, a few seconds felt like 100 million years. Everyone urgently wanted to know what was going on inside. Rips. 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 A ripping sound abruptly reverberated. The figure of the snow-white little critter was like a divine lamp in the middle of the night as it illuminated a wide expanse of space. It stood in the middle of the void calmly, with its entire body emitting inexhaustible splendor. Thousands of streaks of colorful rays were circulating around the little critter. The streak of lights emitted from Keek's pair of eyes immediately swept away the endless darkness. The black light was flickering and the white light seemed boundless. The ninth heaven was engulfed by what seemed like the vast ocean. It was as if the Milky Way had fallen unto the boundless earth. The world within the darkness became visible due to the two divine lights emitted by the little critter. The unending brown mountain range, the boundless black ocean, the vast blood-colored earth. All of these once again made an appearance. At the same time, something extremely terrifying happened where the snow-white little critter's line of sight was directed at. That unending mountain range was collapsing, that endless ocean was raging, that boundless earth was fracturing. Up till the very end, an earth-shattering power enveloped the entire field. The dreadful aftermath caused by the snow-white little critter's two eyes shook everyone to their core. Everything before its eyes ceased to exist. When it looked at the mountain would collapse. When it looked at the ocean would dry up. When it looked at the ground, the earth would cave in. That huge mountain vanished in a puff of smoke, that boundless ocean was evaporating at high speed, the Mother Earth was ruthlessly caving in. It was a scene of the total destruction of the world. When it finally stopped, it was as if everyone had already been petrified. In the end, many people slumped on the ground helplessly. This was because they were either too excited or their spirit had fallen apart. Those were illusions, they were not real, an old man who stood on top of the castle roof spoke to himself. However, from his expression, it seemed like he was not very confident in his answer. Whether that was real or an illusion, just who could tell? Light reappeared in the dark sky. The eyes of the snow-white little critter had destroyed everything. That grayish and hopeless world was completely destroyed. The world existed because of the eye, the world was destroyed because of the eye. The world was quickly restored back to its original shape. The black and white divine light in the snow-white little critter's eyes faded away. It had also changed from that dignified state back to its originally lively state. Its glittering black eyes were sweeping all directions as it occasionally exposed a muddle-headed expression. It blinked its eyes constantly, as if it was wondering why it suddenly came to possess that kind of power just now. The figure of the Golden Lion King appeared in the sky. Its golden body was close to collapsing, there were horrifying wounds all over its body, the blood had turned gold-colored and gushed out unceasingly. Even its white, eerie bones were poking out of the flesh. 3 of its vertical eyes were dripping with bright red blood that seemed to contrast to the golden blood all over its body. All of its vertical eyes seemed to be shut tight as only blood was dripping down. The golden lion cast one last glance at the snow-white little critter before it slowly closed its ice-cold eyes. After that, it fell from the high altitude. Crushing defeat, it was thoroughly defeated. Nobody knew if the Golden Lion King had really fully opened the 3rd vertical eye. Even more people didn't know what kind of hideous power was hidden in that mysterious vertical eye. However, everyone knew the snow-white little critter's eyes were even more fearful. In that very instant, it actually made that illusory world fall apart. At the same time, it gave people the feeling of spiritual collapse. That was a power which was forcefully driven out by the Golden Lion King. Or it might possibly be that the little critter's hidden power was awakened due to the sutras and prayers. No one in the entire Amber Warbeast Castle uttered a single word. Although everything had concluded just now, people were still having a hard time breaking away from that atmosphere as they silently looked at the scene. This kind of existence will make even the gods jealous. This will not end well. An elderly voice reverberated throughout the Amber Warbeast Castle. The instant Xiao Chen heard that, he immediately had an ominous premonition. That's right, the snow-white little critter was too extraordinary. Perhaps, it might really arouse the jealousy of the gods. From time immemorial, heroes usually died early and beautiful women would encounter misfortune. Would that kind of tragedy happen to Kiki as well? That was completely an involuntary response, it was a kind of mysterious intuition. It made Xiao Chen raise his guard reflexively. Superstitious belief? That was impossible. Xiao Chen believed in himself, he believed that strength would decide everything. However, he had no choice but to make a plan as soon as possible. The circumstances have changed due to the Warbeast tournament this time. In the sky, a streak of gold light flew over in the blink of an eye. Before the Golden Lion King fell to the ground, a powerful-looking old man caught it. The golden divine flame raged on in midair. A tall silhouette could be seen within the golden flame. That was an old man wearing broken golden armor. He carried the Golden Lion King and slowly landed on the ground. His expression so was excited that it was almost fanatical. He pointed at Kiki while his entire body was trembling, as if he had seen the most unimaginable thing. After that, he suddenly knelt on the ground and muttered with an almost reverent tone. He kept prostrating himself in worship while facing the empty west sky. Such an action caused everyone to feel dumbstruck. It became like this because he clearly recognized Kiki's race and origin. What is he saying? I don't know, I don't understand what he is saying. It sounded a little like the language of the ancient clan. In the Empyrean VIP lounge, one old man was exceptionally startled. Could that be the genuine ancient people's language? In the sky, the snow-white little critter looked at this scene muddle-headedly. It didn't know why it turned out like this, so it approached the old man on the ground. However, it seemed as if the old man in the golden divine flame had received a shock. He carried the golden lion and flew away without turning back. Squeak! Kiki shouted and wanted to give chase, but after a series of battles, it already didn't have much strength left. In the end it could only land on the ground while feeling vexed, scratching its head in doubt. The Amber Warbeast Castle became silent for a moment before a clamor suddenly soared into the sky. Such powerful young beasts! Regardless of the white tiger, who had already passed away, or the seriously injured Peacock King and Goldie, they were all exotic beasts that were hard to come by. Let's not even mention the 2 Dragon Kings. Furthermore, the Golden Lion King and Kiki had revealed formidable divine abilities that had exceeded everyone's expectation. If they could grow up smoothly, just who could be well matched for them in the future? Disposing of them now was perhaps their only chance, but who would dare to make their move? In regards to this, everyone kept their silence. They were but a cub. If their parents were to be provoked, it would be unimaginable. It probably wouldn't be hard for them to wipe out a big clan with thousands of years of history. At the very least, the known information had shown that the old man following the golden lion was suspected to be from the ancient race. And the snow-white little critter had once been taken away by that existence into the depths of the south. As such, it was enough to indicate something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Unstable Situation Arise Again. The white tiger suffered a crushing defeat and perished in the battlefield. Goldie's shadow partners were broken and was only left with one life. The five-colored peacock king was on the verge of dying and survived only because of the protection from the primal green feather. The golden lion king, although its vertical eyes were remarkably powerful, still couldn't score a win in the end. The snow-white little critter made an appearance during the finals and swept the floor with its opponents. It ultimately rose to the top and became the true king of the sacred beasts in the south. This was no less than a hurricane sweeping past the celestial city. Keek's name had been spread all over the city as soon as the War Beast tournament came to a conclusion. Moreover, its popularity was rising rapidly to the heights of legendary. In the eyes of the overwhelming majority, the snow-white little critter was cute yet powerful. However, in the eyes of some people, it had already become a thorn in their flesh. They cursed it as the little monster resentfully. Because it forcefully intruded into the competition and changed the flow, many people's expectations were crushed, especially the owner of the Six Saints. They despised the little critter to the bone. In short, the celestial city was very noisy, almost to the point of an outburst. Before the War Beast tournament dropped its curtains, the snow-white little critter was invited to go to the top of a tall platform. That awesome platform seemed to symbolize the sacred beast king of the south. It hadn't been used for many years already. The divine platform that was lying unused for a long time revealed itself. The brownish stone stairs were leading up in a spiral. The snow-white little critter sized up the platform curiously. The 10-meter-tall divine platform looked like a large inscribed stele. The names of a few dozen sacred beast kings were carved on top of it. While rolling its big eyes, Kiki left a crooked paw print beside its name. The people accompanying it wanted to laugh, but they were unable to. This little critter made an outstanding appearance and caused the three War Beast castles to remain very passive. That was because they permitted the little critter to take part midway in the competition that led to this outcome. In the end, they had to use many good words to convince the master of the six sacred beasts. This might be the youngest sacred beast king in the history of the South Desolate region, but it might be the most powerful one in the future. The little critter just left and the paw print it left behind started to make big cracks in the surroundings. Those people who originally wanted to laugh were so shocked that they shut their mouth immediately. After a short rest, the little critter was already jumping around energetically. The exhaustion from the battle was already cleared away a long time ago. There was no need to doubt, if the battle was to continue, it could easily fend them off. The little critter possessed unlimited energy. This made everyone exclaim in admiration involuntarily. Kiki was eating the Ginseng King skewers as it walked up the divine platform, causing every spectator feel dizzy. All those skewers were made out from the best parts of old ginsengs. Perhaps, each of those ginsengs were more than 2,000 years old. Just who would this be wasteful and feed the snow-white little critter like this? These kind of skewers would cost at least 6 to 7 ginseng kings. On top of the 10-meter-tall divine platform, Kiki was embracing the white jade box. Its expression was brimming with happiness. The sacred radiance leaking out from the box made it all the more milky white. The little critter was almost infatuated. Kiki directly opened the jade box and took out the relics. The dark brown divine platform was immediately illuminated by thousand streaks of multicolored light. The sacred beast the once accompanied Buddha, its strength was one that could be well imagined. How could the relics it left behind after breaking through to the nirvana stage be any ordinary item? It contained an extremely majestic Buddha power. The relic was as big as a dragon's eye, it was as lustrous as a pearl, and flickered like the stars. There was an indistinct, yet dense and bright-colored mist lingering in the surrounding of the relic. The mist formed a powerful domain and illuminated everything in the surroundings. The energy fluctuation was like a stormy sea capable of amassing worldly essence from all directions. It gathered all the brilliance from 10 directions and formed a peculiar, yet magnificent scene. The brilliant rays made every object seemingly lose their light. The snow-white little critter was so happy that it almost passed out from happiness. It threw away the jade box and did something that caused everyone to feel dumbstruck. It directly tossed the relic into its mouth and chewed it like a jelly bean. Many people had the urge to bang their heads. How could this little critter do such a thing? Its strength was obvious to all. but it was still a cub after all. The power contained by the relic was definitely very terrific. That was left behind by the sacred beast that once accompanied Buddha after all. The little critter actually consumed it directly and did not refine it slowly. It was a scene that made everyone completely speechless. Naturally, only a few people noticed it. The little critter only ate half of the relic, the other half was safely secured in its paw. It used the rainbow-colored radiance to confine the relic to prevent any brilliant rays from leaking out. This was set aside for 10x. Crack! Crack! Kiki ate the relic like it was eating a jelly bean. It swallowed the relic within 2 or 3 bites. Moreover, it creased its nose as if it was saying the flavor was not all that good. This expression really gave everyone a pang of dizziness. The scene of its body exploding and dying didn't come true. It was like nothing happened to the little critter at all. It moved its big eyes in a circle to glance in all directions. In the end, Xiao Chen also ascended onto the divine platform. He was unable to hide it anymore as he had already been exposed a long time ago. He knew that when the War Beast tournament ended, the news regarding how 10x and Kiki were following him would have already reached the ears of many major powers. Xiao Chen carried 10x, took Kiki along, and left in a hurry. Behind him were glances with many unknown meanings. Although the War Beast tournament had closed its curtain, the disturbances wouldn't end just like this. And on the same day, a major event that shook the entire southern region of the Immortals mainland took place. An Immortals temple actually appeared within the borders of the Terra Empire. A mysterious yet magnificent paradise appeared in the sky and caused countless practitioners to flock over. Reportedly, that temple in heaven had already been discovered since yesterday. Only that, someone was forcefully sealing off the information, which caused the news to arrive one day later at the Celestial City. In barely a single day, they had already discovered 4 divine weapons, namely the Dragonslayer Sword 1, the Demon Sealing Club, the Sacrificial Altar, and the Immortal Tree. This was undoubtedly sensational news. Just these 4 divine weapons could make people go crazy. All of them were antiques with deep history. The news of the Dragonslayer Sword had been spread around for who knows how many eras already. Reportedly, the sword had once bathed in the blood of countless dragons. One must know that dragons were the representative of the strongest race. The Demon Sealing Club was capable of sealing demons and pushing the gods back. Its extreme might was unimaginable. Other than the user himself, it was hard to understand how daunting it really was. The Sacrificial Altar was a rare spiritual item. According to legend, it was built by Laozi and Buddha in collaboration. If the legend was true, one might be able to call upon the wisdom of a few ancestor gods with sincere prayer. The Immortal Tree was a black metallic tree. If it was planted in one's family, it could grant immortality to the mortals. As for the benefits a practitioner would receive, there's no need to even mention it. It could be said that these 4 treasures could cause a huge sensation even if only one of them was to spread out. The ancient treasures that existed since time immemorial were said to possess unimaginable might. And these were just divine items obtained after breaking through the first seal of the temple in heaven. Just how much more ancient treasures could be found within, it was unimaginable. Especially when they thought about the treasure in the heart of the Immortals temple, their minds were already filled with millions of stars. Many people went crazy over this and passed the rumor that it was extremely possible for an extraordinary artifact to be unearthed, so much so that the item might even surpass a divine artifact. Someone guessed that this temple must be the historical remains of a certain ancestor god. Since it had already come to this, many people suddenly discovered that the Tyrant Dragon King and Winged Dragon King throwing the match was not due to the reason they initially thought. They left the Celestial City hurriedly with a few powerful older generation experts, all because of the major event that occurred in Terra Empire. They were well informed and started the journey ahead of time. The aftermath of the War Beast tournament pales in comparison to the news of the temple in heaven. It immediately made everyone in the Celestial City flare up with passion, and countless practitioners were already making their way towards the Terra Empire. To the north of Terra Empire, one of the places that was said to be in the heart of the Immortals mainland, Middle-earth. The rumor was even received by many practitioners of the Middle-earth, which was said to be vast and boundless. Many famous practitioners were already making their way towards the Terra Empire. 3 days after the clamor, Xiao Chen was still making an all-out effort to tend to 10x. With the sacred beast's relic as a source, and the rainbow-colored sacred tree as a conductor, he was nursing 10x's body. He was not in a hurry to rush to the Terra Empire. This world has so many treasures, just who would be able to gather all the divine items in his own hands? He knew his own limits. With his strength at the current level, he was simply powerless to vie for it. Even taking Kiki along was out of the question. Rather than taking the risk and cast away his life in vain, he might as well just sit around to gaze at the clouds. Without a doubt, 10x was a special kind of Dragon King. Its recovery power far exceeded that of any other sacred beasts. When they were still on Dragon Island, Xiao Chen was already aware of this. Even in the face of death, it was able to come around. And a miracle shall happen once again. Those crushed internal organs were actually regenerating under the therapy of the relic and recombined under the guidance of the rainbow-colored sacred tree. Life force gradually returned to that deathly still body. Reborn. 10x had tricked death once again, and that feat was not short of reincarnation. After experiencing an extraordinary transformation, 10x completely regained consciousness. Although it still couldn't move about, it had recovered, and without a doubt, it even surpassed its former self. After going through the baptism of life or death, it will become stronger and be able to walk even further. The outside world was in complete confusion. The aftermath of the War Beast tournament had yet to calm down, and the Immortals temple that was floating in the sky of the Terra Empire caused yet another sensation. The southern part of the mainland was unable to calm down. The trees longed for peace, but the wind would never cease. Xiao Chen wanted to stay out of it, but was that possible? The War Beast tournament had already made him a superstar. And the faintly discernible temple in the sky seemed to possess some unimaginable magic power too. Although it was a few thousand miles away, it actually caused the jet-black broken sword at his side to tremble incessantly. On the third day, the sword even streaked through the sky. It transformed into a black light and charged towards the Terra Empire. While looking at the broken sword flying away, Xiao Chen did not go after it. 2. These 3 days, he was always in deep thoughts, thinking about which path he should take in his training. The performance of the few sacred beasts during the War Beast tournament gave him a great shock. For a divine ability to actually be that formidable and allowed a Historia-level cub to fight against a demigod. When he thought of that, he couldn't help but admire the innate skills of some races. At most, the Golden Lion King shouldn't be more than 5 years old. And Kiki was only a little more than 1 year old. Yet, they were already this powerful at such a young age. There's a large gap of power when compared to mankind. Just thinking about it was very discouraging. These 3 days, Xiao Chen kept thinking in silence, how can I become much stronger? Maybe I should dedicate my effort into digging out some of the rarely seen divine abilities. Only that, it wouldn't be easy to take control of a unique divine ability. To explore an unexplored path, Xiao Chen kept pondering over this. However, just how to come up with a new path? Although he was merely at the Historia realm, Xiao Chen thought about it very deeply, very far. These 3 days were the first sublimation of his training ideology. He wanted to become much stronger, he wanted to walk even further, he wanted to return to the mortal world. 1. Fade, added, mention later on in the chapter that it is a sword. Silva, is the sword really necessary? There are some weapons that don't have sword in the name. 2. Silva, Keck, Xiao Chen, so composed, he knows his priority XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, Choices. At the southern part of the mainland, the appearance of the Immortals temple stirred up movements from all directions. Every night, that watchtower high in the clouds would shine with countless lights and attract endless beams of starlight to pour down in a torrent. Some people suspected that it was the dwelling place of a certain ancestor god. That's why the boundless essence of the heaven and earth would be aroused along with its pulsations. The celestial city of the south followed the movements of the wind and the clouds. Many forces chose their strongest warriors to send to the Terra Empire. They were not expecting to get any of the lost treasures or extraordinary divine artifacts of the ancestor god. If they could get ancient treasures similar to the Dragonslayer sword, the Demon Sealing Club, the Sacrificial Altar, or the Immortal Tree, that would be more than enough. 1. However, these divine objects that had been passed down since ancient times were sure to be very few in number. If there were too many of them, then they wouldn't be a treasure anymore, they would be nothing more than autumn spinach. The fight over the spiritual treasures would certainly be very intense. Those without great power wouldn't be able to take those treasures for themselves. Xiao Chen was sitting quietly in the house. How should he go about creating a unique martial path? Xiao Chen has been troubled over this for the past 7 days. In the end, he took a huge blow to his mental and physical health, his soul was on the verge of collapsing. The bright moon was hanging high up in the sky. The moonlight sprinkled down like water ripples. Xiao Chen arrived in the courtyard and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. His mind was like a prancing dragon, a single leap reached up thousands of miles and his mind was already revolving around the moon palace. In the next instant, he was drifting among the unbounded stars. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly as the anxiety in his heart faded away. He was too determined to have his own way. Instead of obsession, he had already fallen into depravity. How to create a path unique to himself. By forcefully exploring a path no forebearers had ever taken? With his current power, it was still too soon. Just let everything flow naturally. After cutting off that obsession and letting his mental state return to peace, Xiao Chen immediately felt full of vigor and his heart felt ethereal. To create a unique path, one had to cross over hundreds of known paths. Without experiencing all kinds of forms, how would one be able to understand the way of the world? Without seeing millions of delicate flowers blooming with their own eyes, how would one come to know appreciation and self-admiration? Only by experiencing it would one be able to understand it clearly. Only by crossing it once would one be able to comprehend it. In order to break new ground and forge ahead, it was indispensable for one to take the path predecessors had once taken and come to realize the wisdom of the former generations. Xiao Chen's mind was very calm. 3 days of obsession was the fountainhead of power. It allowed him to think of unconventional training methods, to walk an uncommon path, and to break away from what was common. 4 days of thinking was awareness. It allowed him to understand and comprehend. Xiao Chen's power did not rise, but his mental state had undergone a complete transformation. The sea of consciousness is boundless, it could contain all living things in the heavens and earth, it could contain millions and millions of stars. What one thought and felt, everything starts from the heart. This was the source of power, this was the root of self-sublimation. The goal, from henceforth, is to surpass thyself. While the outside world was going through a turbulent time, Xiao Chen remained unmoved. The ancient treasures could hardly move his heart. Instead of going out to search for divine weapons, he'd rather use that time to train his own body. The human body was a treasure in itself, it contained endless power. If one could open their own seal, what they could acquire would be greater than any extrinsic treasures. Keep exploring the treasure in the body until I dig out a path unique to myself. With that in mind, Xiao Chen meditated calmly and naturally. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The seal on the temple in heaven still couldn't be cut open. More and more practitioners had gathered at Terra Empire and numerous fierce battles had already broken out. The casualties were innumerable, and many well-known practitioners had fallen. The undercurrent in the celestial city also surged up violently. 11 days after the temple appeared in the borders of the Terra Empire, a seemingly lazy and uncaring youngster was strolling all over the celestial city. He looked like a lazy and idle person. His stroll eventually took him to the War Beast Street as he kept glancing around the 3 great War Beast castles. The master of the Reagan family, Slovak, just happened to walk out of a big castle. This was supposed to be the perished War Beast castle their family owns back in those days. The reconstruction had already been completed a long time ago, it's just that they had never put up the sign of the celestial War Beast castle until now. In the past few days, their family was secretly celebrating their imminent comeback. The instant Slovak walked out of the War Beast castle, he just happened to see this lazy youth looking left and right uncaringly. At this very instant, Slovak immediately held his breath as his eyes emitted 2 spiritual lights. This was a face he could never forget. The scene from 30 years ago immediately resurfaced in his mind. It was precisely this lazy-looking and unconcerned youth who beat up everyone among the young generation on War Beast Street. Slovak himself was nearly slapped to death by him, which caused the older generation of the Reagan family to make their move and almost killed this youth. They never thought this would invite such a great disaster. During the night, a black gale engulfed the entire celestial city, and that older generation expert from the Reagan family was crushed in a flash. Even their family's celestial War Beast castle was destroyed in a single night. Why is he here? Slovak felt as if his heart had been grasped. His scar from the former days seemed to be reopening. The disgrace and humiliation back in those days filled his mind. Though he dared to get angry, he didn't dare to say it. He actually didn't age at all, he still looks exactly the same like back in those days. He must have already transcended the bounds of mortals. Slovak felt shocked as he quickly lowered his head to pretend that he didn't see anything. However, that seemingly uncaring and lazy youth had already noticed him. He wore a fake smile and nodded at him before taking his leave. Slovak was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. By the time he turned back, the youth had already distanced himself. Slovak, why are you sweating? Not far away, the master of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qingyun, just happened to walk out of the Amber War Beast castle. I saw him, that person. Very soon, all the important figures of the 3 great War Beast castles received the report. The person from that time has reappeared again. In Xiao Chen's courtyard, 10x had already recovered to a certain extent. This time, it took twice as long before it started to gradually recover. However, it was enough to shock anyone who didn't have the inside information. After all, it was a hopeless situation no matter who looked at it. It was within expectations. After 10x tricked death once more, it underwent another evolution. Its entire body was circulating in indistinct brilliance. A surge of power could clearly be felt. It had obviously advanced to the next level. 10x could finally walk around on its own feet. Xiao Chen decided to immediately depart from this feuding city tomorrow. If not because he was worried that the journey might cause 10x's injuries to worsen, Xiao Chen would have left a long time ago. He couldn't stay in Celestial City for much longer. He was already put in the eye of the storm. An accident might occur if he overstayed his welcome in Celestial City. Slam! Slam! Sounds of someone knocking at the door was transmitted from outside. Xiao Chen walked over to open the door. A total stranger was standing in front of the door and lazily sized him up. "You are Xiao Chen?" "Yes." The youngster was like sluggish snail as he walked around Xiao Chen twice to assess him. "You sure have courage. You actually dared to use the name of that old man as your banner." "TSK, TSK, TSK." Xiao Chen did not say anything, he only looked at him calmly. "You sure are calm and collected. Are you not afraid that when the old man finds out about this, he would raise his hand to annihilate you? If there's nothing important, why don't you be on your way?" As he finished speaking, Xiao Chen shut the door with a bang. The door nearly knocked against the youngster's nose. "Hey!" This guy, the lazy youngster, had a startled expression. After which, he shook his head while smiling as he spoke to himself. This much is still not considered tacky. Speaking until here, with a flash of light, he directly appeared in the courtyard, right in front of Xiao Chen. "Boy, you don't need to raise your guard against me. With my strength, there's no need for me to bluff against you." Xiao Chen's expression stiffened. He could indeed feel that this youngster had immeasurable depths. He should be in an uncommon class of his own. Especially those eyes of his, they actually conveyed the fickleness of time. "You are a little like the me from 30 years ago." The youngster patted Xiao Chen's shoulders as he introduced himself. "I am called Draco." "You are the one who nearly slapped someone from Reagan family to death?" Xiao Chen immediately knew who the person in question was. It was actually the genuine one who came from the depths of the south. "Haha, that's why I said we are very much alike. Didn't you also slap someone from their family 30 years later since then? How could I compare to you? If something happened to you, someone will take responsibility. You are a true prodigal child. If something happens to me, I will be damned. Hey kid, after finding out my identity, you didn't even call me senior and actually dared to talk to me like this?" Draco sat on a rattan chair in the courtyard lazily as he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen. "Since you look so young, I didn't feel anything and thought you were of the same generation as me. I can't be bothered to argue with you. The purpose of my visit this time is to..." Swish! A streak of multicolored light immediately swept over and interrupted Draco's words. The light fell over him at lightning-fast speed. Draco disappeared from his original location, as if he had never been there in the first place. In an instant, he already jumped onto the stone bridge not far away as he yelled, "Little monster, you are indeed worthy of your name. You sure made quite a lot of progress. I nearly got hit this time." Kiki did not say a word. It just opened its big eyes to glare at Draco. Soon after, 10x and the Azure Dragon King also appeared in the courtyard. "I'll be straightforward, I've come for the two of them." Their performance made the old man in the depths of the south quite satisfied. "I am following his orders to take them back." Draco pointed at Kiki and 10x. Then he nodded and said, "You guys still remember the trial the old man told you last time? You barely passed." Squeak! The snow-white little critter bared its fangs. "That means it wouldn't go back no matter what." 10x hesitated for a moment, then it silently nodded its head. "Hey, you are really not just a little monster in name, right? You actually rejected the old man's invitation? If it was any other intelligent beast, they would weep at this opportunity." Draco teased Kiki with a smile. Kiki rolled its glittering big eyes, then it waved its paws instantly. 29 layers of light screens were launched at Draco in succession. "Just a little bit more, you can't confine me as you are now." Draco was like a flickering light in passing shadows. In an instant, he shifted more than 10 meters horizontally. "Kiki, that's enough." Xiao Chen stopped the angry little critter. "Little monster, I am doing this for your own good. Did you know your life will be in danger if you stay here any longer?" Draco put away his lazy smile and said solemnly, "You even dared to kill that white tiger with unlimited potential? Do you know how much of a disaster have you incited?" Squeak! Kiki shouted angrily as it pointed at 10x, then at itself. "That means it didn't do anything wrong, it was all for 10x. 10x also nodded its head in agreement. Draco shook his head and said, "No matter the case, you have already killed that young white tiger. That fact will never change. That vicious old woman, in other words, that tiger woman might not be your opponent, but someone more powerful will probably make his way over to Celestial City in the next few days. If you don't go now, he will definitely kill you upon arrival. Xiao Chen despised these kinds of people the most. It obviously lost in a fair battle. To get someone stronger to bully the weak after said event was too underhanded. However, he also didn't have a choice in regards to this. After hearing the news, he felt that the situation was very grave. Kiki and 10X felt very resentful as they exposed their battle intent. You guys are out of the ordinary, but you are still too young in the end. It is not your time to shine yet. Right now, your most important task is to work hard and get stronger. Draco said seriously, now, come with me right away. Kiki and 10X shook their head at the same time. The two of them were just as stubborn. You guys should follow him to the South Desolate region and hide there for the time being. Xiao Chen didn't wish for the two little beasts to get into a mishap. It's fine if you guys don't give thought to yourselves, but you guys should also think about this guy. Draco pointed at Xiao Chen and said to the two little beasts, if you guys don't go, he will get pulled into the mess you guys created. If you guys go, everything will be peaceful. If not, someone is guaranteed to come to your door. Hey! Squeak! Kiki and 10X pointed at Xiao Chen at the same time, then at the direction of the South Desolate region. That obviously meant they wanted to take Xiao Chen along. Although the two little beasts were young, they were not as ignorant as any ordinary cubs. That felt that leaving Xiao Chen by himself would be dangerous. Draco shook his head and said, no, the old man gave his orders. No humans are to take a single step into the depths of the south. Xiao Chen lightly patted the two little beasts and said, you guys don't need to worry about me. After that, he turned around and said to Draco, you guys don't need to put me under your protection, but I have a request. Is it possible for you to take the Azure Dragon King with you to the depths of the south? Draco glanced at the slightly ill Azure Dragon King and thought for a while. After that, he nodded and said, alright. However, Kiki and 10X were very uncooperative. If you don't take Xiao Chen along, they refuse to enter the depths of the south. 2. I will give you guys 3 days to think this over. Remember, during this period of time, never take one step away from Celestial City. Otherwise I won't be able to protect any of you. After finishing these words, Draco turned around and left. The crossroads of fate are right before their eyes, just which path will they choose? 1. Silva, oh are you sure? Humans are greedy, you know? 2. Silva, ah, what beautiful bromance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, Brilliant Show. Draco had left, and Xiao Chen sunk into deep thoughts. Someone wanted to make a move against them, making it so that they are unable to leave the Celestial City. Doesn't that mean the one sticking out for the White Tiger is not here yet? It seems that there are still powerful figures out there, but who could that be? 3 days later, you guys behave yourselves and go with him, don't make me angry. Xiao Chen didn't want the two little beasts to be harmed. They left the Dragon Island together and arrived at this unfamiliar world. They experienced a lot together. Xiao Chen had already considered them as partners, so much so that he even looked upon them as his children's. 10X stubbornly shook its head. Kiki even directly grabbed Xiao Chen's clothing. Their attitude was firm and distinct. Since that old man in the South Wasteland had already declared, no man would be permitted to take a single step into the depths of the South, Xiao Chen wouldn't hold on to any hope. That kind of person always kept their words. The time limit was 3 days. What path should he take after 3 days? Xiao Chen didn't know whether the danger would fall upon him or not. The unknown enemy had yet to show himself, but his house was suddenly hit by a few waves of visitors. First of all, it was Zhuge Fatty. He ran over with a smug face and invited Xiao Chen to attend the Zhuge family's banquet in the evening. Zhuge Fatty just sat down, and Fairski had also ran into Xiao Chen's residence as fast as lightning. He shouted as soon as he entered, Xiao Chen, please come to my house later for an afternoon tea. Soon after, the pretty boy Lazio also appeared. He also issued a similar invitation as he invited Xiao Chen to go and have a seat in the Mander family's house. What made Xiao Chen most surprised was that, even the Reagan family sent someone over. Moreover, it was a middle-aged man. He was Hoffman's uncle. A lot of disagreeable things had occurred between them in the past. They wanted to invite Xiao Chen over and have a talk to properly dissolve the past misunderstanding. The most unexpected thing was that, even the two courtesans from the Moonflower Castle had arrived. It was Lyria and Carmina. They invited Xiao Chen to go over in the evening. Carmina was even casting a flirtatious glance at him as she said, Brother Xiao, you will not miss the appointment, right? You still remember the promise for when you beat Windfeathers last time? Her tone of voice was very ambiguous and made people lost in fanciful thoughts. For the same purpose as the others, someone from the city lord's manor also arrived. The third son Lu Yu invited Xiao Chen to go to the Paradise Spa in the evening. There were also many sects he had never encountered before who sent people to give Xiao Chen an invitation card. Xiao Chen was sweating profusely as he looked at these people doubtfully. Could it be that these people had taken the wrong medicine? They seemed to be impatient to curry his favor. He knew many people wanted to win over him. As far as the clan was concerned, if they could get Xiao Chen to serve them, their clan would have benefited from this greatly. If Xiao Chen placed himself into the hands of their sect, it was equivalent to getting control over 10x and the Azure Dragon King simultaneously. And there was even the law-defying little beast, Kiki. They would get 3 sacred beasts with unlimited potential in one fell swoop. However, was there really a need to band together? After all, he was situated at the eye of the storm and had offended a very powerful enemy. These major powers should have waited and see how the situation turned out first. I say, all of you. Xiao Chen just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Hoffman's uncle. This middle-aged man from the Reagan family was really a smooth talker. Little brother Xiao, by all means, you don't need to be polite with me. You can think of me like your soul brother. Although we have some misunderstanding in the past, there's a so-called proverb, no discord, no concord. Only then would this be called a predestined relationship. If you are still so angry at Hoffman that it's unbearable, come with me immediately and trample him to your heart's content. I already don't have good impression of that boy to begin with. Little brother Xiao, you teaching him a lesson could also serve as disciplining him on our behalf. Xiao Chen was a little speechless. At that time, this family sent a few Historia-level experts to dispose of him. And later, they even sent an old man over to kill him personally. How did he make it so that it really sounded like a predestined relationship? Zhuge Fatty's big belly shook randomly as he walked over to hold Xiao Chen's arm. Then he turned around to face those people. This fat gentleman will let you know. I am the very first to get acquainted with Brother Xiao. It could even be said we are brought together by fate. I was already acquainted with him over at the South Sea. I am more familiar with him than any of you. These words made Xiao Chen break out in goosebumps all over. 1. Fersky also squeezed in from the crowd and held on to Xiao Chen's other arm as he said, it was I who gave this house to Brother Xiao as a present. As for our relationship, there's no need to mention it. 2. Pighead Fatty. Bastard transvestite. Someone from among the crowd cursed in a low voice. Mother F. Who dares to scold me? Zhuge Fatty was searching for the perpetrator angrily. Who was it? Show yourself. Fersky was utterly discomfited. The courtyard was a complete mess. Even beauties like Carmina and Lyria were joining in the fun. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh. This world was very realistic, these people's action and scheme, it was easily understandable. It must be because of Draco. Maybe someone recognized his identity and gave rise to a misconception. After Slovak saw Draco in Celestial City, the news spread like wildfire and allowed many big clans to receive the secret report. Within the city, who knows just how many pair of eyes were watching Draco's every moment? Just who was Draco? How could he not have noticed that he was being tailed? However, he didn't seem to care and arrived at Xiao Chen's residence through the front door. This undoubtedly gave every major power in the Celestial City a misunderstanding, that Xiao Chen really had some relationship with that old man in the South Wasteland. No wonder his previous actions were so similar to Draco's. Now the person himself had even visited him personally. Due to this misunderstanding, all doubts in regards to Xiao Chen's identity had been thoroughly eliminated. As a matter of fact, the aforementioned was only one of the reason, there was another reason he had yet to call to mind. The major powers in the Celestial City could even be said to have many eyes and ears. At this most crucial moment, they actually unearthed a major secret from the Undying Sect. The legendary founder of the Demon Sect was actually still alive, and he had an unusual friendship with Xiao Chen. The major powers in the Celestial City knew Xiao Chen and the Undying Sect had a special relationship. And exactly on this very day, they used a huge amount of money to purchase the internal news from the Undying Sect. How could they not be convinced? This was undoubtedly a shocking news. However, there's no way for everyone to know that the founder of the Demon Sect had already reincarnated as a demon and was still on the Dragon Island. They completely took it for granted and conducted a false mental association. The founder of the Demon Sect and that existence in the South Wasteland, they were peerless experts that had withdrawn from worldly affairs. If the legends were true, they were unconditionally the strongest under the sun. These two news were spread out on the same day. How could these big plans not be shaken? They felt Xiao Chen was all the more extraordinary, to actually have such unusual relationship with those two fierce characters. As if agreed by chance, everyone immediately dispatched groups of people to scout him, in fear that they would be one step slower than the others. So what if they eyed Xiao Chen covetously and made some powerful enemies in turn? These big clans no longer cared. Even if there was really a White Tiger clan, so what? They have the protection of the dragons. Even the founder of the demon sect was behind them, so what was there to worry about? Furthermore, some clans believed that Xiao Chen also had the backing of the phoenixes. After all, someone had once seen Xiao Chen carrying a phoenix feather with his own eyes. Xiao Chen only knew one of the reasons, he didn't know they had some other motives. However, he knew that there's no such friendship. In this cruel world of immortals, everything was very realistic. After sending everyone off politely, Xiao Chen laughed at himself. He was originally on the edge of a risky circumstance, but now everyone was so crazed over him. He really didn't know what kind of expressions everyone would wear after knowing the truth. The dragons, he really have an unusual friendship with that existence in the South Wasteland? In the Undying Sect, Yan Qingqing's master, Lu Qingfeng, was unable to maintain his calm demeanor anymore. He wore a dissatisfied expression. Who leaked these information? It would be impossible to find out in a short time. The news that the founder of the demon sect was still alive was a secret only a very few elders in the Undying Sect knew about. What? Lu Qingfeng suddenly received a report when he was contemplating. Many people tried to scout Xiao Chen. What's more excessive was that some people even wanted to marry off their daughters to entice this man who had suddenly become a mighty figure. Lu Qingfeng spoke to himself, if the dragons step in, Xiao Chen's safety is all but assured. If he got pulled in by some big clan, it would be equivalent to taking control over 3 sacred beasts, especially that snow-white little critter with unimaginable future accomplishment. What's more, they could establish some kind of connections with the dragons. Marrying off a daughter is really too worth it. Summon Qingqing at once. Xiao Chen is closest to our sect to begin with. For all of these to happen so suddenly, if we don't take the initiatives, perhaps the 3 sacred beasts will really fall into other people's hands. However, senior brother, didn't the patriarch said so? We must treat Xiao Chen with utmost sincerity and not talk about benefit or loss. An elder to the side issued a different opinion. Life itself is a drama. When it is necessary, we have to put up a show. It is very difficult to say what one means. Speaking until here, Lu Qingfeng added, anyway, it's fine as long as we don't bring harm to Xiao Chen. Not long later, the fairy-like Yan Qingqing had arrived at the big hall. Lu Qingfeng made everyone leave the hall with a wave of his hand. Some disciples vaguely heard Yan Qingqing's voice, no. I don't want to. Some with sharp ears even heard Lu Qingfeng's voice, Qingqing, you should. At present, Xiao Chen was getting pulled by 2 acquaintances. He felt somewhat helpless and awkward. Even though they were friends, their family's benefits seemed to be more important. Fersky and Zhuge Fatty wanted to invite Xiao Chen to their family before the others. Not long later, one of the pearls of the South, Fairs Now, arrived personally. Peerless in style, graceful, and unmatched in beauty. Zhuge Fatty secretly heaved a sigh. He pulled Xiao Chen to one side and sincerely said in a low voice, I am not from the direct line of the Zhuge family, I am forced into this. As a friend, let me give you a word of advice. You must not be enticed by Fairs Now, this girl is really. Speaking until here, the fatty stopped speaking. That was because Fairs Now had already arrived in the front. The fatty immediately scrammed. 1. Silva, ha, is this the start of BL? 2. Silva, a 3-way BL. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, The Sudden Marriage, Part 1. A peerless beauty would inevitably attract people's fancy from afar. It must be mentioned that, chasing after beautiful things was in humans' nature. Being beautiful was indeed one kind of capital. Fairs Now had a matchless appearance, which added to her value among the young ladies of her age. She would inevitably attract attention everywhere she go. She was, without a doubt, an influential person among the circle of aristocratic girls. As a result, she was always the center of attention among her peers. Fairs Now has a graceful figure and walked over elegantly. As she revealed a slight smile, her pearly white teeth were exposed. Her voice was very pleasant to listen to as she said, Brother Zhuge, make sure to come to my house later, don't be late. Following that, she turned around with a faint smile as she looked at Xiao Chen and said, I never have the chance to have a proper talk with Brother Xiao, I wonder if you were free to come to Fair House today? Other than the close contact at the Paradise Spa last time, the two had never been in touch. At this moment, it seemed as if Fairs Now had already forgotten about the event from that time. She didn't feel awkward at all. On the contrary, she seemed calm and indifferent. Xiao Chen originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought about it, other clans will come to invite him even if he refused the Fair family. Moreover, the Fair family and Zhuge family had sent people to invite him several times. If he refused again, it would be rude to their families. Alright, I originally wanted to pay a visit anyway. Just that I felt it would be too presumptuous of me to visit without any invitation. Many thanks to Brother Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Chen had agreed so easily, Fairs now revealed a smile. She said very sincerely, I know that you must be feeling a little unhappy. You must be aware of why the major clans came to invite you today. But just let me say this, such is the way of life. This world is truly very realistic. There is no hate or love without good cause, no friendship or sweet talk with no reason. Once the bright-colored skin has been peeled off, everything would be pale and colorless. You have very eye-catching strength, so you will naturally receive the major clan's passionate invitation. Speaking until here, the beautiful Fairs now mocked herself and said, Do you despise me? You don't need to answer, because you will definitely make up a flowery lie. In any case, I also don't have much of a choice, I'm just following my family's order. However, such is reality. To be honest, when my family decided to send me here, I was not really that against it, because I feel that, between you and I, there isn't the slightest bit of non-acceptance. This is the truth. Fair Snow's beautiful eyes looked exceptional. To be known as one of the pearls of the South, she was indeed devastatingly beautiful. Her beauty made people unable to free themselves from the state of drunkenness the moment they laid eyes on her. She declared her purpose in coming so frankly and directly lifted the veil that the other major clans were unwilling to open. Xiao Chen had a whole new level of respect for her. When some matters were revealed, people would feel more comfortable in contrast. As for Fairsky, he just stood at the side for a while before he excused himself. This time, he didn't try to prevent Xiao Chen and Fairs now from being in contact. Well, let's stop with the idle chatter, it dampens the mood. Brother Xiao, will you come take a walk with me at Moon-Gazing Hill? Fairs now smiled, seemingly a little embarrassed. That was not an act, it seemed very realistic. Moon-Gazing Hill was a short hill in the Celestial City. Legends had it that after Celestial City appeared in the south, only then did this mountain fall from beyond the heavens into the city walls. There were many versions of this legend, but the one that had been spread the widest was that a girl who yearned for the Celestial Emperor transformed into a sacred mountain and now rests within the city walls for all eternity. The hill was no more than 300 meters tall. It also didn't occupy that much space. Various kinds of rare trees were growing on the hill, even the flowers and plants were of extremely rare varieties. The path towards the top of Moon-Gazing Hill was paved with cobblestones. It was possible to see the Celestial City in its entirety on top of the hill. This was the most famous spot in Celestial City. The night had fallen, Fairs now and Xiao Chen stood at the summit looking down at the brightly lit city. The two of them had stood there from the afternoon till now, and haven't spoken a single word since then. After letting out a helpless sigh, Fairs now said with pained voice, No matter who it is, everyone has secret trouble. As the daughter of the Antarctic Warbeast Castle's master, I look to be well off, but only I myself know how it feels to be in this position. I don't even have the right to choose my own marriage partner. Everything needs to be arranged by the family. Speaking until here, Fairs now smiled bitterly and said, Isn't it pitiful? This is my fate. Xiao Chen looked at the boundless world outside of the city. He nodded first before he shook his head and said, That depends on how you look at it. Those at the lowest rung of society don't even have enough food or warm clothes. The distress of an aristocratic lady is happiness they could only thirst for. Fairs now giggled and said, That's right, I am greedy, aren't I? But this is not what I want. Riches and honor does not matter. All I want is the freedom to decide my own life. I don't want others to decide for me. Did my appearance increase the pressure on you? Xiao Chen smiled and said, It doesn't matter, how about I help you out instead? It is unnecessary for them to do this kind of thing. Fairs now smiled lightly and said, I have shown you a sorry sight. Just now I was really only letting it out. Without any outsiders around, I just wanted to let it go and say something brazen. You don't need to concern yourself with it. Xiao Chen leaned against a silver-colored apricot tree and said while biting a grass stalk in his mouth, Just let it all out. I know why my family sent me to invite you. They want me to cast off the Fair family. It is about time for a cherished pearl like me to be sold off. They wanted to coax you by means of marriage. Every young lady has a dream of meeting a Prince Charming that they could entrust their entire life to. After knowing their intentions, I felt very disgusted and resentful. I even thought about running away from home. However, after thinking things through, I felt relieved. Since every major family is like this. Moreover, your appearance did not only make me feel pressured, it also made me feel a little thankful and relieved. You feel thankful and relieved? That's right. At the very least, you are not a scoundrel like Hoffman. Or as vulgar as the younger generation of the Zhuge family. Xiao Chen was speechless, then he smiled and said, I see, so this is where I hold the advantage. It seems like I am only a little better than Hoffman and Zhuge Kun. Fairs now smiled gently and said, that is only as a comparison, I am not saying you are the same as them. In my opinion, you have great potential and your future prospects seem very bright. How can I be discontent when my family is giving me away to someone who might become well known in the future? Perhaps, we might not have any romantic feelings at first due to this kind of marriage, but I know you are not a heartless guy. From the way you are treating the snow-white little critter in 10x, I could tell. I am not worried that you will give me the cold shoulder in the future. I am only disgusted with my family's forceful arrangements, but so long as I can get this out of my system, then there's no reason for me to reject it. Otherwise, my ending might become the same as my paternal aunt, to get married off to a rich and powerful hedonistic son and end up miserable. Xiao Chen could feel Fairsnow's worries about personal gains and losses. The reason why she invited him here, maybe it was to talk about this and to let go of that burden in her heart, while also alleviating the unhappiness in Xiao Chen's heart. Fairsnow's expression was indeed very sincere. Xiao Chen could feel that these feelings were emerging from the bottom of her heart. If not, then Fairsnow was truly very scary to be able to put on such a realistic act. As for the marriage, Xiao Chen did not declare where he stood. He only smiled and said he would help Fairsnow. As a matter of fact, this was how it is. Although everyone was crazy over him now, everyone's delusion will naturally be broken 3 days later. However, how could everything go within his expectations? There's a lot of unexpected things in this world. Nighttime, Xiao Chen went to the Fair family's mansion. This made a few major powers feel very resentful of the Fair family, but there was nothing they could do. Who asked them not to build a friendly relation with Xiao Chen first like Fairsky did? Moreover, who in the south could be compared to the beautiful Fairsnow? The Zhuge family was naturally very discontent. Their Zhuge Liang was also on friendly terms with Xiao Chen. In their opinion, the reason the Fair family held the advantage this time was because they were short of a devastatingly beautiful girl like the Fair family. The Undying sect also felt a sense of crisis. Although Xiao Chen was close to their Undying sect, and had some friendship with the Undying patriarch, they still felt a little uneasy with the Fair family's bold move. Fairsnow, she was one of the most beautiful girls, and as a young man, it was very easy for Xiao Chen to be enticed. However, their Undying sect also has Yin Xingcheng, whose beauty was comparable to Fairsnow, but since too much had happened between the two of them, it was not easy for Yin Xingcheng to let it go. In the following 3 days, Draco did not disappear. On the contrary, he could be seen in the Celestial City every day. From time to time, he would visit Xiao Chen's house repeatedly. There were even a few times when he was seen pulling Xiao Chen to drink, as if he was treating him as a nephew. This was a very strong signal. It strengthened the major clan's conviction that Xiao Chen had a very deep relationship with the depths of the south. These 3 days, the sill of Xiao Chen's house was already worn out due to the multitudes of people coming and going. This made Xiao Chen feel rather rueful. To leave the Celestial City was definitely out of the question. Draco had already told him very clearly, he will definitely die the moment he took a single step out. If not because he was keeping watch here, that person out there would have already entered the city. The undercurrent was flowing non-stop during these past 3 days. Lu Qingfeng of the Undying sect invited Xiao Chen over and told him that the proposal from last time was accepted. He is to wed to Yin Xingcheng 1 month from now. Xiao Chen was caught unprepared. He wanted to explain it earnestly, but it only ended up making Lu Qingfeng very unhappy as he turned and left abruptly. The news regarding his marriage to Yin Xingcheng 1 month from now was spread all over the Celestial City at high speed. The Fair family's reaction was very quick. They quickly mobilized their family's influence to make people believe that Xiao Chen already had a prior engagement with the Fair family, that he is to wed Fairs now half a month from now. In regards to this, Xiao Chen wanted to laugh, but he was unable to since he felt a slight chill in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, The Sudden Marriage, Part 2. The South Desolate region and Terra Empire each possessed several tens of thousands of miles of territories. In addition to 2 more areas as big as the Terra Empire, that was the entirety of the southern area of the Immortals mainland. However, compared to the heart of the mainland, that was completely negligible. The Middle-earth was vast and boundless. It was located at the very center of Mother Earth. To the north of Middle-earth, that was the legendary barren land of the ancient gods. As for how far it stretches, nobody knows of it. All in all, nobody had ever made it back alive once they entered the north. 1. To the west of Middle-earth, that was an endless stretch of copper mountains. Legends had it that the ancestor god Fuxi lived in seclusion there. The land was boundless and seemed to stretch on forever. As for the east side, Middle-earth faced the boundless East Sea. According to legends, even the gods were unable to cross that water body. The most terrifying thing was that the aforementioned was only the known territories. And, to the northernmost of the ancient gods' barren land, to the westernmost of the millions of copper mountains, to the easternmost of the boundless East Sea, and to the southernmost of the countless uninhabited islands, just what kind of unknown world that lies beyond these parts, nobody could say for sure. Legends had it that even the celestial deities would have a hard time entering those unknown regions. People couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, the world of immortals was vast and boundless. It was impossible for an ordinary man to tour the whole world for a lifetime. It was unknown just how much bigger it was compared to the mortal world. These 3 days, Xiao Chen was taking advantage of the ample resources from the major clans that tried to rope him in and received information on the enemies outside of the city. The people who wanted to kill Kiki was a male and female tigerkin. They are currently waiting for a powerful figure called the Fierce Tiger, otherwise they wouldn't even dare to appear in front of Draco. Reportedly, they came from an exceptionally ancient clan. Their veins flow with the blood of the White Tiger. The aforementioned clan possessed great influence even in the boundless Middle-earth. Moreover, the most frightening part was that very few knew where this extremely mysterious clan was hiding in Middle-earth. This time, the Tiger Woman and Tiger Servant did not bring the White Tiger to the south for the War Beast competition, it just happened to coincide with the occasion. They never expected that the White Tiger would die in a place like this, how could they not be furious? The Tiger Woman wanted to kill Kiki. As a result, she was forced to lose face at the Amber War Beast Castle instead. The Tiger Servant also wanted to make his move, but he was frightened by Draco. When they learned that the Fierce Tiger had rushed to the Terra Empire from Middle-earth, they promptly requested help. They estimated that the Fierce Tiger should arrive within a few days. This kind of marriage, Xiao Chen did not want it, nor must he hope for it. There were no such things as a benevolent major clans. One could take advantage of them and borrow their authority, but marriage was for a lifetime, he did not want to be a cheater in this regard. Just that, Lu Qingfeng of the Undying Sect didn't give him a chance to explain, and the Fair family did not believe his words. Xiao Chen also did not want to be straightforward. After all, that was his trump card, how could he reveal it so easily? 2. What made Xiao Chen most helpless was that Draco really seemed as if he was his senior and took extremely good care of him. These 3 days, he had treated Xiao Chen to a drink 4 times. This was obviously to create a misconception for the major clans. Xiao Chen felt that he might have guessed his intention. 30 years ago, Draco had clashed with the noble sons of a few major clans, and nearly lost his life in the hands of an older generation expert. His actions now made it clear that he wanted to fool these major clans, and Xiao Chen was that clown. He was in fact, a bubble with no background that was being promoted enthusiastically. The major clans' investment here would inevitably be nothing but an empty dream. They would become a huge laughingstock. I am a clown. Xiao Chen mocked himself. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Draco arrived at Xiao Chen's residence again and the result was obvious. Kiki and 10X were very straightforward and didn't pay any attention to Draco. Hee, I will give you guys more time. That guy known as the Fierce Tiger is very greedy. He's currently on a treasure hunt in the Terra Empire and wants to break into the Temple of Heaven. I'm afraid that he will not be able to come here so soon. In the blink of an eye, 1 week had passed. The news that the Fair family wanted to marry off their daughter was already a well-known fact. Their goal was precisely to bring about a fait accompli. The Undying Sect also did not take it lying down and struck back fiercely. A few major clans were also making their moves in succession. There were some that added fuel to the fire, and those who got in touch with Xiao Chen in the dark. Recently, the Zhuge Fatty and Fairsky were obviously working diligently. However, Xiao Chen had a bad premonition. This kind of conduct could easily break what little friendship they had just barely built up. Zhuge Fatty seemed to be making at least 3 round trips every day. Heh, brother, do me a favor. If we can have some sort of relationship with that old man in the southern wasteland, becoming the master of the family is not a pipe dream anymore. How about this? Why don't you help me invite your senior Draco? Our family lord wants to entertain him. Even the Reagan family was sending people to communicate with Xiao Chen unceasingly, saying that everything that happened in the past was a misunderstanding, and that they would certainly help him if the need arises. Moreover, they also tactfully asked if he wanted to take a concubine. Xiao Chen felt that it was preposterous. Everything that happened in recent days felt like a farce. They could actually do this, they were actually capable of doing this. If there was a powerful figure behind one's back, they could really have avoided strife for several hundred years. Humans' ugly nature had inadvertently been put on full display. Half a month, it was neither a long period of time nor was it a short period of time. That time was quickly approaching. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to promise this kind of absurd marriage. He felt that it was extremely ridiculous. However, Draco finally made his move at this time. After sealing Xiao Chen's movements, he promised the fair family that he would definitely attend the wedding. Once this news spread out, a few of the major clans were shocked. For Draco to attend the wedding, does that mean they three will support the fair family? The southern wasteland had remained low profile all these years, are they finally going to make their move? Thus, it was impossible for these major clans to sit back anymore. They wanted to build a relationship with the southern wasteland via Xiao Chen no matter what. Lu Qingfeng of the Undying sect flew into a terrible rage and made the disciples tremble with fear. However, Yan Xincheng wouldn't yield no matter what. How could Xiao Chen not be a good fit for you? Securing the position as the strongest in the south is only a matter of time, why wouldn't you agree? Master, you were not like this before. Yan Xingcheng's lily-white face had shed tears as she continued, I have compromised once, and since then, I vowed that I will not compromise again, even if I end up dead. I admit that he has a bright future ahead, but there is no romantic feelings between the two of us. These kind of thing cannot be forced. In the backyard of the Fair family, Fairsky was heaving a sigh and said to Fairsnow, who was currently appreciating the flowers, Sis, you don't really need to put on a facade. Yan Xincheng does not have the intention to fight over him with you. So meaningless, I originally thought there would be a competitor. Fairsnow revealed a cold smile. 4. Fairsky said, it was really unexpected for Xiao Chen to be against the marriage. If not because Draco bound him with absolute force, he might flat out refuse it. Fairsnow said with a cold voice, if not because he has relationship with Draco, why would I even lower myself to marry him? My heart is at Middle-earth. Fairsnow's personality was icily arrogant. The difference between her ordinarily sweet-tempered nature was like that of the night and day. However, she looked more attractive than ever. The Fair family practiced the water lily technique. Those who practiced this technique, regardless of male or female, would become incomparably beautiful. It was a magical technique with bizarre power. In a certain sense, there's no ugly men or women in the Fair family. The shortcoming of this martial art was that the progress during the Exuvia realm was very slow. However, once they advanced to the Historia realm, their speed would pick up ferociously. It could be said to be a secret technique not only in name, but in reality. Perhaps nobody knew of this, but Fairsnow had just broken through the Exuvia 9th celestial layer in the recent days. She had concealed her power perfectly. Once she make a breakthrough to the Historia realm, her future accomplishments from now would be immeasurable. There was an incomplete version of this martial art spread throughout the mortal world. The successive generations of the Imperial household possessed one each. It was an internal secret that had never been spread around. It was known as the sunflower technique. The incomplete version was not inferior to the genuine water lily technique, so much so that their training speed in the initial stage was a little faster. However, the price of learning this technique was too high. Those who wish to learn this miraculous technique must first castrate themselves. 5. Half a month passed by very quickly. Today is the day of the wedding ceremony. The Fair family had sent out invitation cards all over with great momentum. This marriage was comparable to a grand festival in the celestial city. 6. At this moment, an unforeseen event occurred in Xiao Chen's residence. Draco laughed heartily and said, alright, let's stop playing with those families, it's getting boring. 7. And just at this time, Draco suddenly made his move. Not only Xiao Chen, even 10x, Kiki, and the Azure Dragon King was confined in a ball of black light. The powerful him made people unable to see his upper limits. Even Kiki's rainbow-colored radiance had been suppressed. Draco had a 180 change in attitude and his eyes were ice-cold. His voice was as chilly as the winter of the 12th lunar month as he said to Kiki and 10x, the first lesson the old man entrusted to me is to have the both of you cut off your relationship with him ruthlessly. He lifted his hand to unsheath a long sword and held it against Xiao Chen's neck. He faced Kiki and 10x before he continued, if you wish to accomplish something, it is necessary to be heartless. Who is he? He's just a human. He wants to become your master, he wants to enslave you for a lifetime. Kill him and reinstate your true nature, to unleash your restraints. Otherwise, with his existence, you guys will never be able to manifest your potential to the extreme limit. Although Kiki and 10x were unable to budge an inch, they could still move their mouth as they let out a furious snarl. And the Azure Dragon King was also letting out a dragon roar, which shook the vast sky. Forget it, I am not so heartless as to let you guys kill him with your own hands. Speaking until here, Draco's ice-cold eyes gradually became gentler as he continued, be at ease, I won't kill him personally either. I will just leave him at the Celestial City to let him destroy himself. Finishing all this, Draco transformed into a black mist and flew towards the sky with Kiki, and the two Dragon Kings bounded. Many people in the Celestial City saw the black cloud flying towards the depths of the South Wasteland. They were separated. This day had finally arrived. Xiao Chen felt completely empty. From this point on, he had parted with the two little beasts. He also had no idea whether he would ever get a chance to see them again in this lifetime, because he could already feel it, that old man in the South Wasteland was really too unreasonable. And just at this time, the people from the Fair family had arrived, to invite him and Draco to their mansion. Xiao Chen stood up silently and undid the acupuncture points that were sealed by Draco. He knew that the crisis was on the verge of breaking out. Will the Fair family and the other major clans flip out at this point? In addition, did the Tiger Woman and servant already receive the news and are already on their way to kill him? 1. Silva, then how do they know for sure that Middle-earth is located at the very center if nobody knows how far north does it stretch? 2. Silva, what trump card? Fade, maybe his marriage, or revealing he was not going with Kiki? 3. Fade, who are they? Does this mean the southern group he represents? Silva, the dragon I suppose? 4. Silva, okay, now she's scaring me. 5. Is Silva, Keck, so the girls cannot learn this? Or you mean they have to cut off their ovaries? But I doubt people of the past know of the technique to castrate girls? Fade, probably only for guys to castrate, to keep their silky smooth skin, maybe clit removal for girls? 6. Silva, Kek. INB4 Draco and Xiao Chen ditching the marriage. 7. Silva, called it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, False Play Come True. The Fair family had arrived. They looked at Xiao Chen with eccentric expressions. The few courtyards around Xiao Chen's house had already been purchased by a few major families. The dragon's roar just now had already alarmed these people. Although they didn't know the full story, they could roughly guess what had taken place. This was equivalent to receiving a big slap on the face by that Draco fellow. He was like this 30 years ago, and he is still like this 30 years later. Draco didn't know the concept of apprehension, his every action was reckless. Since this kind of thing had already happened, the people from the Fair family left in haste. They must report this to the family lord immediately. What? When Faircloud heard these words, his face changed color abruptly and he destroyed the entire hall with a wave of his hand. He stood on top of the ruins blankly, his expression ashen. In the end, he gnashed his teeth and said, Draco, you dare to play us for a fool? You are but only a mixed breed, half human, half dragon. If not because there's an old dragon behind your back, you would have died a million times. The other major clans who received the news also flew into rage out of humiliation. It made these major clans detest Draco bitterly. He blew up a big bubble and made everyone flatter it. As a result, like the clowns they were, everyone's secrets were exposed under the sun. That wretched Draco! The dragon should really be completely wiped out, they are too arrogant. Similar cursing remarks were transmitted from many clans. This matter covered their head and face in dirt. This was too embarrassing, all of them were played for a fool by Draco. Especially the Fair family, it was impossible for them to stop halfway, to marry off their daughter or not. The invitation cards had already been sent all over the Celestial City. Everyone with a head and a face had already received the news. There were some who rejoiced in other people's misfortune, and some who sneered at them. This was the peace right before the storm in Celestial City. Every major clan was on the verge of exploding at any given time. Of course, the one who had it the worst was the Fair family. They were being played for a fool. Right now, they really wished they could hang up Draco and behead him with a blade. Faircloud remained silent above the ruins for a long time. He clenched his knuckles so tight that they had turned pale. In the end, he let out a nasty sigh and said, Draco, just you wait. Once I reach the realm of Immortal, I will definitely settle this with you. I don't believe you will hide in the southern wasteland forever. My lord, what to do now? The underling at the side was trembling with fear as he asked cautiously. Just at this time, the other members of the Fair family rushed over after receiving the news. The younger generation didn't have enough qualifications to stand here. As for the middle-aged generation, there was a few dozen of them. This is mortifying. This slap on the face is too much, perhaps it has already become the joke of the year. Big bro, let's cancel this wedding ceremony at once. That's right, you can't marry off Snowy just like this. How can we let her marry that boy with no background for nothing? I will go and kill him later. Shut up! Faircloud shouted with an ice-cold voice. The imposing family lord made everyone quiet down immediately. If we break a marriage promise like this, how would everyone in Celestial City view us? But, this boy with no background is unworthy of joining our family by marriage. What benefits will he bring to our family? Of course, not everyone was opposed to this marriage. Someone opened their mouth and said, even if the dragons are out of the picture, so what? Isn't there still the founder of the demon sect? Besides, he also has 3 sacred beasts. In addition to that, Xiao Chen showed great promise and possesses unnatural gifts. In the future, his name will surely shake the world. This should be enough. However, the absolute majority were laughing grimly. It is obvious that his relationship with the founder of the demon sect is the same as with the dragons. It is but a false rumor spread out to make a fool out of us. The 3 sacred beasts were taken by Draco to the southern wasteland. They don't belong to Xiao Chen anymore. So what if he shows great promises? He has already provoked someone he shouldn't provoke. Do you think he can survive this? It is not necessary for our family to make a great enemy because of him. Everyone unanimously wanted to stop the marriage. Faircloud got annoyed the more he listened. In the end, he shouted, enough! Stop quarreling anymore, the wedding will continue. Big brother, are you crazy? How can you let this be? Family lord. Faircloud swept his eyes over everyone coldly, and said, Snowy is my daughter, how can I not care about her more so than any one of you? For such a thing to happen, if we immediately break the marriage, everyone in the south will jeer at us. That would be too humiliating. But my lord, what about the 2 people outside of the city? Faircloud said very firmly, we will continue with the wedding as a show of formality. We must not let other people look down on us. Snowy can always remarry in the future. Big brother, are you saying, after the formality is over, we will kick Xiao Chen out? Although Faircloud was over 50 years old, the magical arts their family practiced were too mystical after all. He didn't look like an elderly person, on the contrary, he looked like a 30-year-old handsome man. However, he was not masculine and seemed more feminine. Faircloud had a cold glint in his eyes as he said, that would be too obvious and cause gossips to go around. You guys quickly get in touch with the tiger duo outside of the city and explain everything to them. They will naturally know what to do after that. We will be able to preserve our face. As for whether Xiao Chen can make it out alive, that depends on his luck. In fact, many of the major powers wanted to see the Fair family making a fool of themselves. The families that wanted to immediately dispose of Xiao Chen were making supreme effort to exercise restraint. If the Fair family kicked Xiao Chen out, then their reputation will certainly take a huge fall. It wouldn't be too late to make their move then. The Fair family's decision to proceed with the wedding made the majority of the clans unable to make any sense of the matter. Never had they thought the Fair family would be so generous. Could it be that they really wanted to be forced to suffer in silence? Were they not afraid of inciting the hatred of Middle-earth's Tiger clan? In the backyard of the Fair family, the extremely glamorous Fairs now had a frosty expression across her entire face. With a wave of her lily-white hand, an explosion of light appeared and a large area of plants were chopped. The leaves were fluttering about in the sky gracefully. I am actually going to marry him. Sis, don't be angry. Fairsky got behind her and said, you should know that father also doesn't have any choice. Fairs now smiled coldly, and walked towards her room while treading across a field of exotic flowers with agile steps. Xiao Chen quietly looked at the people all around. He was very uncooperative and didn't want to enter the Fair family's mansion. However, he was followed closely by a 70 to 80-year-old elder. This was an older generation expert of the Fair family. He was completely focused on Xiao Chen and forced him to take part in this absurd wedding. All the guests were wearing meaningful smiles. They chuckled as they looked on at the event. They knew that a good show was just beginning. They wanted to see how long the Fair family can keep this up. Xiao Chen was very calm. He knew that the Fair family was not that benevolent. And that the major clans in the city were even worse. They didn't dispose of him before now because the time had yet to come. And the Fair family's action was even weirder. By no means did he believe that this was just a simple wedding. Maybe when the wedding was proceeding, the tiger woman would storm in and behead him, thus putting an end to the wedding. Thinking until here, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Had the Fair family also thought about this? Definitely. If they wanted to make a good show out of it, they might have already sent someone to get in touch with the tiger woman. Xiao Chen had thought of all possible scenarios in this very instant. This hand from the Fair family was really well played. They could totally save face and naturally turn this crisis around. That's right, if Xiao Chen himself was killed during the wedding ceremony, everyone would only know who the murderer was, and the fair family would be spared from breaking the marriage promise. Their reputation might even rise because of this. If there's anyone to blame, then they could only blame Xiao Chen for having a short life and how he didn't have the good fortune to take Fairs now as his wife. Such an awful scheme, the fair family was such a schemer. Xiao Chen inwardly heaved a sigh. There's nothing for him to be scared of. Even if he had to die, he had to make the fair family suffer a difficult situation. Just when he wanted to make his move, the old man behind him patted his shoulders lightly and whispered, "Preserve some strength and get ready to run. Our family will not go to extremes. Whether you live or not, that depends on your own luck." Xiao Chen looked at him coldly, then he quieted down again. Only a little bit of time was needed to cause the fair family to be stuck in a dilemma. Even if the old man was telling a lie to make him settle down, he still has many opportunities later on. In the glorious hall, the excellent wine and exotic delicacies were being delivered to the guests unceasingly. The atmosphere was lively and didn't make it seem like it was a pretense. The host and guests were in harmonious relations. Every now and then, people would go make fun of the fair family's head, saying that he had found a good son-in-law, and that 10 years later, their family would have secured their strongest asset. Everyone toasted with Faircloud in succession and congratulated him occasionally. Faircloud put on a fake smile. He wished he could crush the wine cup in his hand and pound it into the face of these old fools. Of course, Xiao Chen's surroundings also had many people who toasted with him in succession. Their words were so passionate that it allowed him to experience what was known as genuinely shameless hypocrites. The expressions of many people made him feel disgusted. However, he had no choice but to wear a smile and put on an act like an actor. Xiao Chen felt a little melancholic. This suffering was hard to put into words. Since he was young, he rarely ever cried, but now, he suddenly had a gloomy feeling and felt somewhat miserable. A dignified man like him was actually forced into this kind of situation. Just like an actor, he had to conceal his feelings and put on a show by himself in the limelight. When in fact, he was actually a pitiful man. Ordinarily, the impression he gave people was that of a firm and decisive person. When confronting enemies, he was cold-hearted, but who would have known, under the cover of his coldness, he could also feel sorrowful like ordinary people. It was a very sarcastic wedding ceremony. Everyone was waiting and watched passively, but they had to make supreme effort to put on a play. However, even when night fell, the people dispatched by Fair Family still did not come back. There's not even the need to mention it, but the tiger duo hadn't shown up to kill Xiao Chen yet. 1. Faircloud's expression became all the gloomier. Could it be that they really had to proceed with the wedding? If this keeps up, the pretense will really turn into a reality. Was this not tantamount to lifting a rock to smash his own leg? His intuition was telling him that some accident might have occurred. After finding an appropriate time, he left the hall and secretly instructed others to dispatch some powerful spies to find out what's going on. The stars filled the entire sky as the crystal lamp illuminated the glorious hall. Everyone was toasting and the atmosphere was very lively. And somebody shouted, "It's about time to enter the bridal room, we cannot waste such a precious spring night." That's right, the spring night is invaluable. Invite the groom and the bride to enter the bridal room. Many people started to create a disturbance, wanting to go disturb the privacy of bridal room. 2. The people of the major clans could already tell, the Fair family was deliberately stalling for time. Perhaps they were expecting outsiders to come and put a stop to this wedding ceremony. Since that was the case, how could they let the Fair family's wish be fulfilled? Whenever it's possible to push forward, they should push without holding back. One after another, the guests were demanding the married couple to enter the bridal room. The members of the Fair family finally couldn't keep up the facade anymore. They were enmeshed in a trap of their own devising. Things had actually escalated to this degree. What were the spies doing? Why hadn't the tiger woman come to kill Xiao Chen yet? This was truly a very nerve-wracking moment. They were practically unable to delay it much longer. The married couple had already finished paying their respects to the elders. If they still don't let them enter the bridal room, they really couldn't keep their heads high anymore. In the end, Faircloud ground his teeth and left while tucking his sleeves, making his younger brother take charge of the venue. The old foxes at present were ganging up as if they had become evil spirits. Even their eyes had become fiery as they shouted in succession. The middle-aged group also followed suit and made it so the Fair family had no other choice but to let the married couple enter the bridal room. We want to disturb the privacy of bridal room. The atmosphere was fairly festive. Everyone was in a jolly mood. Xiao Chen calmly watched as all of this unfolds. He was very taciturn. Just at this time, a tall figure with a broadsword on his back walked towards him. With no traces of politeness, he pushed the young people beside Xiao Chen away. Cheers, I wish you long life. Dugu Jianma drained the cup in one gulp after saying this. Seeing that Xiao Chen also drained his cup, he left with large strides. Xiao Chen remained silent. This might be the only sincere toast he had in this wedding ceremony. Nobody dared to provoke Dugu Jianma. Although the solitary clan was very low-key, they were more or less one of the primary clans in the south. Even when Draco was running amok in Celestial City 30 years ago, he didn't cause any inconveniences to Dugu Jianma's father. If they really angered the solitary clan, according to their nature, maybe a few dozen people carrying broadswords would storm into the south wasteland without saying a word. So what if they had an old dragon keeping watch? The solitary clan's ancestor definitely had enough strength to take on the strongest creature in the southern wasteland. As he was being shoved by everyone, Xiao Chen was pushed into the backyard. He's about to enter the bridal room. The fragrance of flowers drifted in the air. The arrangement of the garden made the backyard relaxing and beautiful. The path ran across a clear, small lake. After crossing over the marble bridge and walking past a long flower garden, Xiao Chen arrived in front of an elaborate building. Ha! He suddenly laughed out loud. There was a hint of dismay, but even more was a grimness and a feeling of decisiveness. Alright, if you guys want to play, I will play with you. To the bridal room we go. 1. Silva, could it be Draco? Nay, must be some other schemers. Fade, maybe the Undying Sect helped him? 2. Silva, Chinese custom where guests banter with and play pranks on the newlyweds. Fade, I have not seen this yet, really want to now. Silva, well, I remember there was a certain wedding planner with some of those videos as sample, but I can't remember which one exactly, unfortunately. It would be a great reference. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Wedding Night. The three-storied building was remarkably beautiful and gorgeous. The base was made out of precious stones, and the window frames were made of red sandalwood, set with agate stones glistening in the background. The fragrance of lavender penetrated deeply into the heart. Although the small building was not grand, it was extremely refined and had rich aestheticism. The rowdy crowd was not willing to break up. They kept pushing Xiao Chen towards the second floor and pushed open the amethyst door. The crystal lamps embellished the bridal chamber with a gentle light. The warm radiance was rippling with a comforting vibe. However, all of these were only the outer appearance. The few person at the heart of this incident had a substantially different mood. Fairs now was wearing a wedding dress that resembled a fiery cloud. She was sitting in front of the bed calmly, with two servant girls on her left and right respectively. The pearl head chain hanging down from her head remained motionless. That was the proof that she was very calm, and did not feel nervous in the slightest. That's right, in her eyes, the wedding was only a formality. Xiao Chen was absolutely not a good fit for her. Her heart had already flown out of the southern wasteland and drifted towards the northern land. The boundless Middle-earth, it was home to countless illustrious heroes that one could sing or cry about. She didn't want to confine herself to the small southern wasteland. Xiao Chen didn't have any background. How could he compare to a sovereign who ruled over the whole world? How could he compare to the ancient aristocratic families with a millennium of history? Fairs now was a girl who couldn't be satisfied by an ordinary life. She wanted to dedicate herself to a great power that could sweep across the whole world. She didn't want to remain a nobody, she wanted to become a celebrated figure. She felt that she was living in a completely different world compared to those ordinary girls who desired for glory and splendor. She felt that her own choice was not at all outrageous, all because she was comparatively calmer and more realistic. Standing on top of a huge mountain would get her a little closer to the high sky. She wanted to begin from a high starting point and not to start climbing from the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chen had already lost the support of the Dragon Kings. There was nothing much he could provide for her. Fairs now had already sentenced him to the death penalty in her heart. Xiao Chen must not survive after the wedding. All traces of the wedding ceremony needed to be erased. After opening the door, Xiao Chen walked in with a faint smile. Behind him was the rowdy crowd who kept shouting how they wanted to disturb the privacy of the bridal room from the doorway, so much so that even some of them had charged in without restraint. Lift the veil. Carry the bride in your arms. Since it had already come to this, Xiao Chen was very calm and unperturbed. What was there to be afraid of this late in the stage? The one who should be worried was the Fair family. After lifting the veil, what was exposed was a devilishly charming face. Fairs now had fair skin and was as beautiful as a goddess. She was beautiful to the point where people felt dizzy just looking at her. Many of the youngsters who wanted to disturb the privacy of the bridal room felt that they had talked too much. The noise completely subsided in but an instant as everyone stared blankly. Such a pity. A soft whisper transmitted a sentence from who knew where. If possible, even if I know it will be certain death, I am still willing to switch this one night with Xiao Chen. It was as if everyone had been roused up from their dream. While they were sighing with sorrow, they all shook their heads and began to create a disturbance again. They knew Xiao Chen wouldn't have the pleasure to enjoy this kind of beautiful girl. The Fair family definitely wouldn't let this wedding become a reality. Exchange cups. Bite the apple. Fairs now finally couldn't maintain her calm demeanor anymore. She didn't know why her family had yet to get in touch with the Tiger Woman and allowed Xiao Chen to live until now. Moreover, why didn't they put a stop to these people? How could they allow these people to come and disturb the privacy of the bridal room? She stared at Xiao Chen coldly. She didn't have any affection in her beautiful eyes. Her gaze was brimming with criticism. You guys are too excessive, Xiao Chen laughed as he rejected everyone's suggestion. Since he had already let it go, then what else was there to be scared of? The glimpse of divine light in his eyes that could be seen occasionally indicated he was very calm and cool-headed at the moment. Xiao Chen ignored Fairsnow's criticizing gaze and reached out his hand to lift Fairsnow's chin. He borrowed the words from the predecessor to praise her beauty. Xiao Chen did not feel flustered due to Fairsnow's otherworldly beauty as he asked in an indifferent tone, "What do you think? Isn't my newlywed wife pretty?" The crowd was feeling envious, yet endlessly confused as they yelled in succession. Of course. She is a goddess after all, one of the pearls of the south. Her beauty is comparable to the higher beings. More superior than the fairies of mythology. She's like a fairy that has descended to the mundane world. Everyone had a somewhat dazzled expression. Despite the fact that they came here to cause disturbance, the greater part of these compliments were sincere. That old man who was always following Xiao Chen felt very anxious. There were actually two people beside him with uncharted power blocking his path, making it so that he was unable to target Xiao Chen. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. Although these two were hiding their real visage by means of a secret art, he could instinctively feel that they were not young anymore. At the very least, they should be around 50 to 60 years old. Why was someone their age coming to the bridal room to cause disturbance? They were obviously here to stop him. The old man from the Fair family was gnashing his teeth in anger. He knew this must definitely be the dirty tricks of the other major clans. But even so, there was nothing he could do at the moment. The two's power were so profound that it was somewhat exaggerating. He was completely locked into place from the left and right, making it so that he was unable to budge an inch. And just at this time, how could Xiao Chen let this chance slip by? Although he didn't know there were people blocking that old man from the Fair family, he could feel that the aura that was locking onto him had vanished gradually. This opportunity couldn't be missed, and thus, he immediately grabbed Fairsnow's lily-white hand with great force and said with a smile, "From now on, we are husband and wife, may our two hearts beat as one." Hearing this, everyone shouted in succession, "Kiss! Kiss! Kiss!" Although Fairsnow was wearing a faint smile even under such a circumstance, Xiao Chen was still able to catch that chilly glint in her pair of beautiful eyes. There were hints of killing intent, anger, and contempt. Xiao Chen smiled. Since he was already in a dilemma, he was able to let it all out. What could be worse than death? Once the Tiger Woman came, he would be doomed, but now, he could completely let it all out. One of his hands firmly grabbed onto Fairsnow's lily-white hand, the other one supporting Fairsnow's chin as he said, "Kissing her is not out of the question, but letting you guys see it is too indecent." While saying this, Xiao Chen moved his palm and lightly brushed Fairsnow's cheek. After that, he carefully separated his palm from her cheek while pulling a strand of hair before her eyes. If they were really husband and wife, then this action should be intimate and comforting. However, the relationship of the newlyweds could even be said to be very subtle. There were hints of blazing anger in Fairsnow's eyes. This was as if Xiao Chen was assailing her with obscenities, but very quickly, she calmed down and smiled sweetly. Xiao Chen felt a chill in his heart. This girl was very scary indeed, for she was still able to maintain her calmness even now. "That won't work, you must kiss." Exchange ceremony cups. Everyone wished for the whole world to be in chaos and shouted in continuous succession. It was rare for the pranks to get this out of hand. Xiao Chen laughed out loud and said, "What's that? It's just a kiss, there's still something more exciting. How about we start a new tradition instead? Let's go outside, where there's more space, we will put on a show for you to see." Speaking until here, a powerful force flowed from Xiao Chen's palm into Fairsnow's body. She was unable to resist at all with her power. Xiao Chen pushed the windows open, pulled Fairsnow along and flew towards the night sky. His first priority was to get away from the Fair family's mansion. With a hostage by his side, they probably wouldn't dare to make a move. The crowd was very shocked and was immediately startled awake. They knew Xiao Chen was going to take action now. The crowd started to shout one after another and rushed out of the elaborate building immediately afterwards, then they jumped onto the roof. Everyone's main purpose for coming tonight was to watch a play. The good show had only just begun. The old man from the fair family that was in charge of locking Xiao Chen in place was so furious that his intestines were turning green. This reckless Xiao Chen was really too audacious. He actually dared to do this. In fact, since Xiao Chen had detained Fairs now, even if he was able to make a move, he had to be careful. What's even more irritating was that the two warriors from unknown major clans were still detaining him, giving him no chance to make a move. Xiao Chen did not attempt to escape via the sky. He seemed to be very easygoing as he pulled Fairs now and stood calmly in the empty sky. It's not that he didn't want to run away, but rather the fair family's security was too tight. In the skies to the east, west, south, and north, there were actually old men standing guard in each respective location. If he could get away, he could hide for a period of time, provided how big the celestial city was. It was not impossible for him to get out of this alive. Slowly descending from the sky, Xiao Chen grabbed Fairsnow's slender waist and said towards everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, you guys should have watched enough already. How about sending us husband and wife off?" Fairsnow did not attempt to struggle and allowed Xiao Chen to embrace her easily. She didn't have any hint of fear in her eyes. Everyone jumped down from the buildings one after another. They knew Xiao Chen was about to lay his cards on the table. He was currently making preparations to completely break free from here. There would only be one conclusion for him if he waited at this place: the tiger duo would surely kill him. However, everyone also felt apprehensive. This Xiao Chen was really so daring, he actually dared to kidnap the precious daughter of the fair family. It seems like my ending is already set in the stone. Regardless of what I do, is there anything worse than death? Xiao Chen laughed out loud and shouted towards the old men in the four directions, "If you guys want to kill me, go ahead and do it, but let me remind you, with my power, it is easy for me to pull your family's precious jewel along before death." Xiao Chen, you. My fair family is treating you so kindly, and even betrothed the most beautiful girl in the southern wasteland to you. How can you be so undiscriminating and bite the hands that feed you? Why are you doing this? A middle-aged man from the fair family shouted loudly. "Humph. I'm not inclined to explain myself to you. There's no need for me to waste my time explaining. Everyone here should have a rough idea of what's really going on. If you guys from the fair family continue to feign ignorance, then you guys are totally insulting my intelligence. Get out of the way. If you don't want Fairs now to get hurt, make way for me." Xiao Chen's disordered hair was brushed by the wind. The murderous aura he emitted made the surrounding flowers wither as the petals fell and fluttered like butterflies. That old man of the fair family finally regained his freedom. The two experts who locked onto him had already disappeared among the crowd in that very instant. However, even if he had regained his freedom, it was already too late. For a wedding reception to cause this much commotion, the fair family's mansion immediately blew up with a cauldron of voices. Everyone left the room in succession and rushed over here. Everyone couldn't help but admire him. This Xiao Chen boy was really wild and decisive. He actually dared to make his move under this kind of occasion. Moreover, he successfully pulled it off even with an expert nearby. "Xiao Chen, how can you do this?" The lord of the fair family, Faircloud, asked with a cold voice. "I want to keep on living. Get out of the way, I don't want to talk nonsense." With a wave of his hand, the long sword of a practitioner at the side flew towards his hand. He replaced his palm that was pressing against Fairsnow's lily-white neck with the ice-cold sword. "Let him go." Faircloud was also very straightforward. Without turning around, Xiao Chen led Fairsnow towards the foot of the wall rather than the main entrance. The divine light flashed with a slash of the longsword and destroyed the tall backyard wall with a loud rumble. As such, Xiao Chen directly walked out from the fair family's premises like this. His keen spiritual sense was raised to the utmost limit. Everything within a radius of 100 meters were clearly charted in his mind. It was impossible to continue the wedding after this unforeseen event. Everyone originally came to watch a show anyway, but this show was too blunt and far from intense enough. Everyone followed Xiao Chen's footsteps and chased after him all together towards the main street. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and directly soared into the sky, but was soon forced to descend from the sky. "You want to get away from the celestial city? Humph. Then you have to let Snowy go first. If you really want to kill her, I dare you to give it a try." The voice of the elderly was very cold. It made people unable to harbor any suspicions in his words. The fair family couldn't allow Xiao Chen to get out of the celestial city. What is there not to dare? If you want me to kill, then I'll do it. Xiao Chen was very decisive. Without showing any mercy, he pressed the longsword in his hand against Fairsnow's neck. The blood gushed out right away as a cut wound appeared on her neck. Humph. The face of the old man in the sky changed immediately as he said in a cold voice, "Pretty good. If you really became my fair family's son-in-law, that would be really great indeed, such a pity." Xiao Chen flipped his hands. Fairsnow's neck had stopped bleeding. Without so much as a single word, he transformed into a streak of divine light as he soared into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Arstaren Pearl. The starlight was dim, and the moon was hiding behind a black cloud, so only a little moonlight was leaking out. Looking down from the high altitude, the celestial city was brightly lit and resembled the residential area of Immortals. Xiao Chen was as quick as the divine light. He had already broke away from everyone's line of sight a long time ago as he continued to rise higher into the sky. He was getting further away from the earth and rose even higher, until he soared above the clouds. While hiding in the clouds, he calmly adjusted his breathing for a moment. Then Xiao Chen began to ponder in silence. Did he successfully escape from the city? Draco once said, so long as he left the city, the tiger duo would immediately make their moves. Xiao Chen was not very convinced. The celestial city was so big, and the sky so vast, even for the tiger clan, there's no way they'd possess a divine ability so powerful that it was capable of sealing the four sides, right? Xiao Chen stood atop the clouds with a beauty that seemed to have come out of a painting in his arms. He looked at the clear bright moon and began to go through hundreds of simulations. How could he escape from this place safely? Under the bright moonlight, Fairsnow's lily-white skin was flickering with a crystal-clear luster, as if she was an artwork carved out of jade. No words could do her beauty justice. However, at this moment, this beauty of peerless elegance seemed like nothing more than a puppet in Xiao Chen's eyes. She was completely neglected by Xiao Chen. The person in question had a sharp glint in his eyes as he was gazing at the starry sky while thinking deeply. "Xiao Chen, let go of me and I'll help you obtain a chance at survival." Fairs now had a sweet breath, and her tone was gentle. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic even though she was taken hostage. On the contrary, she was incomparably calm and easygoing. "I bet you just want to save yourself." Xiao Chen tightened his arm around Fairsnow's limber waist, then he sneered, "We were originally in wedding festivities, but now you and I are standing atop the clouds. Although it is a little unconventional, the moon and the stars shine upon us, the hazy night scene, I guess this could also be considered romantic. As a matter of fact, there is this delicate feeling." "You want to kill me?" Fairs now glanced back at Xiao Chen. "Why talk like that? You are such an outstanding beauty, how could I have the heart to kill you?" The corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curved up. He had a very splendid smile and his snow-white teeth flickered under the illumination of the moonlight. However, his eyes were not smiling the least bit. "Because you know it yourself, that you won't be able to escape." "Nonsense, the world is so big, who can stop me from leaving?" The tiger duo had already left a soul imprint in your body. Regardless of how big the world is, they will be able to find you no matter where you run? Fairs now very calmly declared something that made Xiao Chen feel fearful. How could that be? Fairs now smiled sweetly and overshadowed the splendor of the starlight. Her lily-white face transmitted a peculiar charm as she said, "I can tell you how to break the spell, but you need to leave me alive." It seemed like a compromise, then again, it was like an exchange. However, Xiao Chen was very wary of her. This girl was a clever schemer, it was hard to believe her. "How can I trust you?" Fairs now smiled lightly, her red lips were exceptionally enticing. She opened her cherry-colored lips slightly, and said, "The only question now should be, can I trust you to let me off? I should be more worried on whether you will truly let me go. You have the upper hand, there's no need to worry." Xiao Chen revealed a smile, then he nodded and said, "All right, please talk. Try to concentrate. There should be a strand of dense white fog in your sea of consciousness." Xiao Chen focused his attention and sure enough, he did find an anomaly. Thus, he nodded and said, "That's right. This is it, that's the special trick of the Tiger Clan. By attaching the soul imprint inside your body, even if you run to the ends of the earth, they will still be able to find you. In order to break the constraint, you need to have enough power, otherwise it is impossible to dispel it. Outsiders won't be able to provide any help in this regard. Obviously, you are not as strong as the Tiger Duo yet. However, there's still another method. That is, to use a divine pearl to seal that strand of soul imprint, making it so that the Tiger Woman is unable to detect its presence. And I just so happen to have this kind of precious pearl with me, it is known as Arstaren. Not only can it seal the fluctuations of the soul imprint, it can also allow you to avoid detection from a powerful expert. It can provide you a chance to escape from a dangerous situation. Seems like you're fully prepared." Fairs now said calmly and earnestly, "Because I want to live, I know that once you are in danger, you will kill me without hesitation." In the dead of night, within the Fair family's mansion, all the guests had already left. However, nobody in the fair family was able to fall asleep. Just at this very moment, few old men suddenly opened their eyes. They had detected Xiao Chen's presence. Swish! Swish! Few figures flew out, with Xiao Chen in the center of their formation. Don't act rashly, I forgot a few things here. Xiao Chen pressed the long sword against Fairsnow's neck as he said to the few elders, I know you guys are powerful enough to seal an entire domain, but I'll let you know that I have a really sharp spiritual sense. If I feel even the slightest energy fluctuation, I will immediately swing the sword to behead Fairsnow. Without any sound, the elders slowly moved back. Xiao Chen left an afterimage in the sky and instantly charged into Fairsnow's chamber. This brat really should be put to death by 1,000 cuts. Just let him go wild for a little longer. He will be in a world of pain sooner or later. The younger generation was very furious, but they were also helpless. Within Fairsnow's chamber, a sweet scent drifted in the air. It was like the scent of orchids. However, the interior chamber was pitch black. Xiao Chen walked into the chamber with Fairsnow in custody, but he stopped in an instant. That was because there was a person standing in the darkness. You guys are here, I have been waiting for a long time. It was actually Fairsky. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and there was also a hint of sadness. He looked at Xiao Chen quietly and said, I knew my sister would definitely bring you here to take the Ersteren pearl. As he finished his words, Fairsky spread out his palm, and the pearl in his palm gave off a gentle radiance that made his palm almost transparent in contrast. Xiao Chen remained silent. After all, Fairsky was one of his friends in this city. As for how deep their friendship went, there's not much to say. He directly walked over and passed the pearl to Xiao Chen, then he said, with this, the Tiger clan will not be able to track you down anymore. I hope that you will not harm my sister. Speaking until here, Fairsky turned around and spoke with his back facing Xiao Chen, no matter what happens in the future, I will always remember I once had a friend like you. I will also Before he could finish his words, Xiao Chen suddenly jumped back as a bloody light was launched from the front. Fairsky actually used a long sword to pierce through his rib cartilage in order to stab Xiao Chen. With such a cover-up, and the fact that there's no energy fluctuation, it was truly a very savage move. Swish! With a flash of the long sword, Xiao Chen left a bloody scar on Fairsnow's neck. That immediately caused the elders who were about to make their move from the shadows to stay their hands. I told you, I have an exceptional spiritual sense, you guys shouldn't rashly use your divine abilities, as that will only speed up Fairsnow's death. Fairsky, you are pretty good, I couldn't even tell you were acting. In the end, this kind of thing still happened. Xiao Chen put away the Ersteren pearl, detained Fairsnow, and instantly flew towards the distant sky. Roar! A world-shaking tiger roar pierced through the vast skies as an extremely powerful energy fluctuation pressed in from ahead. And from the back, another prolonged roar reverberated as an expert was cutting through the air. Why do they have to appear with such a timing? It's as if they were waiting for me. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he seized Fairsnow and dived towards the ground. He rushed into the complicated living area like the flickering light and passing shadows. Just when he got hold of the Ersteren pearl, the tiger duo appeared. Their figures were as quick as lightning. They appeared in the sky of the Fair family's mansion in what seemed like an instant. Why did it suddenly disappear? The tiger woman had a fierce nature as she was sweeping her cold eyes all over from the sky. The other old man looked to be around 60 to 70 years old. His eyes were also glistening as they let out sparks in the night sky. Xiao Chen got his hands on the Ersteren pearl, he can seal your soul imprint, making it so that you are unable to detect his presence. After Fairsky tended to his wound, he could already move unhindered. He looked up at the two powerful experts in the sky and continued, however, we modified the Ersteren pearl a little, our Fair family can still find him, you guys don't panic, he will not be able to get away. Wordlessly, 4 experts of the Fair family appeared in the sky. Haha, good, then we will follow the previously agreed plan. We already know what to do. That damned Draco. If not because he was hindering us, it wouldn't have led to this. However, he already said it. Xiao Chen's life and death is no longer related to him. He felt that it was pointless to play with you guys anymore. That son of a b. The lord of the Fair family, Eight-Clawed, let out a curse. They dispatched troops all over as the Fair family didn't want to alarm Xiao Chen. However, they planned to surround him. This night was definitely going to be a stormy night. Many big clans were watching this event closely. In regards to them, the good show was just beginning. In the commoner's living area, Xiao Chen pointed the longsword at Fairsnow and asked, why is it that your family can track our whereabouts? Did you guys do something to the Ersteren pearl? The blood leaked down from her snow-white neck once more as Fairsnow explained calmly, concentrate your power and infuse it into the Ersteren pearl to crush the light ball within. that can sever the linkage to foreign forces. Xiao Chen acted in accordance to her words, but in that very instant, his power flowed towards the Ersteren Pearl like a torrential river. It was impossible to stop. It was as if there was a black hole frantically swallowing his power. Xiao Chen was sealed on the spot like a clay figure. Fairs now did not hesitate. She broke free from Xiao Chen's control like flickering light and shadow. Humph. The Ersteren Peel has much more functions than that. Wait till your power dries up. I will let you taste all kinds of torture. Fairs now wiped the bloodstain on her neck and the expression on her beautiful face was as cold as ice. The glints in her eyes were even colder. Humph. Xiao Chen let out a cold snort and shook off the Ersteren Pearl directly. How is this possible? What kind of secret arts are you practicing? Fairs now was very shocked as she quickly fell back. However, she was not worried, because the expert from her family had already arrived. An elder was standing guard in front of her. I can even refine a vicious dragon. What can an insignificant pearl amount to? Fairs now let out a melodious laugh and said, the most important point is, it was able to buy me some time. Xiao Chen, this is the end of the line. Fairs now, you are really scary indeed. You are too calculative. Xiao Chen did not panic at all. Since things had already escalated to this point, there's no point regretting it. Fairs now said with a calm, yet cold tone, you are a rare talent. If not because you have offended the Tiger Clan, I could still make use of you. Such a pity. Ha! Xiao Chen laughed out loud and continued, looks like you are going to kill your husband tonight. Are you not afraid that people would talk behind your back? Fairs now did not get angry. Her figure was as fuzzy as a celestial being standing high in the clouds. She answered calmly, I originally wanted to let the Tiger Clan take you down. However, I feel that you are more and more scary the more time I spend with you. I must see you die with my own eyes, otherwise, with your talent, your name might really shake the whole world a few dozen years from now. I don't want that kind of thing to happen. Even more so, I don't want to let those senseless people say I don't have good insight. The 4 elders from the Fair family had arrived. They'd already trapped Xiao Chen from 4 directions. It was practically impossible to escape. Loud laughter transmitted over as the tiger duo flew over from the sky. The old woman said with a fierce tone, although we are unable to catch that little thing, it should be enough even if we offer you a sacrifice to the white tiger. What about you guys? Xiao Chen snorted coldly, to make a move against a younger generation like me with your seniority, have you no shame? The name of the Tiger Clan is famous in the Middle Earth. Having 2 people like you in the clan is such a loss of face. The tiger woman immediately became hostile as she said with a sinister tone, brat, don't try to flaunt. The Tiger Clan always handle matters like this. Who dares to talk back? I see, so the shamelessness already became some kind of tradition. Xiao Chen was brimming with disdain. To be despised and humiliated by a younger generation, the tiger duo immediately wanted to put an end to Xiao Chen's life. And you guys from the Fair family, you guys are such a hypocritical family. In order to fight for fame, you guys brought about such a huge joke. Hey, the news that your Pearl of the South killed her husband will definitely be spread all over the southern wasteland. The other major clans are waiting to see you make a fool of yourselves. Upon hearing this, Faircloud said coldly, Xiao Chen, stop trying to flaunt to us with your words. Do you think your fate will change if you humiliate us? Xiao Chen laughed unrestrained, I am fully aware of my situation, but I am not afraid of death. What a pity though, that I cannot cut you guys down with my sword. It feels somewhat regretful. The tiger woman and many people from the Fair family shouted loudly in succession. On what basis do you dare to spout such nonsense? You only just broke into the Historia realm not long ago. You want to kill us? Try again in your next life. Xiao Chen raised the longsword high into the sky. His cold voice reverberated, if time turned back 30 years, which of you old bastards here would dare to speak to me like this? If we were of the same generation, I could sweep across all of you with one hand. Arrogant. You are asking for it, brat. The tiger woman and the others were very resentful. However, they couldn't help but admit, if time really turned back 30 years, it was very likely that they wouldn't dare to make a move against Xiao Chen. This made them strengthen their resolve to exterminate Xiao Chen no matter what. They must not give this brat any chance. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome in the future. Ha! Xiao Chen laughed loudly as he looked at everyone in contempt, if you guys were 30 years younger, I could kill you like slaughtering chickens. Now, who among the younger generations could fight toe-to-toe with me? What's so special about Historia? There are also young experts as talented as you in the Tiger Clan. The tiger woman stared at Xiao Chen bitterly as she said, enough talk, I will kill you at once. Slow down, I will kill him. Just at this time, a youngster shouted from beyond the group of people. He walked over with large strides, faced Xiao Chen coldly, and said, I am the youth generation of the Middle-earth's tiger clan, named Eurus. As you wished for. You will be killed by the same generation. Swish. The sword chi rushed forth, over 100 rays of light fell towards the earth like shooting stars. The dazzling rays of light fell from all directions and submerged Xiao Chen's location in a flash. Everyone was exceptionally shocked. A young expert like this actually showed up, perhaps he might be close to, or had already broken into the Historia realm. However, before everyone have had the chance to exclaim in admiration, a shocking change already took place. Xiao Chen went against the hundreds of sword chi, and all the swords were smelted without exception, unable to harm his body. And his longsword was unstoppable. The sword left a streak of light as it slashed through the hundreds of sword chi. Soon after, blood gushed towards the sky as a head went flying away. Eurus' headless corpse stood there for a moment before it fell into a pool of blood. The fresh blood was gushing out like a fountain. All of this happened too fast and it was carried out efficiently. People were practically unable to believe a youth with unlimited potential would get beheaded by Xiao Chen just when he made his move. I already said it, if time turns back for 30 years, all of you are nothing more than chickens, unable to withstand even a single blow. Xiao Chen stood unmoving as his long hair was brushed by the wind. However, his heart was very calm as he fixed his eyes on everyone, with his longsword raised. Eurus! The tiger woman shouted loudly. She didn't expect that a potential expert among their clan's youth generation would get killed just like this. She didn't even have time to save him. She was not of the direct line of the tiger clan, she was just an old slave. Now, a direct descendant of the tiger clan is dead, all the blame will fall onto her. And in addition to the tragic death of the white tiger, she really hated Xiao Chen bitterly. The tiger servant also had a pair of incomparably cold eyes as he said, "We cannot leave this child alive. He has actually grasped a divine ability already." If I did not guess wrongly, that just now was weapon fusion, a rare divine ability that can smelt everything provided one have enough power. The people from the Fair family looked at Xiao Chen with vigilance. Many of them were having second thoughts, it was truly a loss for them that they were unable to pull him into the family. He just broke into the Historia realm, yet he had already grasped such a formidable divine ability. He was truly talented in the path of austerities. Perhaps his name could really shake the whole world a few dozen years from now. The more they thought about this possibility, the more these people hardened their resolve to eliminate Xiao Chen at once. No accident was to be permitted. At a distant place, experts from various major clans were watching from the sidelines quietly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Shred of Tears. Xiao Chen knew that, without any miracles, he's definitely screwed. After all, he was only 21 years old. Even if he was talented, he too was helpless in the face of time. Time could erase everything, but it could also bring up everything. The older generation experts had already been through the baptism of time, their power was not something a youth like him could hope to compare to. All four directions were already sealed off, the sky was already enclosed, and there were no less than 6 demigod-level experts. How would he be able to escape? I will reap your 2 souls and 7 spirits, leaving 1 soul behind and then seal it in front of the white tiger's grave for all eternity. The tiger woman had already landed on the ground as she walked towards Xiao Chen, 1 step at a time. Her face was cold, as if there were thousands of layers of ice covering it. Her cold tone felt like it came directly from the lowest depths of hell. Do you have anything to say before your death? None. In the face of death, Xiao Chen was very calm. It was brightly lit all around, the entire street was lit up as hundreds of experts from the Fair family surrounded the area. There were also many people from various major clans watching this in dark, distant places. Fairsky was hiding in the shadows. It was impossible to judge his state of mind as he stayed completely indifferent. On the other hand, Fairs now remained easygoing from start to finish, as if she was watching a show completely unrelated to her. The tiger woman laughed coldly, "You sure are lamentable. In the end, you are going to die like this, and you don't even have any last words nor reluctance to leave this world. Since I am going to die, what's the point of saying too much? Do you want me to beg you in order to satisfy your crazy mind? I'm afraid to disappoint you." Xiao Chen was as calm as a cloud, as if he was not the one going to die. "I am already very satisfied. My parents bestowed life upon me and allowed me to grow up happily. I was very happy for the past 20 years of my life. Apart from the love of my parents, I have many genuine friends, and even a girl who like me. Since I was born, I have experienced love, friendship, and romance. What more could I ask for? I am not a greedy person, such simple happiness is enough for me. Of course, this might be too mediocre for you guys. Every one of you here wants to rise to a higher position and look down at the whole world, even to the point of sweeping the floor with experts all over the world. You guys will never understand such a simple happiness. Fairs now smiled softly. Under the moonlit night, she appeared like a fairy who had descended upon the mundane world. Words failed to describe her beauty. I always thought you were a decisive and frightening person. Never have I thought you had such a naive and cute side to you. Just thinking about how you would become my greatest enemy in the future, but alas. Such a pity, your family, your friends, and even the girl who likes you. They will not be able to see you anymore. At these words, Xiao Chen did not feel sorrow. His words were incomparably dull. Who in this world can possess eternity? The most important point is, I am able to feel satisfied before my life comes to a conclusion. My friends can help me take care of my parents. Even if I die, true friendship will not water down even with the passage of time. The girl I once liked, even if I have missed this opportunity forever, she no longer belongs to me. There's nothing for me to regret before I die. The friendship we once had will remain in my heart forever. Then you can go and die. The tiger woman pressed forward. She didn't see him begging for forgiveness. On the contrary, what she saw was Xiao Chen's calm and easygoing demeanor. This made her feel very disappointed. Out of everyone's expectation, Xiao Chen did not choose to suicide, but rather, he pointed his sword towards the tiger woman. Ha ha! You want to fight against me? Aren't you overestimating yourself too much? No matter what I do, I will not give up until the very last moment. On what basis do you want me to attempt suicide? That is an insult to me. I, Xiao Chen, can only die in a battle. I will not perform a cowardly act such as suicide. His dull and calm demeanor had already vanished. The Xiao Chen right now had revealed a different side. He braced himself and the divine light in his eyes sparkled. Even when facing a demigod, he didn't have a hint of fear. Being looked down upon by Xiao Chen, the tiger woman immediately became hot-headed. She really wished she could turn Xiao Chen into meat paste with a slap. However, she quickly changed her way of thinking. Ending Xiao Chen's life like this was going too easy on him. She should torment him slowly until he died. Leaving an afterimage in her original position, the old woman appeared in front of Xiao Chen in a flash. The hand that was shaped like a demonic claw swiped downward. Her speed had exceeded everyone's expectations. Many people were unable to see her movements. Xiao Chen lifted the sword to block. With a snapping sound, the long sword shattered. It scattered, one dazzling radiance after another streaked across the sky like shooting stars. The second claw swipe was fast approaching. Xiao Chen did not have a sword left in his hands, but he was not worried. As if his entire person had transformed into a sword itself, a resplendent sword chi cut through the night as he tried to behead the old woman. Bang! The palm blade struck the old woman's demonic claw and produced an oppressive noise. Xiao Chen was sent somersaulting by the blow, but the old woman did not move an inch. She sneered as she pressed onward. Xiao Chen wiped the blood stain at the corner of his mouth and faced the old woman coldly. Just now, although the weapon fusion was able to neutralize more than half of the power, he was still unable to resist the torrential power of that claw attack. Rips! Rips! The ripping sound of space transmitted over as the old woman moved her hands. A few jet-black claws of light seemed to be ripping apart the void in the sky as they created one dreadful trajectory after another. And then, instantly afterward, this space was confined and trapped Xiao Chen within its domain. I will take my time with you. Such was reality. Although Xiao Chen couldn't find a worthy opponent among the youth generation, the gap was still too big when compared to a demigod. He was practically unable to resist. He moved his fingers with difficulty, a hint of blood spilled out from Xiao Chen's mouth. While bearing the pain, he successfully launched the death blow technique. The brilliance illuminated all 10 directions as the energy fluctuations transmitted outside of the domain. The old woman was slightly surprised as she walked into the domain. Boom! It was like a volcanic eruption as dazzling rays of light illuminated the entire night sky. Xiao Chen repeatedly shook his hands and launched the 4 major techniques at full power. Regardless of the results, he did try his best. The rays of light were dazzling, they were like millions upon millions of starlight pouring down in torrents. The entire street was illuminated brightly. The old woman was forced to take half a step back, but Xiao Chen was already covered in blood from head to foot. The blood vessels all over his body were ruptured. However, the divine light did not stop at this point. On the contrary, it became even fiercer as it rushed towards the sky like a raging flame. Even the heaven and earth itself were trembling. The entire street was destroyed, all those desolate ancient houses in the surroundings instantly turned to dust. Xiao Chen's battle intent was skyrocketing. Despite being fully aware of his imminent death, he was still as unyielding. He wanted to let his accumulated anger completely burst out. With the cost of his life, he wanted to shake off the old woman and fight against his inevitable fate. Under the dazzling divine light, the entire region completely collapsed. The uninhabited houses were all destroyed without a trace, as if they never existed to begin with. The entire region was flattened and crushed. The fire of life dimmed over time. This was Xiao Chen's complete loss. However, the unbending will in his eyes was completely undisguised. He quietly stood on the spot with his tall figure as he coldly looked at all the enemies in front of him. Death, it was not at all scary. It was but the call of nature. Xiao Chen felt as if his soul was going to drift away from his body. He did not have any regret. Regardless of the result, he had already tried his best to struggle. Far away, the sound of a flute transmitted over. The sad and beautiful melody sounded like a soul-depriving song as it guided Xiao Chen's soul towards a distant place. The area was very quiet. All the people had witnessed everything just now. If not because he was facing a demigod opponent, perhaps even the Historia-level practitioners would have a hard time fending off that attack. That inextinguishable fire of life, that unbending fighting intent, they were enough to make everyone shudder in fear. Even the old woman was forced to take a step back, and more than half of her sleeves were burned. I am not afraid of death. Xiao Chen cast an angry look at the blue dome of heaven. The sharp glint in his eyes gradually became dimmer. For some reason, although they were only killing a Historia-level youth, everyone felt heavy-hearted. Even if Xiao Chen was killed, they still felt a slight chill. For a Historia-level expert to give them this kind of feeling, many people felt alarmed and constrained. Fortunately, this youth was really going to die. Ha! Loud laughter transmitted from a distant place as a few youngsters from the major clans walked over with large strides. The old woman did not prevent them from approaching as she was silently recalling the four major techniques, namely the Godslayer, Chaotic Patterns, Demon Suppression, and Death Blow. She had the lingering feeling that it was a little weird. It was hard for her to imagine how Xiao Chen was able to practice these legendary secret arts. So, even you have days like this, Xiao Chen. Hoffman was the first to walk over as he laughed heartily. Behind him was Zhu Gakuan, Li Dongbo, Austrian, and company. As if he had heard their taunt, Xiao Chen's originally lifeless eyes suddenly emitted two sharp glints as they pressed on toward Hoffman and company like two streak of lightnings. He's alive. How come he's still alive? Hoffman and Zhu Gakuan were so startled that they immediately ran back. The other two behind them couldn't bear it and directly fell on the ground. Ha, so it's actually the dying Flash. Seeing that it was a false alarm, Hoffman felt a little embarrassed. After adjusting himself, he bowed deeply towards the Tiger Woman and said, "Can Senior give Junior permission to get even with him? After that you can deprive him of his 3 souls and 7 spirits." The Tiger Woman silently nodded her head. Hoffman, Zhu Gakuan, and company slowly approached. Seeing the light that's gradually getting dimmer, they smiled without restraint. "Xiao Chen, on what basis are you going against us for? You are but only a very small practitioner from the mortal world. How dare you fight against us? Today, even after death, I will not let you go peacefully." Hoffman revealed a malicious, yet fanatic smile as he said, "In the end, you still end up being trampled under my foot." Zhu Gakuan mustered up his courage to push lightly, and Xiao Chen fell on the pool of blood. Seeing this, Hoffman and company laughed loudly as they stepped forward. Hoffman stepped on Xiao Chen's chest and said maliciously, "I am stepping on you. What are you going to do about it, Han?" Zhu Gakuan also kicked him repeatedly as he said, "I already vowed at an earlier time that I will pay you back 100-fold. Xiao Chen's consciousness was already fuzzy as the heartwarming scenes in the mortal world flashed through his mind. He could see his gray-haired parents, see his childhood friends, and even that girl he once loved. He could feel a shred of tears about to leak out from the corner of his eyes. "I can't cry. I've never cried before. How can I cry now? I always thought the world of immortals was a transcendental world. I always thought it was an auspicious world ruled by multitudes of immortals, but that was only my ideal nation. Dreams can never become reality." At the end of Xiao Chen's life, his train of thought was very chaotic. The cruel world of immortals was even more vicious and realistic than the mortal world. Strength and background represented everything here. In his final moments, Xiao Chen thought of Tenex and Kiki. Generally speaking, he was all alone in this world. Only these two little beasts were with him as they went through many trials and hardships. Lan Nua, Lawrence, Ijin, Oxman, Rowena, and the rest from the Dragon Island. Where are they now? The friends who once went through life and death tribulations with him, he still hasn't gotten in touch with them, but it seems like there's no chance for that now. Ha ha. Can this guy finally feel the pain? Hoffman laughed loudly and grabbed Xiao Chen's collar violently. Then he lifted Xiao Chen's body up from the pool of blood as he sneered, "He's about to die, and at the corner of his left eye, there's actually a hint of tears, ha." At a distant place, Fairski remained indifferent. Fairs now looked closely as she heard this. They knew Xiao Chen did not shed tears because of the few young ruffians. This man didn't even fear death, just what could those tears be for? Squeak, a sorrowful whimper transmitted from a distant location as a streak of white light vanished and flickered in the sky unceasingly. A snow-white little critter approached while slicing through the air. 1. Woo-woo. The sobbing sound was like a sad melody. It made people feel heartbroken just from hearing it. Kiki had returned after it escaped from the depths of the southern wasteland. Before it was detained, Kiki already knew about Xiao Chen's situation. In the end, Kiki broke out of the southern wasteland and rushed to Celestial City regardless of everything. For a little critter to attach importance to friendship, it made some people feel touched. Woo-woo. Seeing Xiao Chen lying on the pool of blood, Kiki transformed into a streak of divine light and appeared at that spot. It abruptly waved its little paws. Hoffman and company were sent flying away by the rainbow-colored radiance. Squeak. Woo-woo. The snow-white little critter shouted in fear as it shook Xiao Chen's head. The rainbow-colored radiance was injected into Xiao Chen's body, one after another. It was trying to preserve Xiao Chen's life with all of its ability. The always naughty and mischievous little critter was actually weeping at the moment. This was the first time it revealed such a terrified and scared expression, for fear that Xiao Chen might die at this point. Very good. I originally wanted to kill this little thing anyways. Now it delivered itself in front of me. The tiger woman was smiling coldly. The demigod experts moved simultaneously and sealed all 4 directions. They blocked off all and every possible escape route. Woo-woo. The little critter was crying as it kept shaking Xiao Chen. Under the illumination of the rainbow-colored radiance, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and coughed out a small mouthful of blood. He quietly swept his eyes all over and used his blood-stained palm to pat Keek's head. Then he said weakly, "Go, quickly, you won't be able to save me. Come back here, when you have enough strength." Squeak. Woo-woo. Kiki shook its head strongly as it was weeping. Its pair of glittering big eyes were already filled with glistening teardrops. It confined Xiao Chen within the rainbow-colored radiance and carried him with its puny body. Then the little critter flew towards the sky. However, with a loud bang, it was knocked to the ground by layer upon layer of divine lights. For directions, 6 demigod experts, all paths were blocked. Put me down. Escape by yourself, avenge me in the future, you must remember everyone's face here. Speaking until here, Xiao Chen stopped. And everyone here immediately felt a chill. The snow-white little critter's potential was obvious to all. If it remembered them, then in the future, they wouldn't dare to imagine. Xiao Chen stopped, because he thought of another problem. The snow-white little critter was still too young. If he was to let it carry such a burden, it was hard to imagine what would become of it in the future. Even though he really wanted to kill everyone who besieged him today, for the little critter's future however, he stopped and heaved a sigh. I don't wish for a cute little beast to become a freakish killing machine. I don't want hatred to cloud your mind. In the future, those 2 elders, and those few youngsters, kill them for me, don't kill anyone else, otherwise I won't forgive you. Kiki was still very young. It was impossible for it to understand that Xiao Chen was still concerned about its future while he was at death's door. However, the spectators could roughly guess his train of thoughts. Woo-woo. Kiki shook its head strongly while still weeping. It carried Xiao Chen and soared up once more. It crossed the empty space and suddenly appeared at the other direction. However, the 6 demigods had sealed all 10 directions and could predict its path accurately. A divine radiance was launched and shot them down from the sky. Let go, just remember my words. The tiger woman smiled sarcastically. It's impossible for the 2 of you to escape from here, all of you must die. Run, you must get out of here. 1. Silva, it's Kiki. It's back, it's Bach, it's Bayok. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, The Grief of Heavens. Woo-woo. Squeak, the little critter was crying sorrowfully. It kept shaking Xiao Chen who was coughing up blood. It didn't want to leave by itself no matter what. You won't be able to save me, if you don't go now, even you will die here. Woo-woo. The snow-white little critter wouldn't listen to Xiao Chen's advice. Its glittering big eyes were filled with glistening tears as it tried to protect Xiao Chen with the rainbow-colored radiance. With its puny body, Kiki carried Xiao Chen on its back and soared up again. It wanted to stake everything on the line and break out from this confined space. Since you have already fallen into the net, how can we let you leave like this? The tiger woman sneered. Her expression was very cold as she swiped her demonic claws. At the same time, the tiger servant also launched a streak of divine light, forcing the little critter to fall again. After being smashed into the ground, hard, the little critter looked at Xiao Chen, who was coughing up blood. It shouted in panic, but it didn't want to give up just like this. It carried Xiao Chen on its back and tried once again. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Even if the snow-white little critter was powerful and possessed unlimited potential, it was still heavily injured after receiving the attacks again and again. With its divine ability, it was barely enough to handle 1 demigod expert. However, it was still too much for it to face the domain laid out by 6 demigods. Squeak! Woo-woo, it looked like Kiki was asking, "Why are you doing this?" Keek's entire face was filled with tears as it looked at everyone. It didn't understand why these people are so ferocious and wanted them to die no matter what. With its naive nature, it couldn't comprehend the human's complicated heart. The little critter shielded Xiao Chen and wouldn't let go no matter what. It attacked the old woman in the sky while still whimpering. It wanted to send this extremely evil old woman flying and create a gap. 6 demigod experts were sealing off the sky, their eyes didn't have any emotion whatsoever. The 4 experts from the Fair family were only responsible for sealing off the space. The one attacking was the tiger duo. Only the Middle-earth's tiger clan dared to offend the Southern Wasteland's dragons. The blood of the white tiger was flowing within the body of everyone in the tiger clan. Legends had it that their ancestor was a white tiger with divine marks. During the ancient wartime, it had once received 3 strikes from Buddha and remained unscathed. The depths of its strength was unknown. Swish! The rainbow-colored radiance flashed, the dragon's divine ability illuminated the surroundings as it swept towards the tiger duo in the front. Rips! Rips! The tiger woman launched a brilliant ray in the shape of a tiger claw. The light blade looked like a real divine weapon as it cut through the air. It was producing an ear-splitting sound and made the earth tremble violently. The tiger servant also directly launched a crescent moon-shaped light blade. It produced a similarly rumbling sound. It sounded as if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses were surging forward. The clan had already received their reports and gave them a secret order to kill this snow-white little critter when an opportunity arose. This was tantamount to a must-kill order. They have to eliminate this snow-white little critter by all means. The tiger clan rarely issued this kind of order, it was sufficient to prove that they were afraid of Kiki. That was because the key figures had already guessed its origin from the depiction. Following the soundless collision, the light glinted. The destructive energy fluctuation did not spread to the surroundings. However, at that point in the center, there was a rupture burning fiercely like the sun. The glaring rays of light nearly made everyone lose their sight. Soon after, like the annihilation of the cosmos, that point was ultimately sucked into a black hole. This kind of collision was the most dangerous. With just a small mishap, they would certainly be annihilated. Blood spilled out from the corner of the snow-white little critter's mouth as it was sent flying away. However, it was still relentlessly protecting Xiao Chen with the rainbow-colored radiance, and didn't let any harm fall onto him. Although it was powerful, possessed extraordinary gifts, and had divine abilities ordinary people couldn't even imagine, it was facing 2 demigods after all. One must know that this domain was laid out by 6 demigods. Inside this domain, they held the absolute advantage. It was impossible for the little critter to break out of the 6 demigods' domain. As they rammed into the ground, Xiao Chen moved over with difficulty. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and embraced the heavily injured Kiki dearly. Then he looked at the 6 demigods in the sky quietly. Xiao Chen swallowed the blood that was about to be coughed out and said calmly, "You may reap my 2 souls and 7 spirits, seal my last remaining soul in front of the white tiger's grave for all eternity, but let the snow-white little critter go. I originally came for it in the first place, how can I let it off?" The tiger woman laughed grimly. "If you guys kill it, the dragons will not forgive you. The southern wasteland has the dragons, the tiger clan has the ancestor, who is stronger in the end, that's hard to say." The tiger servant remained unmoved. Far away, on top of the solitary clan's ancient castle, a gray-haired man carrying a broadsword stood in the sky as he looked on quietly. Then he silently heaved a sigh as he spoke to himself, "It shouldn't have appeared in this world. The dragons are either fond of it, afraid of it, or hate it. The relationship is very complicated. There are already more than enough dragon kings as is. There are no less than 4 little dragons that look like the ancestral dragon. There's no need for this little critter to be born." However, it didn't get killed by the dragons on Dragon Island, and successfully arrived at the mainland. The old man in the southern wasteland had no choice but to take his stance. But now, the little critter has escaped from the southern wasteland by itself. Maybe that old man will now turn a blind eye and let it fend for itself. Rips. The sound of the air getting cut was transmitted over. The old woman was also afraid that an unforeseen event might take place. A cold radiance fell from high in the sky as it was launched directly at Xiao Chen and the snow-white little critter. Kiki broke free from Xiao Chen's embrace. It spared no effort to charge into the sky to face the old woman. Along with a glaring flash, the rainbow-colored radiance was launched towards the sky, over and over. The little critter was attacking with all of its might, hoping to break through everyone's domain. However, the outcome was as expected. Kiki was still very young. No matter how much hidden potential it possessed, it was still unable to solo 6 demigods at the moment. A swath of blood gently fell as the little critter crashed onto the ground, giving rise to smoke and dust. Xiao Chen moved his wounded body with difficulty and crawled over slowly, leaving a trail of blood behind. He retrieved a 5-colored divine feather from his pocket and put it on Kiki's body. Then he faced everyone in the sky and said, "You guys can ignore the prestige of the dragons, but do you guys want to incur the hatred of the phoenix on top of that? I won't ask for much, I only need you to let it go. I can make it promise to never take revenge for me. You guys can even erase its memory, all I ask of you is to leave it alive." What could be more thorough than killing it on the spot? Our ancestor is not afraid of the dragons in the southern wasteland. The phoenix's divine feather is only a token of friendship, it is not as important as you might think. Right now, it is impossible to even let Kiki get out of this alive. Xiao Chen remained silent as he coldly gazed at everyone in the sky. Just who could save him and Kiki? The dragons seem to be very heartless, they should have appeared already. Why are they not making an appearance yet? Will the Undying Sect come to their rescue? The chance is very slim. Although Yan Qingqing shares the same fate as him due to the obliterate demon absolute god, it is impossible for them to make an enemy out of numerous major powers for a single disciple. It was impossible for their sect to make such a decision. Squeak, Kiki crawled up weakly. It tried to use the rainbow-colored radiance to protect Xiao Chen and attempted to soar into the sky one more time. Bang! With a flash of divine light, the little critter was struck ruthlessly as it fell onto the ground heavily. Let go of me. Squeak! Woo-woo Kiki shook its head stubbornly, its eyes filled with tears. Although it was also coughing out blood, it still stubbornly used its small body to carry Xiao Chen and soared into the sky again. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. For the nth times, Kiki was ruthlessly slammed into the ground by the old woman. Kiki was already losing its strength. At the moment, its originally snow-white fur was already stained red from blood. However, it still stubbornly carried Xiao Chen on its back and attempted to charge into the sky unceasingly. It just wouldn't let go no matter what. Xiao Chen, who had never cried before, felt the outer corner of his eyes becoming moist. He had never believed in heaven nor fate. The Xiao Chen that only believed in his own power, at this very moment, felt his heart bleeding. He kept praying that the snow-white little critter could make it out alive. Woo-woo the little critter was sobbing. It had already lost all of its strength as it fell into the pool of blood like Xiao Chen did. However, it was still as stubborn as before. It kept trying to crawl towards Xiao Chen obstinately and wanted to carry him on its back to escape again. However, even after so many attempts, the little critter was only able to extend its tiny paws. No matter how much it tried, it was unable to create the rainbow-colored radiance. In the end, it could only whimper as it crawled towards Xiao Chen with difficulty. It kept sobbing, the tears had already blurred its sight. Xiao Chen exerted his strength to embrace it, there's already nothing much to say at this point. He only stared at the tiger duo in the sky coldly. Why don't you beg me to spare you? The old woman had a sinister smile. Her condition was almost as if she had gone insane. There was a really huge pressure in her heart. The young white tiger is dead. The direct descendant of the tiger clan also died in this place. She was bearing an unavoidable responsibility. A wordless contempt. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. Then you guys can go and die. The old woman despised this kind of glance from Xiao Chen the most. She descended from high in the sky and her right palm cut through the air like a blade. Squeak, Kiki opened its eyes weakly and looked at Xiao Chen reluctantly one more time. After that, it decided to jump up with the last ounce of its strength to face the old woman. However, it couldn't even execute the rainbow-colored radiance, just how could it stand up against the old woman? The little critter's voice was transmitted from the sky for one last time. After that, it came to an end spontaneously as the old woman's palm blade swept past its body. The blood splashed everywhere and following closely, rainbow-colored light illuminated the entire sky. The dazzling radiance was omnipresent and the greater parts of the celestial city was brightly lit. Even if Xiao Chen had a heart of steel, he also cried out bitterly in an instant. It felt as if his heart and lungs had been split open. The him who had rarely cried since a tender age, had tears falling like rain. Never before had he thought that he would have such a frail day. Before the little critter faced the old woman for one last time, the reluctance to part in its eyes was forever carved onto Xiao Chen's heart. Squeak, squeak, the puerile voice of the little critter seemed to linger on in his ears. The cute little critter, the gluttonous little critter, the naive little critter, the lively little critter, the little critter who went through many trials and tribulations with him, it actually died like this. 1. Xiao Chen went mad due to sorrow. Like a wild beast that was hurt, he faced upwards and screamed. Far away, a mournful flute sound fluttered in the air and was carried over by the wind. It was like the soul-depriving tune of the underworld. I don't want this conclusion. Xiao Chen felt a pain like a knife being twisted in his heart. His tears were falling like the rain. He was facing upwards and shouting while lying on the pool of blood. He burst into tears like a child. A sweet fragrance drifted in the air, petals of all colors fluttered about slowly in the sky, gracefully. Every petal was as clear as jade. A rain of flowers actually fell from the sky. Following that, a Buddhist chant resounded, the faintly discernible ancient chants in the sky enveloped the entire region. Soon after, the last phase of the hymn also resounded simultaneously. Lastly, the praying sound seemed to pierce through the spacetime continuum and arrived at the present time. It sounded extremely sorrowful. The rainbow-colored radiance enveloped the entire world as the rain of flowers fell gracefully. Everyone was endlessly terrified. After the little critter was killed, it actually triggered such bizarre changes. Nobody was able to understand what was going on. Legends had it that this would only happen when some of the ancestor gods were killed, such as Buddha, Laozi, and a few others. Just what was the origin of this snow-white little critter? For something like this to actually happen, to let the heaven and earth grieve for it, to let thousands of flowers weep for it, how is this possible? How could this be possible? Everyone was stupefied, especially the tiger woman. She could feel her body temperature dropping. Just what kind of little critter did she kill? It actually caused the heavens to grieve for it and led to this bizarre event. She felt her very soul trembling in fear. I don't wish for long life, only a perfect symbiosis. I don't strive to live for hundreds of generations, but only this generation. I don't seek eternity, but only this life. With my soul as the sacrifice, 1,000 generations of deprivation, 100 generations of torment, I only wish to give this life to the little critter. At this very moment, Xiao Chen solemnly pledged an oath towards that unknown entity. His voice reverberated clearly in heaven and earth as it spread over more than half of Celestial City. Many people felt emotionally moved. The old woman was so scared that her entire body was shaking. She was just about to rush over to kill Xiao Chen. Since the flowers fell from the sky, the instant the Buddhist chant, the hymn, and the prayers could be heard, she knew that she might have caused a gargantuan disaster. The little critter's corpse did not fall onto the earth, it seemed to have disappeared. 7 streaks of multicolored lights were spiraling in the sky. Each had a striking resemblance to an ancestral dragon. In the end, all the lights rushed towards a palm-sized sapling. In that instant, the rays of light rushed straight towards the skies. The palm-sized rainbow-colored sacred tree blossomed with a glaring divine radiance that made every other object lose its color. Then, it slowly descended. The old woman was extremely terrified. She transformed into a black light and rushed over there instantly. However, the rainbow-colored sacred tree seemed to possess boundless power that could shatter all resistance. The resplendent light emitted by it instantly sent the old woman flying away. The sapling slowly descended towards the pool of blood and landed on Xiao Chen's palm. The rainbow-colored radiance flickered unceasingly. He could vaguely hear the little thing's puerile squeaking voice. Xiao Chen felt an acute pain in his heart as his tears fell like rain. 1. Silva, no. Just no. I am in denial. I don't believe this, the little critter did not die, it must have survived somehow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, Unite. Flowers and petals of all kinds fell from the sky unceasingly. They were sparkling and translucent as they fluttered about like withered flowers. The Buddhist chant, the grief-stricken song, the praying sound, continued to linger on. I don't wish for a long life, only a perfect symbiosis. I don't strive to live for hundreds of generations, but only this generation. I don't seek eternity, but only this life. With my soul as the sacrifice, 1,000 generations of deprivation, 100 generations of torment, I only wish to give this life to the little critter. This voice reverberated in heaven and earth for a very long time. The rainbow-colored sacred tree was glittering and made Xiao Chen's palms almost transparent in contrast. The specks of divine radiance enveloped Xiao Chen, who was in the pool of blood. The radiance made the night as bright as daytime. The little critter's death triggered a bizarre event. The heavens were grieving. The entire celestial city was shaken. Many practitioners were startled by this sudden change, and everyone felt an involuntary sadness. They were unable to describe nor understand this feeling. This was the show of extravagance that only occurred to half of the deities. Those who could make the heavens grieve for them, since ancient times, could be counted by one hand. This was enough to prove that the snow-white little critter's race was powerful. Many people could already feel their blood run cold. Many people were already discussing the root cause of this disturbance. All of this happening was due to the death of the young white tiger. The Middle-earth's tiger clan is too tyrannical. The white tiger fell in the Warbeast tournament. Who could they blame? Since they took part in the competition, they should have understood and prepared to accept the results. Among the rules of the Warbeast tournament, it clearly stated they will not be responsible for the death of the Warbeasts. It's a rule even a 3-year-old child can understand, but they just had to come seeking revenge after the event. They're so unreasonable and shameless. Everything was caused by this shameless clan. They even made the heaven furious. The Fair family isn't much better either, because they feared the Middle-earth's tiger clan. They actually worked with them and let outsiders kill their son-in-law. Everyone knew it was impossible for this disturbance to settle down even with the death of the little critter. Since he had already made the pledge, Xiao Chen seemed to have sunk into the borders of death. He was fixing his eyes on the sapling in his palm quietly. His eyes didn't have any emotion. The rainbow-colored radiance already enveloped his entire body. The divinized acupoints in his body were as dazzling as the stars. At this very moment, they were emitting brilliant rays of light as the boundless life energy surged up violently, restoring his dying body. Although he remained silent, Xiao Chen was shedding tears noiselessly. He didn't know if he would be able to see that mischievous little thing ever again. Although the rainbow-colored sacred tree had absorbed Keek's soul essence, who could say for sure if it would appear in this world again? The rainbow-colored sacred tree was swaying, like the little critter snoring in its peaceful sleep. Xiao Chen's heart also thumped in accordance. The radiance of the sacred tree had linked up with the life energy hidden in his major acupoints. Very soon, his entire body was immersed in the dazzling splendor. The ruptured veins were reconnecting, the shattered skin and flesh were healing, the fractured bones were restored. The crystal-clear skin was flickering with specks of light as the bloody scars all over were completely shaken off. The rainbow-colored light raged on like the divine flame. It was as if Xiao Chen was reborn from the ashes. His body was once again filled with an abundance of life energy. He was already fully recovered in a brief moment. But, how about the little critter? It still didn't reappear. Fear was lodged in the hearts of the tiger duo. In the face of this bizarre event, they had a bad premonition. Even though they appeared to be in good health now, they were afraid that a calamity was looming in the near future. Without wasting any time, the two immediately rushed towards Xiao Chen. Light blades in the form of tiger claws were slashed toward Xiao Chen's neck with the intent to kill. The falling flowers swirled in the air. The petals spread out like ripples of water. With the rainbow-colored sacred tree in Xiao Chen's hands as the center, the multicolored radiance rushed forth. 7 colors of radiance instantly sent the tiger duo flying. How did this happen? The tiger duo were very terrified. After they were sent flying several dozens of meters, they stabilized their figure in the sky and attempted to attack Xiao Chen one more time. The rainbow-colored sacred tree separated itself from Xiao Chen's palm. It was actually hanging in the air as it launched a huge light beam similar to the comet tail. If not because the tiger duo was fast enough, it was extremely possible that they might pay a great price as a result. Even so, the flow of their chi and blood was still thrown into disorder by the aftermath, and they nearly fell from the sky. The rays of light flickered as the rainbow-colored sacred tree descended. It was floating in front of Xiao Chen's solar plexus and shook unceasingly. After that, it actually entered Xiao Chen's body as if it was melting. In this short instant, the divine tree was spreading its vines all over Xiao Chen's body. The stolons bore into his 4 limbs and all of his veins. The inky jade leaf, the white jade leaf, the green jade leaf, and the gold jade leaf trembled unceasingly and brightly lit up his internal organs. The 9 divinized acupoints were like 9 treasures that linked up with the rainbow-colored sacred tree. All of them were connected by the sapling stolons. The rays of light were dazzling. Xiao Chen's entire body was emitting thousands of streaks of colored light. Tears had clouded Xiao Chen's vision. It was the little critter's treasured tree that saved him, but what about the little critter? Was it really within the sacred tree? Was it possible for it to reappear in this world again? He felt a pain like a knife being twisted in his heart. At this very moment, Xiao Chen felt that he shares the same life as the sacred tree. The rainbow-colored sacred tree connected the 9 divinized acupoints and implanted itself in his internal organs. It had taken root in his four limbs like a spiritual root of life. The sacred tree had established an inseparable relationship with Xiao Chen. With a wave of his palm, a multicolored light was launched with a swish. That was actually the major divine ability of the dragon's confinement. 1. Everyone present was incomparably startled. The look on many people's faces were extremely ugly. How did Xiao Chen, who was originally heavily wounded, fuse with the sapling, and moreover, how did he come to grasp Keek's major divine ability? There were 6 demigods at the scene. Other than the tiger duo, who dared to kill Kiki, the others came to reap Xiao Chen's life. For this man who was on the verge of dying to come across such a stroke of luck, it immediately made everyone unable to sit idly. The 6 demigods in the sky besieged Xiao Chen and erected a domain to seal Xiao Chen on the ground. Since things had already escalated to this point, it was impossible for them to let Xiao Chen go anymore. Only by exterminating him would they be able to avoid future complications. Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wings and soared into the sky with great effort. With signs of total annihilation, his palm blade glowed with inexhaustible splendor as 17 layers of divine radiance were launched toward the tiger duo from all directions. The tiger duo were as merciless as ever. Energy waves in the form of a white tiger were launched as if they were the external incarnation. The light blade sliced through the air as it confronted the dragon's major divine ability. The night sky immediately became as bright as daytime. The energy waves surged up violently and spread over all 10 directions. The waves of aura overturned many buildings in the surroundings. This was a great clash between divine abilities. This was a great confrontation between power. Xiao Chen fell onto the ground due to the aftershock, but his body was unharmed. He swept his eyes over the sky coldly. The tiger woman and company were really astonished. How was Xiao Chen capable of standing off against them? Even if he had grasped the little critter's divine ability, it was impossible for him to become this strong. One must know that even the little critter was having a hard time against them under these kinds of circumstances, or it was trapped in this domain. At present, Xiao Chen was only borrowing the power of the divine ability. How was it possible that he could become stronger than the little critter? In fact, Xiao Chen was also surprised at first, but he realized it after thinking about it for a little bit. Right now, not only was it the power of the little critter, there was also the boundless energy contained within the sacred tree, as well as the power of the 9 divinized acupoints in his body. Even if you have grasped the little critter's divine ability, so what? Do you think you can break through the domain and escape from here? The tiger woman was staring at Xiao Chen fiercely. She was extremely angry. Unexpected events kept occurring and made the tiger woman lose her patience. Moreover, her fear was continuously rising, fear that something bad might happen. Xiao Chen disregarded her taunt and launched one attack after another unceasingly. He wanted to break free from the resistance of the 6 demigods. Life and death confrontation, intense collisions. Xiao Chen was able to resist the domain, but was unable to break through. The 6 demigods in the sky was somewhat anxious. Although they were in an advantageous situation, they still wanted to eliminate Xiao Chen in the shortest time possible. Because, with the sacred tree in Xiao Chen's body, they couldn't help but worry that some unforeseen event would occur again. Great defense, but not enough attack power, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He had presently grasped the confinement and sweeping techniques among the dragon's major divine abilities. As for the destruction technique, he didn't have the slightest clue. How he wished he could immediately behead the 6 people before his eyes. Even though the sacred tree had fused with him and allowed him to grasp Keek's divine abilities, Xiao Chen was still unable to fend off the 6 people in the sky. He could only make his stand on the ground. Am I still going to die in this place after all? Xiao Chen gradually started to feel crestfallen. He never considered getting any outside help. Among the people he knew, only the demon and Lan Nua had enough power to save him from this crisis, but distant water does not cure present thirst. 2. Just at this time, from the direction where the faintly discernible melody of the flute was transmitted, a sword flew over as the melody came to an end. It sliced through the air, and was launched towards the domain erected by the 6 demigods. The sword fell onto Mother Earth like the heavenly body. It was a powerful sword attack. It felt as if the 9th heaven had been engulfed by the boundless ocean. The sword ray instantly tore the domain and opened a pathway. Nobody expected such a powerful expert would interfere. The refined sword broke through the domain and smashed the equilibrium. Xiao Chen possessed an astonishing gift in regards to battle. He soared into the sky within that very instant and launched the sweeping technique of the dragons across the skies. He swept the tiger woman and company with more than 10 terrifying light beams in succession, then he instantly rushed out of the domain and stood in the sky. He looked towards the direction where the melody of the flute came from with a profound gaze, and then he swept his eyes over everyone at present with a cold gaze. Swish! With a flap of the undying divine wings, Xiao Chen rushed over instantly and launched a divine radiance to sweep the tiger woman. She was sent somersaulting in but a moment. The tiger woman flew into rage out of humiliation. Without the domain erected by the 6 demigods, it was impossible for her to resist the vicious little beast's divine ability by herself. She shouted in anger, "Erect the domain, quickly! We can't let him escape. He must die tonight." In reality, who was willing to let Xiao Chen run away? He would certainly become the bringer of calamity in the future. There's no way Xiao Chen would let them trap him again. His body moved like a legendary dragon with the ability to control rains and floods as he flew towards a distant location. Chase! We must not let him run away, we definitely have to kill him. The flowers falling from the sky gradually decreased, the Buddhist chant, the sad melody, and the prayers also completely disappeared. Xiao Chen was like the wind and lightning as he distanced himself from Celestial City. He escaped into the uncultivated areas of the southern wasteland. Although the 6 demigods were pursuing closely and tried every possible method, they still gradually lost any trace of Xiao Chen in the desolate forest. Xiao Chen smiled grimly. He had finally broken free from the 6 people. Going back the way he came from, he moved back to Celestial City stealthily. It's time for a massacre. This was an impulse he couldn't suppress. Despite knowing that the most appropriate course of action right now was to get away from here, he was still unable to endure it. If he couldn't kill the tiger duo, how would he have the countenance to face Kiki? The little critter couldn't die for nothing. Now, he wanted to cause mayhem in the city. The people from the Fair family was still searching in the city. Xiao Chen instantly ran into a group of people. He ruthlessly attacked with the sweeping technique of the dragons, and instantly crushed these people. Although it was not a technique specialized in killing, it was still enough to deal with these people. Someone! He's over here! Xiao Chen is back for the kill! Without waiting for them to shout, Xiao Chen had already attacked. He rushed straight for the Fair family. With a horizontal slash of a palm blade, 7 to 8 people were chopped in half at the waist. The blood instantly splashed everywhere. Xiao Chen was looking for Fairs now and Faircloud among the crowd. Another divine radiance swept past with a lift of his hand. More than 10 heads were sent flying in a parabola, as blood gushed forth. The main street was dyed red with blood. He didn't find Fairs now nor Faircloud in the crowd. Xiao Chen instantly soared into the sky and rushed out of Celestial City again as he hid in the endless, dark sky. The 6 demigods hastily rushed back from the desolate forest. 4 of the experts from the Fair family became anxious right away. Among the 20+ people who died just now, there were 7 or 8 Historia-level experts. This was a loss that shouldn't have happened. The 4 ignored the tiger duo and charged toward 4 directions to gather the younger generation of the family. As soon as the 4 people departed, Xiao Chen silently approached from his hiding place and attacked the tiger woman upon encounter. This wretched boy! The tiger duo became furious and turned around to attack Xiao Chen. It must be mentioned that the dragon's divine abilities were really mighty. After dodging the tiger servant's attack, Xiao Chen ruthlessly sent the tiger woman flying. With a flap of his undying divine wings, his speed was faster than lightning with a push from the rainbow-colored sacred tree. He directly chased for the kill. With an explosion of light, Xiao Chen sent a diagonal cut with a swish. The tiger woman countered, but she was practically unable to resist. Along with the shattering sound, the divine radiance scattered. Xiao Chen rushed past the dozens of divine light fragments toward the tiger woman. Pfff. Blood gushed out. Xiao Chen's palm blade had cut through the tiger woman's right palm. Shaking his palm blade again, it completely crushed the small arm of the tiger woman. It made the tiger servant pursuing from behind burst with anger. However, it was too late to provide support. Ah! The old woman screamed miserably. She flew backwards as much as she could and broke away from Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen was dodging the tiger servant who had attacked from behind, he still managed to sweep his leg across. The blazing divine light narrowly beheaded the retreating tiger woman. It missed slightly and peeled off a small piece of her lower jaw. As such, Xiao Chen distanced himself without even turning back. He knew that once the two got together, he would need to pay a great price to defeat them. He should take advantage of when they were separated to attack. How is this possible? How is this possible? The tiger woman shouted with a sharp voice. Her face looked sinister, her eyes brimming with an ominous glint as she stared at Xiao Chen's retreating figure that was gradually disappearing. Then she said with a deep voice, "We must not let that boy amount to anything, kill him. We must kill him tonight." The tiger duo immediately gave chase. Hit and run, that was Xiao Chen's tactic. At present, he had entered Celestial City again. His target was a lone demigod from the fair family. Swish! The divine radiance was dazzling as the confinement technique of the dragons was executed. It instantly trapped the old man within. Although it couldn't completely seal his movements, it was clear that his speed decreased dramatically, as if he was forging ahead in a swamp. Divine radiance was launched, one after another. After a total of 36 divine radiances were launched, Xiao Chen finally sealed the old man's movements. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen rushed over with lightning speed. With a roundhouse kick, blazing rays of light illuminated the entire sky and everyone was able to feel the energy fluctuation from this area. Pfff. Blood spurted out. The two arms of this demigod-level expert were instantly cut off from his body. The merciless kick was supposed to cut this Zephyrus-level expert at the waist. However, the adaptive ability of the demigod was very strong. Despite his movements being sealed, he was still able to instantly defend with both hands. The instant his two arms were broken, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate to turn his back to the demigod and attacked his chest with his right elbow. Pfff. Blood sprung up as the demigod let out a miserable shriek. His chest was totally caved in. Xiao Chen didn't turn around and immediately distanced himself after giving him a good kick. With his head crushed, the corpse fell from the sky. Xiao Chen had extremely gifted battle instinct. His life and death experiences were also very abundant. The only thing he lacked was power and strength. Now that he had momentarily acquired the divine power of the sacred tree, his battle instincts were raised to the limit. Xiao Chen, you bastard! After Xiao Chen had succeeded with his hit-and-run tactic, Faircloud and another old man arrived at that location. They let out a resentful bellow from behind and began to give chase. I didn't expect for you to have already broken into Zephyrus realm yourself, Faircloud. Good, I will remember it. At the same time, I ask of you to remember this, I will definitely take your head, along with your daughters. As the sound faded away, Xiao Chen disappeared in the dark sky far away. Xiao Chen didn't dare to go too deep into Celestial City. He was only waiting for his chance in the darkness secretly. Because he was somewhat worried, he was fully aware of how formidable those major clans are. If an expert of the Immortalis realm really appeared, it wouldn't be anything strange. At that time, he would really be screwed. Should he retreat for now? However, he was very unwilling. Hate. Kiki was killed. If he didn't take revenge for it, and just ran away like this, he felt that his heart would be ripped apart by the pain. However, Immortals. There might really be an expert of the Immortalis realm within the city. That was an existence that couldn't be challenged. Did he really have to train vigorously and endure it silently for many years before he could take his revenge? Xiao Chen's heart felt really sullen and painful. Do you want power? I can give it to you, but I have a condition. A devil-like voice abruptly resounded in Xiao Chen's heart, prompting him to make a decision. I can also give you the power in which you seek. Another voice suddenly resounded in his heart. It possessed an indescribable demonic nature. Everything in this world is fair. If you want to gain something, you must first pay for it. Make your decision quickly, the dragon's sacred tree won't stay in your body for much longer. It is a very fair deal, as long as you. Time for a massacre. Dye the celestial city with blood. Two demons were enticing him. One, Silva, yes. My initial prediction is getting more and more true, Xiao Chen's definitely the ancestral dragon. Fade, I need to catch up faster to get all the backstory TT. 2. Silva, this is an idiom stating that they are too far away to provide any help when he needed their help most urgently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, A Man's Pride. The black metal engravings and golden halberd sealed in Xiao Chen's hands actually had intelligence. The voice came from them. Do you want to take revenge? I will bestow you the power to sweep everything before you. In the presence of absolute power, be it true virtues or dark desires, they will be crushed as easily as a crystal glass. Everything in this world is but an illusion. Everything is like a dream in the presence of unyielding power. Nothing can last for eternity. Do you wish to follow your heart's desires and move unhindered in the world? I can give you everything. As long as you have power, you can do as you please and dominate everything. The two devils were enticing him. There was a hint of dark power reverberating unceasingly in Xiao Chen's heart. They wanted to lead Xiao Chen towards the sea of desires one step at a time. Xiao Chen listened quietly, and after a really long time later, he finally said, since you guys possessed great magical power and are omnipotent, why do you need to make a deal with me? Hearing this question, the two devils remained silent. Only after a while did they finally say, The most difficult level to surpass in this world is yourself. I got trapped by myself, that's why I am making a deal with you. After staying silent for a while, he asked, what kind of price should I pay? Since you share the same life as the sacred tree, and could control the rainbow-colored radiance within, I only need you to offer me that power. Offer that rainbow-colored divine radiance to me. That power is not as formidable as you imagined. I can help you slaughter all the demigod-level enemies. What could a mere demigod amount to? They are nothing more than a weak little ant in front of me. Even killing Immortalis-level experts is as easy as slicing pie. The two devils actually started to quarrel. They wanted the rainbow-colored divine radiance in the sacred tree. I can't accept your condition. Xiao Chen no longer uttered a single word. He immediately unfolded the undying wings and gradually vanished in the darkness. There was no need to doubt the black metal engravings in Golden Halberd's power, but Xiao Chen was unable to accept their condition. It was extremely possible that Kiki might be hiding within the rainbow-colored sacred tree. If he offered the rainbow-colored divine radiance within to them, God knows if something bad might happen. Xiao Chen was unable to bear this kind of outcome. Don't tell me you are going to retreat like this? Are you not going to take revenge for the little critter anymore? A manly man wouldn't retreat just like this. Once angered, he should slaughter the god and bath in their blood. To stay alive with this weighing you down, are you still a man? Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to them any longer. He originally thought smelting two divine artifacts into his body would be a great opportunity. Only now he knew that he had attracted two greedy devils. Swish! All of a sudden, Xiao Chen felt as if he had entered a land of fantasy. The endless mountains pierced through the skies, the boundless land was completely desolate, not a soul to be seen. The white clouds lingered on the sky and a few temples stood high in the clouds. In that instant, Xiao Chen soared high above the clouds. The golden divine halberd and the jet black metal engravings appeared in front of him and flew towards two watchtowers respectively. I don't want to make a deal with you. Xiao Chen did not panic. He stood calmly in the sky as he looked at the majestic temples. At present, the jet black metal engravings was as big as a lofty mountain. It was floating in the sky and gave people a huge pressure like that of the vast, torrential ocean. The shadow it cast down from the sky was so heavy, so huge. It was emitting a dense and thick black light. At the same time, overflowing black fog was lingering in the surroundings. On the other side, the golden divine halberd was like a huge mountain that had been thrust into the heavenly dome. It was just as big and one couldn't see its other end. It was floating perfectly straight on top of the temple. The golden divine radiance made the palace below it bright and glorious. That place was so dazzling, as if millions and millions of starlight had converged. Are you worried that by offering the rainbow-colored divine radiance to us, the little critter's chance at resurrection would be nulled? Your little critter is already dead in the truest sense. No matter how much you try, it will be useless. Rather than that, why not just make a deal with us and take revenge for it? Let its soul rest in peace. Everything is very fair. If you wish to gain something, you must pay for it first. The loud rumbling sound reverberated from above the ninth heaven. The two ancient divine artifacts were like giants from ancient times, mighty and astounding. After grieving, Xiao Chen was incomparably calm even when facing such a change of events. He remained silent for a good while before he said, "Just where did you guys come from?" 1. Are you in doubt of our strength? The divine weapon was as big as huge mountain. The voice it let out was ear-splitting. The jet black metal engraving seemed to be immersed in an old memory. Its voice contained an indescribable confidence. A really long time ago, I had smashed Laozi's previous generations into meat paste, and made it difficult for him to meet up with their souls for 800 years. Say, am I strong or what? The golden halberd was the same. It was immersed in an old memory and let out a world-shaking rumbling sound soon after. I had once nailed Buddha's previous generation on the Heaven Link Mountain for 7,749 days. Killing him after draining his blood. Even if he had just experienced a grievable event, Xiao Chen was still shocked. Just what kind of existences were these two divine artifacts? Their origins were really a little too great. Just what kind of desperate war took place in that distant past? You guys are definitely powerful, but the one who defeated the both of you is even more so. Xiao Chen refused again, and said, I told you, I will not make a deal with you. Since it already became like this, he already realized that the two divine artifacts who followed them from the Dragon Island was only for the sacred tree. However, since they had once concealed themselves within the sacred tree, and were unable to reap any benefits, they wanted to seek help from him. Then let's change the conditions. The jet black metal engravings let out a rumbling sound, and said, let's trade with 100 years of your life. I will grant you power for half of the night. Trading half of my lifespan for half a day of glory. This could be said to be the most extravagant way to burn my life force. Xiao Chen exclaimed. The golden halberd also started to talk. This is a very fair deal. In half of the night, you can do many things. The life expectancy of an ordinary man is 80 years. Exuvia Realm Practitioner can live up to 160 years. Historia level expert can live up to 240 years. Pay us 100 years of your life respectively. Minus the 21 year you have spent, you will have 19 years remaining. You guys are too greedy. Since you are omnipotent, why not go gather it yourself? Xiao Chen felt that these two divine artifacts were really like devils. If possible, we wouldn't make this request of you. Everything in this world is equivalent to an ant in our eyes. There's no need to show mercy. The golden halberd's voice reverberated in the sky. If I have the strength, I will definitely smelt these two scrap metals. What divine artifacts? Xiao Chen felt that these two were more like evil weapons. The black fog lingered around the jet black metal engravings. It emitted a boundless pressure and said, whether you accept the deal or not is up to you, we will not force you. The golden halberd followed up, if you are confident in yourself, the remaining 19 years is more than enough. Break through the Zephyrus realm within 19 years, and your lifespan will increase. Xiao Chen remained silent for a while. Then he promised without any hesitation, I am willing to accept this deal. He naturally had the confidence to break into the Zephyrus realm within 19 years. However, the main reason that compelled Xiao Chen to make the deal was the pride of a man. If he ran away just like this, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. If he ran away, he could obtain a new life, and he could slowly take revenge. However, the opportunity had now presented itself in front of him. If he ran away from this, he couldn't be considered a man anymore. Seeing that he had agreed without the slightest hesitation, the two vicious weapons seemed to have reconciled. Actually, you could have just used the rainbow-colored sacred tree to make the deal. It is about to separate from your body in just a short while anyway. Using the sacred tree to make the deal is out of the question. Xiao Chen resolutely refused. You should think about this properly. 200 years of lifespan is a heavy price to pay for anyone concerned. The path of asceticism is an arduous path. Lifespan is not something you should spend as you wish. Even if you can break into the Zephyrus realm within 19 years, you will head towards the even more challenging Nirvana realm and Immortalis realm. You will then be even weaker compared to others. You will be pressed for time. Is it worth it for an already deceased little critter? Of course. Xiao Chen only let out these two words. Although he seemed to be very calm, he was feeling extremely sad. The little critter was willing to give up its life for him. How could he not be willing to give up a mere 200 years? Incomprehensible. The two vicious weapons let out a rumbling noise. Because I am a man. Xiao Chen said firmly, please begin the trade. All right. Before that, I just have a little reminder. With 200 years of your lifespan, it is impossible to grant you too much power. It is just enough to take revenge and to preserve your life, but it is far from enough to dye the celestial city with blood. I am not a killing machine. I don't need to dye the celestial city with blood, I only need to eliminate a few enemies. Alright, begin the trade, let your life force burn. Concentrate your power into the palms. The radiance of life shone in the sky. One after another, the radiance rushed towards Xiao Chen's palms and made this space incomparably dazzling. It couldn't be any more beautiful than the flower of life blooming. By burning his own life force, the holy radiance illuminated the entire night sky and made the stars in the sky to lose their splendor. Xiao Chen was standing in the sky just outside of the celestial city. The glaring rays of light illuminated all 10 directions and allowed many practitioners in the celestial city to feel it in the first moments. The demigod-level experts took action instantly and charged towards that piece of sky. Within the full bloom of the holy radiance, Xiao Chen's black hair quickly dried up. The color changed from pitch black to white. In the end, it changed to snow white. In only but an instant, his hair was already as white as the snow. Although his skin didn't become wrinkled, it was not as glossy as it was in the past. Although his steel-like body was standing perfectly straight, there were traces of old age appearing on his body. White hair like the snow, his appearance remained unchanged, but that sharp glint in his eyes had become much dimmer. He looked much older and haggard compared to before. He didn't feel dispirited, depressed, nor regret. All the more was the unswerving determination. Once the trade was completed, Xiao Chen stood in the sky, facing the wind, and looked at the 5 demigods who rushed over indifferently. The tiger woman sneered, "One night and your hair already turns white. It's useless even if you rush. Xiao Chen, you will definitely die here tonight." Although that's what she said, she had a lingering doubt. If Xiao Chen dared to wait for them to besiege him calmly, he definitely had something to rely on. The old woman attacked ruthlessly with words, "To age prematurely, even if we don't kill you, you also don't have much longer to live anyway." The tiger servant also said gloomily, "Hehe, you aged, you are already half crippled. The path of asceticism no longer fits you. Allow me to send you to the Western Paradise by myself." Xiao Chen spoke very calmly, "My aspiration did not die, my heart did not wither, the spirit did not vanquish. This is the greatest transformation in my lifetime. What deteriorated is only my appearance, what has been born is a true practitioner. Today, I vow to exterminate the 5 of you." Leaving behind afterimages, the 5 demigods sealed off 5 directions in the sky as they closed in on Xiao Chen simultaneously. 5 blazing divine radiances charged toward Xiao Chen at the same time. It was impossible for the 5 demigods to go easy on him, all of them went for the kill. The dim light in Xiao Chen's eyes instantly glowed. The dragon's divine ability swept past the 10 directions. As the rainbow-colored radiance was launched, the divine light coming from 5 directions were destroyed. The 5 demigods practically couldn't believe it. Xiao Chen was actually not affected in their domain, and his attack power was this formidable. Kill! Kill! The voices of the 5 people were in sync. They executed their divine abilities respectively and attacked Xiao Chen. The tiger woman launched 3 external incarnations to attack Xiao Chen. Each of them looked just as fierce as the old woman. The accumulated energy was capable of shaking the very atmosphere. The tiger servant used the ancient transformation divine ability. His body was originally humanoid, but due to their ancestor being a saint white tiger, they had the blood of the white tiger flowing in their veins. He had successfully transformed into the true body of the white tiger. In this moment, he actually transformed into a 7 to 8 meter long white tiger. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. It sounded just like the sudden clap of thunder that fell from the 9th heaven. The roar shook the vast sky as he charged towards Xiao Chen while slicing through the air. 1 demigod from the Fair family was killed. Thus, the 3 from the Fair family loathed Xiao Chen even more. One of them transformed into a black fog and blended into the night sky. Giving rise to a torrential gale, he tried to engulf Xiao Chen. The other demigod grew in size. He actually became 15 meters tall giant. The guardian deity was a powerful divine ability. A big hand slapped towards Xiao Chen with unstoppable force. The last one used swordification. It was as if there were hundreds and thousands of divine swords crisscrossing in the sky. They formed into a wall of swords and attacked Xiao Chen in multiple waves. The 5 demigods did not hold anything back as they attacked. The extreme force alarmed every practitioner in the celestial city. Many people were climbing over tall buildings to survey the night sky from an elevated position. Recalling the little critter who had already escaped to the southern wasteland, but died in Celestial City for the sake of rescuing him, Xiao Chen let out a world-shaking roar like a wounded beast. With white hair like snow, and a gaze that contained his unswerving determination, a golden halberd immediately appeared in his hand. Immediately, the murderous aura spread through the sky. Many flowers on the ground instantly withered, and many people in the Celestial City could feel a chill run down their spine. "Bring it on!" Xiao Chen waved the golden halberd. His eyes emitted 2 glints of light as his white hair danced hysterically. He was like a death god as he rushed over with the divine halberd. There was an exceptional fencer in the past. It was said that his sword chi could reach up to 30,000 feet long, and one sword could shake the 9th heaven. That was, after all, just a legend. However, the Xiao Chen at present seemed like he really possessed that kind of atmosphere. The divine halberd released a murderous aura that pierced through the vast sky. Nothing could stop the golden light emitted by the divine halberd. It couldn't be stopped. The halberd in Xiao Chen's hands swept across all directions. 1 out of 3 of the external incarnations of the tiger woman was instantly chopped in half. The huge tiger transformed from the tiger servant let out a desperate roar. One of its huge ears was cut off, fresh blood sprinkled everywhere as the sky was dyed red. The one among the Fair family who transformed into the black fog lost one of his arms. His real body revealed itself as he fell back in a sorry state. A wide expanse of blood sprinkled in the sky. The one who transformed into waves of swords revealed their true body after dozens of long swords were crushed in the sky. More than 10 bloody holes appeared all over his body, blood gushing out nonstop, as he retreated in distress. And the man who transformed into the giant was the quickest among them all. He distanced himself for more than 100 meters, but there was already a terrifying wound on his chest. The blood sprinkled all over vast sky. Xiao Chen swept the golden divine halberd across the 10 directions. It instantly drove the demigods who besieged him away. However, he didn't stop here and continued his assault towards the one closest to him, the demigod from fair family capable of transforming into waves of swords. The sharp divine halberd flickered with a cold light, and the murderous aura made the sky as cold as the severe winter. Infinite sword wave. He shouted loudly, hundreds of swords appeared and rushed towards Xiao Chen. That area was instantly submerged by waves of swords. However, it was also in that very instant when Xiao Chen raised the divine halberd, the golden flame burst out as a glass-shattering sound was transmitted through the sky. The thousands of sword chi were instantly destroyed. The demigod from the fair family turned pale with fright. Their faces were extremely pale as they fell back in a panic. However, Xiao Chen wouldn't give them this chance. With a wave of his undying wings, he rushed over with lightning speed. With a gaze as cold as the azura, he waved the golden divine halberd in his hands. One head flew in a parabola while gushing out blood. The blood directly gushed towards the sky as the corpse fell towards the ground. In a split second, Xiao Chen beheaded a demigod with an ominous halberd in hand. Blood-soaked and wild, Xiao Chen let out a long howl of grief. Recalling Keek's death, it was hard for him to suppress that killing intent in his heart. Without stopping, Xiao Chen rushed towards the most hateful tiger duo. The tiger woman's external incarnations charged towards Xian Chen from the left and right respectively. They gave rise to two chaotic energy storms, as if two huge waves were rolling over and over. Xiao Chen was hardly fearful as he rushed forward in a straight line. With a flash of black light in his left hand, huge metal engravings appeared in his hand. He faced the two incarnations and smashed them with the metal engravings. A crushing sound echoed in the sky. The energy waves surged up violently as two of the incarnations were crushed on the spot. The tiger woman coughed out blood as she retreated in defeat. Xiao Chen's eyes were emitting cold glints as he rushed towards the huge white tiger blocking his path. With a vertical slash of the divine halberd in his hand, a streak of golden light swept across all directions. A wave of the halberd caused the wind to dance. The white tiger was practically unable to withstand this attack. After changing back to his humanoid form, he wanted to run away from the battlefield, but how could Xiao Chen give him the chance to escape? His body transformed into a startling streak of light as he chased at high speed. The cold blade of the halberd illuminated the sky. At the same time, it also illuminated the pale face of the tiger servant. He shuddered as he turned around to attack Xiao Chen with nothing held back. Xiao Chen was cold-hearted and had a heart of steel. His handsome face didn't show the slightest change, and his eyes were flickering with ice-cold glints as he thrust the divine halberd in his hand. Pfff. The blood splashed everywhere. The golden divine halberd instantly pierced the tiger servant as fresh blood dyed the chilly sky red. Ah! Xiao Chen looked up to the sky as he let out a shout. His white hair danced hysterically as he continued to rush forward with the tiger servant still stuck on the halberd. Ahead of them was the celestial city. There were many lofty buildings in front. Xiao Chen used the golden divine halberd to carry the tiger servant and crash into a tall building, then crash from within to the outside. Keek's death had made him thirst for blood. The fresh blood flowed along the pole of the halberd, but Xiao Chen was indifferent to it. 1. As in their origin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Sense of Loss. The fresh blood flowed along the pole of the halberd, but Xiao Chen was indifferent to it. He was using the golden divine halberd to pierce the tiger servant and rushed forward in the sky with extreme speed. They crashed into 3 lofty buildings before Xiao Chen finally let out a howl and brandished the ominous halberd. The tiger servant burst open, his internal organs, forelimbs, and head flew in all directions. The stench of blood was dense. The sky was bloody red, the bloody mist drifted in the air, the fishy smell assailed the nostrils, and gave people the desire to throw up. In the blood-dyed sky, a streak of light rushed out from the bloody mist. It wanted to run far, far away from here. It was the soul of the tiger servant. The cold glint in Xiao Chen's eyes flashed. With lightning-fast speed, his undying wings sliced through the vast sky as he began to give chase. The jet-black metal engravings in his left hand magnified at high speed. It became as big as a house in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen ruthlessly smashed the tiger servant's soul with the jet-black metal engravings that was distributing an endless black fog. Under the rumbling sound, the black lightning was dancing in the sky and annihilated the tiger servant's soul in a split second. Not even a little bit of soul essence was left over. Xiao Chen's power shocked everyone. People were unable to comprehend it. How did he become this powerful so quickly? Moreover, the 2 ominous weapons in his hands were even more terrifying. They were practically unstoppable and destroyed any materials. Far away, the tiger woman witnessed all of this. She let out a furious roar. He was originally an insignificant boy, but in the end, he actually killed demigods, and heavily wounded them. The people from the Fair family was even more furious. They already had 2 demigods killed by Xiao Chen's own hands. They were unable to bear such a great loss. That 10-odd meters tall giant from the Fair family let out a grievous roar. He covered at least 10 meters with a single step, instantly running over from the sky, and attacked Xiao Chen with his gigantic palm. The rays of light from the golden divine halberd illuminated the heavens and earth. The murderous aura seemed to pierce through the 9th heaven directly. One after another, sparkling ice crystals began to form in the sky as they drifted down unceasingly. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, he raised the halberd with both hands and swung it downwards. The golden divine radiance sliced through the sky and instantly gave rise to a torrent of blood. The divine halberd had chopped off the giant's arm. The huge arm brought forth a wide blanket of blood as it fell into the night sky. Aha! The Fair family's demigod let out a pained howl. He instantly reverted to his original form, regaining his normal build. With one arm cut off, the pain could even be said to have pervaded his inner heart. His 5 senses were almost warped and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen was calm and undisturbed. He continued to brandish the divine halberd with a cool face and began his assault again. The gale rushed forth as Xiao Chen was being surrounded by a black fog. The other demigod from the Fair family came to provide support. His body had completely transformed into the black fog. It was possible for that black fog to even corrode a demigod-level expert, but this demigod felt a little powerless when confronting the golden light of the divine halberd. He was heavily wounded the instant Xiao Chen waved it. The black fog was cut apart as the demigod coughed out blood. He reverted to his true body and fell back. Unwilling to let them off so easily, Xiao Chen rushed over by himself while waving the golden halberd. That demigod who possessed the guardian deity divine ability had a cruel smile on his face. He also rushed towards Xiao Chen, with his body emitting glaring rays of light. This was his most desperate, suicidal attack. He wanted to burn all the life energy in his body to finish off Xiao Chen. Seeing the malevolent expression on his face, Xiao Chen did not feel anything in the slightest. With a vertical slash of the divine halberd, a streak of bloody light soared into the sky. It was all within his expectations. The demigod who possessed the guardian deity divine ability was cut in half from head to toe. Fresh blood wildly gushed out while the corpse exploded. Xiao Chen made his moves at lightning speed. He instantly pulled out the jet black metal engravings in his left hand. The metal engravings quickly grew in dimension, from the originally fist-sized engravings to the size of a building. Xiao Chen grinded the carcass that had just exploded into a meat paste. All the energy waves were smashed to pieces by the jet black radiance. By the time Xiao Chen turned around, the demigod from the Fair family that could transform into black fog was long gone. And the tiger woman was already making her way towards the deepest part of the celestial city. Demigods were still humans in the end. They cared most about their own lives. The path of asceticism was not easy, they had to pay too much to be able to be at where they are now. Nobody wanted to die a tragic death, especially since they couldn't win. The death of 3 demigods made the remaining 2 completely lose their will to fight. They were practically unable to resist, so they chose to quickly escape. Since it was already like this, how could Xiao Chen give up now? With a flap of his undying wings, he immediately gave chase. No matter what, he couldn't let the tiger woman off. Many of these events were directly related to her. 3 of the tiger woman's incarnations were pulverized, she was now as pressed as a stray dog. Her arrogant and dominating vibe was no more. It was more vital to run for her life now. Diving down from the sky, she quickly rushed into the complicated streets of the celestial city. She wanted to hide in the celestial city, to hide from this death god. However, how could Xiao Chen give her this chance? Since the beginning up until now, he had always kept her in check with his spiritual sense. He could let everyone else escape, all except her. With a roaring gust, Xiao Chen threw the jet black metal engravings in his hand. The dark clouds rolled over and over, the ink-like waves overflowed in the sky, the black radiance flickered. A streak of light was left behind in the sky as the jet black metal engravings overtook the old woman in but an instant. Under the world-shaking thunderous noise, the black-colored lightning tore the space apart as the old woman's legs were mercilessly swept away by the metal engravings. A miserable shriek was transmitted over in an instant. The old woman's legs were completely smashed and transformed into a bloody paste as she fell from the starry sky. This kind of bone-shattering pain almost made her crazy. Xiao Chen quickly caught up. There was no need for words, it was not necessary to say anything, his actions were enough to reveal his intentions. The golden halberd was slashed down diagonally. Pfff. Blood splashed everywhere. The already deformed arm of the old woman was cut off. the pain made her roll around in the sky. Her ash-colored long hair was already a royal mess and her expression was extremely sinister. She cursed at Xiao Chen threateningly, "You will ultimately die tragically, the Tiger Clan will not let you off, your negligible skill only amounts to as much as an ant in the eyes of the Middle-earth's Tiger Clan, it's so insignificant and pathetic." An explosion of light flashed as the bloody mist in the sky condensed into icicles. The blood-colored icicles fell down, and even more snowflakes were falling from the sky. Pfff. With another strike of the divine halberd, the old woman's other arm was cut off. She let out an inhuman howl. Blood flowed along the pole of the halberd and dyed Xiao Chen's hands red. However, he was as calm as an ancient well, he was so calm that it was scary. The radiance in his eyes were as cold as the severe winter. "The fierce tiger from my tiger clan is already in the southern wasteland, you won't live for much longer, he will take revenge for us, and torment you to death through the cruelest means." The old woman revealed a malicious smile at Xiao Chen. At the same time, her body was emitting a hint of radiance, she wanted to self-destruct. Swish! The rainbow-colored radiance flashed. The dragon's confinement technique was executed. Xiao Chen sealed her in an instant and didn't give her the chance to commit suicide. Xiao Chen's eyes emitted two cold glints as he penetrated the old woman's chest with the halberd. It was not that easy to kill a demigod-level expert. He violently shook the halberd as a ball of light drifted out. The old woman's 3 souls and 7 spirits were being deprived one by one. With a wave of the divine halberd, a head flew away. The old woman's corpse fell from the high altitude. God Slayer. Xiao Chen's palm blade left a rainbow-like arc as he slayed one of the old woman's soul. After that, he waved his palm blade repeatedly and completely annihilated the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the old woman. The old woman was dead, but Xiao Chen's heart was still empty. He didn't feel the thrill of vengeance. Kiki would never come back. Even if he managed to kill everyone, then what? Would it really change anything in the end? However, he must do something, he couldn't just give up like this. Soaring into the sky, he started to give chase to the last demigod who had run away. In the Fair family's mansion, it was very chaotic. Faircloud was standing high in the sky as his body quivered. His clan had lost 3 demigods, this was an unbearable loss. The demigod who had transformed into the black fog already made it back to the Fair family's mansion. He got beside Faircloud, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Please request the old masters for help." Faircloud raised his eyebrow and said, "They are currently training in seclusion." They had once said, "Unless the life or death of the family is at stake, do not disturb them." The demigod smiled bitterly, "Xiao Chen's strength is already more than someone at the level of demigod can handle. I am worried that he will make his way here. The family will then face a huge disaster." At present, it was just as the demigod had said, Xiao Chen was already making his way here. His killing intent did not diminish even with the death of the tiger duo. There were already a few people on his must-kill list among the Fair family, he intended to slaughter them mercilessly. However, just when he was getting close to the Fair family's mansion, the golden halberd and jet black metal engravings were shaken as they transmitted via telepathy. "This is bad. There's danger ahead." Hearing this, Xiao Chen stopped in the sky. After a brief moment of silence, he asked, "Is it impossible to win? As you are now, it is enough to handle those who just broke into the demigod realm. It is barely enough to slaughter a warrior at the peak of demigod. However, any stronger than that, it might be somewhat difficult. If you want to take your chances, the 200 years you offered to us are far from enough, we don't want to make a loss. You 2 scrap metals are deceiving me. We already told you, it is enough to take revenge and safeguard your life. Among your sworn enemies, there's nobody stronger than demigod. As such, we did not deceive you. However, you want to break into the Fair family's mansion now, I'm afraid the circumstances there are far from good. I can feel the aura of true experts there. Although they are currently slumbering, it's possible they might wake up at any moment. 2 scrap irons, greedy and shameless. Xiao Chen let out a curse in a low voice. Then he asked coldly, "If I hit and run now, will I be able to escape?" "This is possible." This time, the 2 ominous weapons gave a definite answer. In that instant, Xiao Chen mercilessly threw the jet black metal engravings towards the Fair family's mansion, then he turned around and ran towards the northwest without looking back. "Motherf! What do you think I am?" The jet black metal engravings transmitted an extremely angry message via telepathy. However, it didn't turn back immediately and fell from the sky like a huge mountain. Boom! The earth trembled as a majestic palace in the Fair family's residence was crushed. Many buildings in the surroundings collapsed from the aftermath of the shock. Huge cracks appeared on the ground and half of the Fair family's residents were transformed into ruins. Faircloud saw all of this clearly from the sky. He was so angry that his face turned deathly pale. I will definitely slaughter this brat. I will definitely kill him. The jet-black metal engraving soared into the sky while giving rise to 1,000 layers of ink like waves. Then it flew towards the southern wasteland. Although he killed many powerful enemies, Xiao Chen still had a sense of loss. He felt like his heart was tearing apart. This time, he was completely and thoroughly defeated. He had lost too much at this place, too much. He didn't want to make a childish vow, he didn't shout out his desire. He kept the heartache to himself and flew northwest silently. He was getting further away from the celestial city, he didn't know when he would be able to return. Xiao Chen quickly strode through the endless wasteland even while bearing an indescribable fatigue. After getting 500 miles away from the celestial city, a streak of light appeared in front of Xiao Chen's path and stopped him. It was actually that lazy-looking Draco. Xiao Chen came to a stop as he held the golden halberd in his hand. If not for the warning of the two ominous weapons, Xiao Chen really would have struck the guy before his eyes. Draco was like a bringer of calamity, he was the one who had encouraged this incident to get bigger. Xiao Chen already lost all of his good impression of the dragons in the southern wasteland. They were truly too heartless. How could they look on indifferently as Kiki was killed? Sorry, it seems like you have taken something you should not. Draco stood there lazily, with an unconcerned expression. Although he was talking to Xiao Chen, he was looking all around without a destination. Xiao Chen did not say anything and flew towards another direction as soon as he turned. Swish! With a flash, Draco cut off Xiao Chen's path and said, "Something unpleasant happened, Sai. I am also very sad, but since it has already happened, there's nothing else we can do about it. I am following the old man's order to come and retrieve the dragon's sacred tree. Please cooperate." 1. Suppressing his urge to smash Draco with the jet-black metal engravings, Xiao Chen readjusted his unstable mood and said, "That belongs to the little critter, I will not hand it over. Sai, this is such a headache. I must retrieve it at all cost. I really don't want to kill you, otherwise the little critter would have died for nothing, but if you must force my hand, then I don't have any other choice." Draco seemed to be very relaxed as he walked towards Xiao Chen in the sky absent-mindedly. Just at this time, a tiger roar transmitted over as a streak of white light flew over like a shooting star. A rough-looking and bulky person appeared in the front. "I finally caught up. Do you think you can walk away after killing the experts of my tiger clan? Brat, compensate me with the sacred tree." "Fierce tiger, your hand is too long." Draco turned around and his expression gradually grew colder. "Is it now? I don't think so. He killed the experts of my clan, he must die today. As for the sacred tree, it is not the property of the dragons. It originally belonged to the snow-white little critter, and the dragons were not its owner." After communicating with the two weapons for a short while, Xiao Chen already understood. The two before his eyes might possibly be Immortalis-level experts. He was practically no match for them. However, the two weapons did give him a definite answer, that it was possible to escape from here. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen urged the divine halberd and metal engravings to get away from here. Two terrifying streaks of lights were instantly left behind in the sky. The black light and golden light flickered as they sliced through the void. It was as if two rainbows had combined as he streaked through the air. The trail immediately disappeared. He was traveling at a speed several thousands of times faster than before. As strong as Draco and the fierce tiger were, even if they raised their speed to the limit, they were still unable to catch up. Xiao Chen didn't know where he was flying to, nor did he know how long had he been flying. The sun had ascended, it was yet another new day. Until his strength was finally exhausted, he fell from the sky. The blue sky looked as if it had been washed by water, it was clean and freed from impurities. It was like a huge sapphire. Yet, it was so far away from the earth, and gave people an extremely natural feeling. The earth, which was connected to the blue sky, was full of vitality. Every kind of flower and plant decorated the land, it was beautiful and vibrant. A bluish-green river was meandering across the fragrant grassland like a green belt. All kinds of flowers were blooming atop this pure land and rustled as the wind blew past. He was feeling lightheaded, but it seemed that Xiao Chen had returned to his homeland. His white-haired parents were standing in front of the village, gazing at the muddy road that led to the outside of the village. He could vaguely see the aged face of his parents, old and gray-haired, faces filled with tears. They looked outside of the village day after day, month after month, waiting for him to return home. At the riverside, the willows were brushed by the wind as she sang a sad melody, gazing at the Kunlun mountain range day after day, year after year, until the merciless time had taken away her youth. As time passed, her beautiful figure gradually aged, and gray hair had already taken roots. But even so, she was gazing at the Kunlun mountain range all year round. The crystal-clear water flowed unceasingly and erased the footprints at the riverside with the passage of time, too. During the bloody battle in the Celestial City, the little critter was reluctant to part and cast one last glance at him before it soared into the sky. Blood sprinkled everywhere, and from then on, it hadn't appeared again. The half-conscious Xiao Chen felt a splitting headache. He suddenly let out a loud shout and sat on the grassland. His head was covered in cold sweat as he stared fixedly at the pure land before him. In the village not far ahead, an old couple was standing there. The willow trees were brushed by the wind, and at the riverside ahead, a beauty was standing there. Xiao Chen, the familiar voice transmitted clearly to Xiao Chen's ears. It was as if Xiao Chen had been struck by lightning. His cheeks were streaming with tears as he muttered, "I have returned to my hometown." 1. Silva, F. Draco. Not only Kiki and 10x, you even have to take the sacred tree? How far do you guys have to go? Even a Clayman's patience only goes this far. 2. Silva. I guess Xiao Chen was seeing an illusion, or a dream. Fade, this is sad, dude. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Chingchong. After that chaotic night, 3 days had already passed. Many secret operations were taking place in Celestial City. As for the events that occurred that day, many people were passing various judgments. Although the major clans were powerful and influential, it was impossible for them to keep this under wraps for long. The Fair family was undoubtedly dejected. 3 of their demigods were killed. It was a disastrous loss. Even half of their official residences was razed to the ground. They had completely lost face. The power of the Tiger clan was obvious to all. Although their base was as far as the Middle-earth, the major clans in the south still had no choice but to be careful when associating with them. Other than the Undying Sect and the Solitary clan, almost no other clan could stand up to them. What's rare was that, during the event this time, the Tiger clan also did not get off lightly. Their millennium-long reputation had been harmed. The news spread all over the south quickly, and people were discussing it spiritedly. The major clans were on the negative side of this news, but there was no way around it. It was impossible to keep this news from spreading. Xiao Chen's feat that night was admittedly the focal point of the discussion, but even more people were discussing the bizarre event brought about by the snow-white little critter. Many people forecasted that 10-odd years from now, there would inevitably be huge chaos in the world of Immortals. The origins of the little critter was too extraordinary. Back in those days, when Buddha and Laozi's previous generations died, this had also happened. It invited devastating disorder on Earth for a lifetime. And perhaps, this time, an even bigger gate of catastrophe would be pried open. The rumor was spread all over the south. And for those who knew what was really going on, such as the old masters of the Tiger clan and the antiques in the south, they only shook their heads in silence. When the entirety of the south was abuzz, Xiao Chen's whereabouts were unknown. Nobody in the Celestial City knew which way he went. The flowers were brightly colored, the sweet scent of the grass and the smell of the soil made this place even more vivid and real. Xiao Chen's eyes were brimming with tears as he fixed his gaze ahead. Looking at his gray-haired parents, looking at that elegant figure he was familiar with, he couldn't believe all of this was real. Could it be that he had caused a spatial distortion and really returned to his hometown? However, when he concentrated his mind and walked over step by step, all of this disappeared. The sky was still blue, the flowers were still fragrant, the scenery was as usual. It truly had a striking resemblance to his hometown. Only that, his gray-haired parents and girlfriend were not there. The village already disappeared for a long time and couldn't be seen. It is a dream in the end, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh, but why was it so realistic? He took a step forward. This plain was filled with a sea of beautiful flowers as far as the eye could see. Flowers of all colors made Mother Earth brim with spiritual energy. There were also many small animals that were not afraid of people as they looked at Xiao Chen with curiosity. The long-eared snow-white rabbit and gorgeous multicolored deer were running all around Xiao Chen. The dense spiritual energy here was like a thin layer of mist. The flowers and grass in the surroundings looked extremely gorgeous under the illumination of the sun. Just where is this place? Xiao Chen was filled with doubts. This was really like an extraordinarily pure land, without any profane vibes. Even the little animals were not startled by people. This really was a little shocking. The true realm of Immortals might be like this, with spiritual energy adrift, as beautiful as a picture scroll. Xiao Chen soared into the sky. He wanted to see everything in the surroundings clearly from a higher position. The instant he rose to the sky, he suddenly felt like 3 more suns appeared. All 4 directions had a sun respectively. He lost his sense of direction. Confusion. This was not an ordinary place. It had a mysterious power that made people lose their sense of direction. Xiao Chen felt that the sky was gorgeous, his surroundings were actually filled with many flowers and plants. It made him incomparably shocked. The vegetation floating in the sky was similar to the ones on the ground, there were dense spiritual energy lingering on the plants. Could it be that there was a huge illusion spell shrouding this entire area? Xiao Chen did not move around recklessly. He slowly descended to the grassland, and when he raised his head to look again, there was only one gentle sun hanging in the sky. Everything that he had seen earlier was gone. This was not a simple place, Xiao Chen lamented as such. After settling on a direction, he walked forward with large strides. However, after walking for about an hour, he found that he had returned to his original location. There were still traces of when he was lying down unconscious earlier. Just what kind of place have I gotten myself into? Xiao Chen frowned. After calming down, he carefully probed his surroundings. Just at this moment, a speck of light suddenly blossomed in his body. The rainbow-colored sacred tree was shaking a little in his body. The sacred tree was actually still within his body, but it was no longer linked to the 9 divinized acupoints. Xiao Chen couldn't borrow the divine power from it any longer. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen guided the sacred tree out of his body. The treasured tree shook slightly in his hand, and the dense spiritual energy in the surroundings was all dispersed. It was like a dense fog had been cut open. Everything before Xiao Chen's eyes became clear, he had once more regained his sense of direction. No longer hesitating, he held the treasured tree in his hand and flew forward at low altitude. As such, he advanced like this for no less than 500 miles. He could already see the forest up ahead. He was finally about to get out of this sea of flowers. At the border zone of the Sea of Flowers, there was a towering rocky hill there, with a few big characters carved on it, Maze of Flowers. The calligraphic touch was forceful. Xiao Chen only recognized these characters after pondering for a while, because those characters were really too old. So the pure land behind me is called the Maze of Flowers. What a fitting name. The verdant forest ahead didn't seem like it was barren. On the contrary, it was auspicious and peaceful. Did you come out from the Maze of Flowers? A delicate voice was transmitted from close by with hints of doubt. Xiao Chen turned his head to look, he only saw an elegant girl with an otherworldly vibe. She was standing quietly in between the flower trees. The eyes were the windows to a man's soul. Her beautiful eyes were as pure as limpid autumn waters, and she had long eyelashes. She gave people the impression of a lovable and naive little girl. Her beautiful nose was sticking out elegantly, her red lips were moist, and her pearly white teeth were as lustrous as pearls. The girl's delicate body was like a soft willow, graceful yet delicate. It was not an exaggeration to say she was a perfect beauty. Her long black hair was bright and reflected the light. It spread out naturally until her waist. She was wearing a white dress. The girl was so beautiful, as if she was a fairy that came out of a painting. The girl was extremely beautiful and elegant, yet she had an unworldly vibe. It just so happened that she was looking at Xiao Chen in wonder. Her long eyelashes flickered as she blinked her eyes, it was suffused with her sincerity. She was like a gentle wind that lightly brushed past. The otherworldly girl gave people a breathtaking feeling. She was like the spotlessly white flower atop the faintly discernible mountain of Immortals. She was that special. Uncle, why are you not saying anything? The melodious sound carried a hint of doubt. Uncle? Xiao Chen was shocked. He was left speechless after touching his long snow-white hair. Uncle, you have already walked out from the Maze of Flowers, all of these are not illusions. Speaking until here, the girl retrieved a bottle from the wicker basket hanging on her arm. Then she said, Uncle, please drink this blessed clear water. This way, you can break away from the illusions faster. As she said this, she tossed the bottle over carefully. One could tell that she was a little precautious and didn't want to get too close. Xiao Chen picked up the bottle and twisted off the lid. The fragrance immediately penetrated deeply into the heart. With a gulp, he downed the blessed clear water. After the grievous event, he had yet to drink or eat anything in the following 3 days. He was honestly feeling a little thirsty. After finishing the drink, his entire body felt relaxed. The pores all over his body seemed to have opened up. He realized that the blessed clear water was not an ordinary item. It had already washed his fatigue away. Uncle, you sure can drink. The girl had a benevolent glance. She smiled lightly and made people feel as if they had been cleansed by the spring wind. It was a very infectious smile. It was like a clear spring in the desert, like an oasis in the middle of Gobi Desert. Xiao Chen returned the bottle to the girl and asked with a gentle voice, Do I really look that old? I shouldn't be that much older compared to you. The elegant girl nodded her head seriously, then she shook her head and said, "Young uncle." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. This unworldly girl was indeed very special. However, it was very easy to generate favorable impression. After experiencing all kinds of dangerous events in Celestial City, seeing a spirited girl like this was just like a clear spring that trickled past the dry land. Where is this place? This is heaven. The girl exposed a mischievous smile, 2 tiny dimples appeared on her cheeks. She was somewhat cute and charming. How about you? Naturally, I am an angel in heaven. Coming across such a mischievous girl, Xiao Chen also smiled involuntarily as he said, "Tell me quickly, this is very important to me." "Oh, all right. This is the Pure Land. Some great grandpas and grandmas are living here in seclusion. Uncle, how did you find this place?" The girl was blinking her big eyes in a daze, her long eyelashes were quivering. She creased her tender nose and appeared very cute and lively. "I also have no idea how I got here. How far is this place from Celestial City?" "So far." The girl was shocked as she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This is 5 million miles away from the southern wasteland." "Uncle, how did you run so far?" 1. He needed his temples. Xiao Chen felt an indescribable exhaustion. Although the blessed clear water had already washed away his exhaustion, he was still feeling tired. He knew his body was slightly ill, but even more so were his spirits. "Uncle, why don't you come to our village first? Your condition doesn't seem that good." "Thank you." Xiao Chen followed the girl in white dress silently as they pushed their way through the beautiful forest. "Uncle, do you have a load on your mind? If you don't look at where you're going, you will bump into that big tree." With her warning, Xiao Chen dodged instinctively. It resulted in the gentle laughter of the girl. "Uncle, you are so amusing." "I was lying. Why, you are not paying attention to the road. Uncle is very tired." "Young uncle, cheer up. Don't look that dispirited. Look, isn't the forest beautiful? Grandpa told me every tree here possesses intelligence. One of them was planted personally by the ancestor god Fuxi. If you can find it, you can be relieved from all your worries. It can grant you any wish." On the way, the girl was singing and talking cheerfully. She was running all over the place. Even when running into a young deer, she would call out to it in a friendly manner. Inside the wicker basket, other than herbal medicines, it was also filled with various wildflowers. "Uncle, I seldomly come across people I don't know. Tell me about all the interesting things out there." The girl was as lively as a fairy. From start to finish, she was very cheerful and was full of vitality. "Uncle, why are you not talking anymore?" Plop. Xiao Chen blacked out and fell into the flower thickets. Gasp. "Uncle, are you all right?" The girl circumvented a few ancient trees with agile steps as she ran over to support Xiao Chen. Then she said with astonishment, "Young uncle, your life energy is very weak. It seems like you don't have much time left." The girl lightly waved her slender fingers. A crystal clear radiance spilled down and shrouded Xiao Chen within. After that, she was humming some unknown song with her melodious voice as she walked forward with agile steps. Xiao Chen was floating in the crystal clear radiance as it followed behind the girl's back. After advancing for approximately 10 miles, the beautiful forest gradually became thinly spread as a small village revealed itself in front of them. There was spiritual energy drifting in the air, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves. It really looked like paradise. There were pavilions and kiosks in the gardens, small bridges over running water, fragrant flowers, and plants. The scenery was incomparably beautiful. It seemed like there were only a few dozen households in this small village. All of them were small wooden houses, each and every one of the house resembled a big mushroom. The roofs were full of rattans. The emerald green leaves and bright-colored flowers were flickering with specks of light. The young girl ran towards a courtyard with 2 wooden houses. She pushed open the wooden gate as she called out with a lively yet mischievous voice, "Grandpa, I'm back." "Ching Ching, you are back." A gray-haired old man with childlike face pushed the door of the wooden house open as he walked into the courtyard. Grandpa, I picked up an uncle on the way back." The reason why Xiao Chen lost consciousness was because the drainage of his life energy was too excessive. Many organs in his body were aging rapidly. Although it had yet to show on the outside, his qi and blood were clearly very weak. This time, he fainted for no less than half a month. During this time, he vaguely heard the old man's words. If not for the treasured tree that's hidden in his body, he might be in danger. In addition to that, there are 9 bizarre acupuncture points providing hints of life energy to his body. Otherwise, with his remaining lifespan, it would be very hard to keep his organs working normally. The young uncle is so pitiful. Another half-month passed like this before there were signs of Xiao Chen gradually waking up. It was already a little more than 1 month since that nightmare. Just when the celestial city had calmed down, more news spread like wildfire that the Fair family and the Tiger clan were going to connect by marriage. Although they had yet to make a formal announcement, the rumor was already passed to the outside world. Fair's now, one of the pearls in the southern wasteland, was betrothed to the 7th son of the Tiger clan's master. They were going to complete the marriage during the current year. This sensational news undoubtedly made secret activities surge up violently in the chaotic celestial city. Many people could tell how powerful the Tiger clan was. Their hands had already reached out from the Middle Earth to the southern wasteland. Were they truly trying to expand their power, or were they trying to probe the dragons in the southern wasteland? Nobody knew for sure. During this 1 month, Xiao Chen was befuddled. He was finally going to regain consciousness. During this day, beyond the paradise-like village, the roar of a dragon was transmitted over. The thunderous sound tore through the peace and tranquility here. However, the elders who resided here did not feel angry, they were still as calm as an ancient well. Those who were reading continued to read, those who were taking a stroll continued to stroll, those who were training continued to train. The young girl who brought Xiao Chen back pushed the fence open in a cheerful mood as she ran towards the outside of the village. At a distant place, there was a 2 meters long black dragon. It was flickering with black light that was no different than a black cloud as it ran over quickly. It possessed an ancestral dragon head, tiger-like body, ancestral dragon tail, and a full body of black scales. It looked extremely warlike. "Blackie, why are you so late?" Ching lightly stroked the head of the black dragon and happily jumped onto its back. What's baffling was that, the proud dragons that normally wouldn't allow people to ride on them, especially the genuine kings of dragons, was not angry at all. On the contrary, it jumped onto the treetop with the young girl on its back and leapt from one branch to another as if it was flying, leaving behind afterimages in the sky. Far away, a silly-looking fatty was running over. He was sweating profusely as he waved at the black dragon that was prancing on the tip of branches. "Brother Fatty, how can you take Blackie away for so long and not let it come to see me? We got caught up in a life-or-death disaster just recently." The little fatty was gasping for breath in the forest. "We went to the sacred mountain. I have fused my 5 beast souls as one." Blackie even seized a strand of dragon chi, as well as the soul of a primal beast king. The little fatty's excitement was undisguised. The young girl, Ching, opened her mouth widely and said with a start, "You guys went to the sacred mountain's ancient altar? What you can obtain there is the soul of a genuine primal beast. Brother Fatty, you are too awesome, you actually fused 5 souls as one. Just good luck, hee hee. Didn't you notice? Blackie has changed from 1.5 meters to 2 meters. It reaped more benefits than me this time." "Oh, that's right. It was still about 1 meter long when it left the Dragon Island with your group. Its improvement is really great this 1 year." The young girl nodded before she said, "Oh, by the way, Brother Fatty, I picked up a strange uncle." "Picked up?" Obviously, the little fatty was bewildered. Just what kind of person could have charged into the Pure Land? He seemed to have made it through the maze of flowers. "What, there's actually someone powerful enough to make it through that scary place? Hee hee, I bring you to see him, the young uncle is very handsome." After arriving in the wooden house, the little fatty immediately shouted in shock, "Xiao Chen, why is it him?" You know this pitiful uncle?" Of course, during the critical moments, if not because of him, our entire group would have died in the hands of the demon. Just at this time, Xiao Chen was just about to wake up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and saw a familiar face. A silly-looking fatty was looking at him with a smile. "Ox, man? It is me. What happened to you, Xiao Chen? Motherf! Who made you like this? Tell me, the great ox will wipe him out." Ching pulled Oxman's sleeve and said via telepathy, a lot of his life energy was drained. "It's going to be all right, fear not. I will go to the mysterious sacred mountain. Who knows, we might be able to obtain the soul of an ancestor god. At that time, you will have more than enough life energy for a few generations." Oxman could see Xiao Chen's weakened state. He pounded his chest to comfort him. A coughing sound transmitted from outside. Ching's grandfather walked in and pulled Oxman's round face like he was teasing a young child. He was all smiles when he said, "Children's words carry no harm. Don't speak nonsense when you don't understand anything. It wouldn't be good if you angered the primal beast souls in the sacred mountain." 1. Silva, WOT? Fade, he had a good ride ha, just treat the weapons as horses, he'll be fine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, Pure Land. In the bird's nest, the nestlings were chirping and waiting to be fed. At the riverside, the flower petals drifted along with the wind, and the fragrance of the flowers was carried by the wind. There was a small village full of spiritual energy. That village had the same vibe as Xiao Chen's hometown. The lively village was similar to that small mountain village beside the Yellow River. Xiao Chen suspected he was in a dream. 2 months had passed in an instant. Xiao Chen's body was slowly recovering. Although he was in a critical situation, abundant life energy was stored in the 9 divinized acupoints. The life energy didn't rush out all at once, but a little bit would leak out every day to heal his aging organs. Because of that, Xiao Chen's condition was maintained at a very subtle equilibrium. His flame of life was still burning, his power was still the same as before. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with immense battle intent. He wished he could go back to Celestial City immediately. However, he knew that he was far from strong enough to survive in Celestial City. After thinking about it calmly, his agitated heart gradually calmed down. Standing on the stone bridge, he looked at his white-haired self reflected in the water. Xiao Chen remained silent. This time, he was completely and thoroughly defeated. He had lost too much in Celestial City, too much. His felt completely empty. He had lost faith in humanity. People would fight for fame, profit, romance, love, hate, and enmity, but what for? He lost a friend. Fairski had betrayed their friendship. He pulled out a sword and attacked him with no regards. He lost Kiki, its body and soul were destroyed. He lost 200 years of his lifespan. That was equivalent to 2 lifetimes of a normal person. However, he didn't manage to fill the gaps in his heart. He would never forget about the crushing defeat that night. He ran away from Celestial City. Xiao Chen had lost too much. He felt a heart-ripping pain. He didn't want to make a childish vow nor shout out his goal. He kept this pain to himself as he was thinking back to those events in silence. He was reflecting upon it calmly. He was too frivolous and flamboyant. His recognition of human nature was too little. Fame, benefits, power, romance, love, hate, enmity. Interweave to form one huge net that nobody in this world could hide from. He must sharpen himself. Does that mean he has to endure patiently and continue to escape? No. Youthfulness wouldn't last that long. It was needless to repress his natural instincts. He was a free and spontaneous person. Restraining himself would only have negative effect on his life. What he needed was to reflect upon it. He needed to be even more experienced, to the point that he could be called shrewd and ruthless. He had to become more mature, and polish himself from the craggy corner. It was not a compromise. He was not discouraged. Rather, this was a transformation for the purpose of enriching his life. He had to learn from this crushing defeat. Being seasoned did not mean to lose the drive, or even one's prime. The passion would never stop burning. Those feelings would build up his confidence even more. The only thing that should be changed was his methods. His heart would remain the same forever. Xiao Chen stood quietly on the stone bridge, thinking deeply. Qing Qing's grandfather was taking a stroll and walked towards the stone bridge. The old man was beaming with smiles all day long. He seemed very kind and benevolent. Thinking about something? Just reflecting. The old man chuckled and said, "Experiencing defeat is not scary at all. The most important thing is how you look upon the defeat. If those outstanding individuals never experienced defeat, they would always remain at the level of just outstanding. We need to go through constant hardships before we come to understand its true meaning. I was also a frivolous youngster during my years. I had stirred up too much trouble because of my arrogance. I truly had too many bitter experiences. Having power is one thing, but how you use that power is the most important point. Don't be like those who are easily swayed from left to right, but you also must have a superior means to face the storm." Xiao Chen smiled and heeded the advice. "Elder, how about I treat you to some drinks? Let's go then. I almost forgot, the one Qing Qing saved is a millionaire who carries a few 100,000 gold plates. Even if you buy all the best wine from Granny Phoebe, there will be enough to last for several years." 600,000 gold plates, that was the award money given when Kiki won the title of the Southern Wasteland Beast King. Every time he saw these gold plates, he would recall the little thing and experience a heart-ripping pain. Thinking about it, he really was a millionaire. He hadn't spent the 800,000 gold coins from selling Pasteur. It's just that, the money were still with the Zhuge fatty. It's not that I am stingy, but these few 100,000 gold coins, I really don't want to touch them. That will only make me feel bad. However, you don't have to worry. I went to the deep forest and picked up a nonafrond grass. I already delivered it to Granny Phoebe. It should be enough to trade for a dozen bottles of the best wine. Ha, that's great, that should be enough for the both of us. The old man laughed heartily. Xiao Chen sincerely respected this benevolent and optimistic old man. The old man was very amiable, but the depth of his power couldn't simply be described as unfathomable. What made Xiao Chen the most shocked was that, in this village, there were more than 10 elders about the same age as this old man. What he learned from the little fatty oxman was that, this pure land was the hiding place of the previously well-known practitioners from the jungle tribe and the beastmen. Just what kind of past did they possess, nobody knew. According to Oxman, even his grandmother was respectful towards these people. Using the little fatty's words, the people at this place were impressive figures. Xiao Chen guessed the elders in this pure land must have had extremely glorious past. However, they wanted to live a simple life, thus they gathered in this secluded region. Not a lot of people would come here to disturb these elders, other than a few special cases. In regards to the jungle tribe and the beastmen, this place was a true paradise. Beyond this pure land were numerous jungle tribes and beastmen tribes, covering thousands of miles of territory. It was impossible to count just how many ancient tribes were in these territories. This place was northwest of the Celestial City, but within the whole picture of the Immortals mainland, this was located at the southwest border. It was close neighbor to the Middle Earth. If one could fly, it would only take one day to get to Middle Earth. Granny Phoebe's small pub was out in the open. There were only a few sets of table and chair arranged in front of the small wooden house. Many elders would visit the pub every day. They could already smell the fascinating aroma of the liquor from very far away. These were not just any normal wines. Xiao Chen had experienced it himself. These could even be said to be godlike wines that directly intoxicated the very bones. Although these elders were very kind and amiable, Xiao Chen didn't dare to slight them. He would smile at each and every elder to show his respect. Xiao Chen, your body is too weak, your life energy is pathetically low. Today, I will teach you a skill and how to refine your body. I guarantee that your life energy will slowly recover. The elder turtle was a beastman, because his beast soul was originally that of a turtle. Everyone including Xiao Chen addressed him as elder turtle. However, at their current level of power, they already looked completely human. The elder turtle's posture was rather awkward. He was just like a big turtle crawling in the sky, but his mouth was opening and closing unceasingly as traces of world essence flowed into his mouth like water. Elder Yi reminded, Xiao Chen, you should learn this without delay. This is a wonderful technique to maintain good health by seizing the essence of the world. It is a rare ability to maintain long life. Xiao Chen thanked them hastily and crawled in the sky awkwardly. He diligently listened the elder turtle's guidance and carefully savor it. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, even their martial arts were too wonderful for words. Hee hee, young uncle, what are you doing? Xing Cheng walked over from outside the village as she giggled. Plop! Xiao Chen was shocked and fell onto the ground. Hee hee, uncle, don't get too excited. Actually, your posture just now was very accurate. I couldn't learn it no matter what. Elder Turtle stroked his white herd as he said with a smile, little girl, don't make fun of him. Although the posture is not very good looking, it is a genuine skill that can save your life. Every time I wanted to teach you, you would run away. Just because she was pure, it didn't mean she was simple-minded. Xing Qing could even be said to be very bright. She had a creative mind. This intelligent girl was the favorite of every elder in this village. She smiled brilliantly and said, oh, that's right. Xing Qing will seek out Elder Turtle to teach me in the future. Speaking until here, she turned around to face Xiao Chen and said, Uncle, are you really going to the sacred mountain with Brother Fatty? That place is very dangerous. You are still in poor health, you shouldn't take risks. Hearing this, every elder in the pub looked at Xiao Chen. Elder Yi said, there is only a 1 out of 10 chance to survive, not many people dare to take the risk. It is too dangerous. Elder Turtle also said, it's too dangerous. If I was not forced into a corner at that time, I definitely wouldn't go there and take my chances. The Beastman's sacred mountain, that was the most mysterious land. Legends had it that it was a Cyprius furnace successfully refined by ancestor god Swirenshi. The furnace was supposedly capable of smelting anything in the world. However, for some reason, the Cyprius furnace transformed into a sacred mountain and became a place where the saintly souls gathered. The souls of many fallen warriors would gather at that place. Of course, that was only part of the secret that everyone was aware of. Legends have it that the sacred mountain possessed even more secrets that even the prophets and ancestors of various beastmen tribes didn't know about. I really want to go. I want to try and see if I can summon Keek's soul at that place. Xiao Chen did not hide his origin. These elders knew how he managed to make it to this pure land. Granny Phoebe walked out from the small wooden house. Although she had a head full of white hair, her face was very beautiful. If one said she was senile, that was definitely wrong, but it was not appropriate to say she was young either. She smiled towards Xiao Chen and said, "Yesterday, the non-affront grass you procured was very effective. It is enough to brew 50 jars of fairy wine." After that, she said with slight concern, "Since you want to take your chances, nobody here will stop you. But we must remind you again, that place is truly very dangerous. I will teach you a self-protection skill." Speaking until here, Granny Phoebe became very solemn as she chanted, "The universe contains emptiness, the heart harbors the world, grant life to my imagination, shadows produced from my body." Granny Phoebe looked very dignified at that moment. She flew up in a whirl and made all kinds of complicated movements. Her hands kept forming one seal after another. A star sign appeared over her head from thin air and let off millions of streaks of light. It was so bright that it blinded everyone. Elder Yi faced Xiao Chen and said, "Quick, memorize it immediately. That is the highest form of every seal technique known in legends, the seal of Aquarius." Xiao Chen moved his body as his heart desired as he listened to Granny Phoebe's instructions. While he was savoring all the information, he began to form the seal of Aquarius. Granny Phoebe was a clan member of the jungle tribe. She was extremely proficient in the laws of nature. She could use her systematic spells to wrest control of nature's power. The seal of Aquarius was the supreme technique she perfected by combining it with the Buddhist star sign. Xiao Chen immersed himself in this ethereal state and sensed the seal of Aquarius' formidable power. He had a feeling, once this technique reached its peak state, it could swallow up the sun and the moon. On the other side, Qingqing also danced like a butterfly. Her slender fingers were forming the seals unceasingly. A crystallized star sign appeared on top of her head. She looked as pure as a goddess. She spoke to herself, "Every time I see Granny Phoebe forming the seals, it gives me a different feeling. I wonder when will I be able to form the seals." "Your aptitude is not bad." After seeing that Xiao Chen had memorized the fundamentals, Granny Phoebe gave her evaluation. One must know that Xiao Chen was naturally gifted on the path of austerities. However, in the eyes of these people, he had just barely passed. It was enough to indicate how powerful and incomprehensible they were. These elders once had unknown pasts. They had seen one too many gifted practitioners, and they were naturally one of those well-known figures. Qingqing was very clever. She giggled and told Xiao Chen, "Uncle, why don't you hurry up and buy some wine? Treat everyone here to their heart's content, and they might just teach you a skill. Then you will reap endless benefits for a lifetime." Xiao Chen knew she was helping him with good intention. Of course, he was not a blockhead and immediately treated these elders to fine liquors. KHHHH. This is the stuff. The doors of many wooden houses in the village were pushed open. Once they heard someone was going to treat them, many elders turned up without being invited with a chuckle. In reality, these elders didn't think closed-door training was worth doing. Training on a regular basis was not that important to them. Every time a youngster from the Beastmen or Jungle tribe came, they would give them pointers heartily. Even though Xiao Chen was practicing the profound technique of the ancient monolith himself, he still felt that the techniques occasionally revealed by these elders were top-notch abilities. If he could learn a few of them and compare them, it would be very beneficial for his training. Life in the Pure Land was a simple one. It was one without prestige and full of livelihood. There's no fighting and scheming here, nor was there a scramble for power and profit. Compared to Celestial City, this was truly a paradise. It made Xiao Chen feel as if being in the Celestial City was already a thing from the distant past. In the following month, Xiao Chen learned a few difficult-to-understand profound arts from the elders. Every time when he truly comprehended these arts, he would always have this one thought: could these elders be gods? How did they manage to create such powerful secret arts? It seemed like they were not one bit weaker than the secret arts of the ancient monolith. Time passed by quickly. It had already been 4 months since Xiao Chen arrived at the Pure Land. His bodily functions were mostly recovered. His state was situated at a subtle equilibrium. He decided to take action now. He's going to the Beastman's sacred mountain with Oxman in an attempt to summon Keek's soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Sacred Mountain. The endless wasteland, in the mountain woods. Just how many ancient tribes were there, nobody could say for sure. Their numbers were practically endless. This was a mysterious land brimming with countless unknowns. There were many ancient secrets buried in this land. Ancestor god Swirenshi, Yukashi, Fushi, etc. had once touched upon this land. These countless thousands of miles of territories were not only the sacred lands of the beastmen and jungle tribes, it was also the land many practitioners in the Middle-earth yearned for. Over the years, many daring adventurers would come explore this dangerous yet fascinating primal region. However, the majority of them were never seen again. The jungle tribe and beastmen were not that hostile towards the outsiders, but they also didn't have any good impressions of them. There were many ancient tribes deep in this land, they wouldn't permit the outsiders to probe too deeply. In fact, many adventurers were only wandering around the outer region, and they were already endlessly shocked. The Beastman's sacred mountain that Xiao Chen and Oxman were heading towards was definitely one of the most terrifying and mysterious places within this thousands of miles of land. At present, they had already traveled for 2 days. Their current location was roughly 2,000 miles from the Pure Land. For an ordinary person, this might be a really long distance, but to Xiao Chen, who possessed the undying wings, and Oxman, who was riding on the black dragon, it was nothing. If they didn't visit the various ancient tribes on the way, as well as spending more than half of the day greeting those elders who had returned from the Dragon Island, Xiao Chen and co might have already arrived at the sacred mountain. The Black Dragon King still remembered Xiao Chen very vividly. It might be proud, but it still allowed Xiao Chen to ride of its back. While carrying the both of them, the black dragon skipped from the tips of the branches as if it was flying. It transformed into a streak of black light as it advanced at high speed. It was truly shocking. Even among the many human experts, they might not have this kind of strength to skip on the leaves and flowers. Fatty Oxman's Black Dragon King and Lan Nua's Amethyst Dragon King were one of the very first Dragon Kings to be born on Dragon Island. Naturally, they should also be one of the strongest Dragon Kings. Even if they were unable to rise up as the ancestral dragon, they would become an existence on the same level as those legendary primal Dragon Kings that didn't get sealed in the Dragon Island. In these countless miles of territory, there were endless wastelands and primitive mountain woods. At the moment, Xiao Chen and co was crossing a scarlet-red wasteland, where as far as the eye could see, not even a blade of grass was growing. Legend has it that a terrifying battle with God took place here. This land was once encroached upon by the blood of God and accumulated an inexhaustible amount of baleful aura. Thus, no blade of grass was able to grow in this place anymore. Fatty Oxman explained, "I don't know whether the legend is true or not, but Blackie and I have once encountered a bloody corpse here. If not because Blackie was fast enough, we brothers wouldn't be able to meet anymore." It was that terrifying? Xiao Chen was a bit shocked as he asked, "Shouldn't we be more careful when making our way through this place?" "Don't worry. It's fine as long as it's still daytime. The old man from the Beastman tribe once told me to never come here at night time. I didn't listen to his advice at that time, and as a result, I really encountered a bloody corpse at midnight. I saw it with my own eyes when the bloody earth split open. There were so many corpses under the ground, so many I tell ya. The scene at that time was so scary. I was so scared that the hair all over my body was standing up. It was practically the personification of hell. Although we retreated quickly, we were still nearly hit by a bloody light beam. At that time, my divine wolf soul was torn from my body by a demonic power. It left my body forcefully and disintegrated in an instant. Just like that, we barely made it out of this bloody wasteland with our life." As they were talking, they had already covered 100 miles of distance. Blue fog lingered ahead, the hazy and indistinct silhouette of a mountain could be seen within the fog. Xiao Chen couldn't refrain from frowning. The ancient Beastman tribe and jungle tribe's territory was really a land filled with mystery. On the way, there were many similarly bizarre and unknown scenes. Oxman pulled his neck back like a turtle and said, "We should take a detour. This is the Blue Nebula Mountain. It is said that this mountain is just as bizarre regardless of day or night. They say that a lot of progenitors with blue blood died on this mountain. The baleful aura is too thick and has never dispersed since the ancient times. The elders said not to disturb them, otherwise." Like this, Xiao Chen's party was getting closer to the Beastman's sacred mountain after traveling for 3 days. Although they were still 100 miles away, they could already feel its abnormality. However, the scene was completely different from Xiao Chen's imagination. In his imagination, since the sacred mountain was once a Cyprius furnace that could smelt anything in the world, there should still be black smoke rising to the sky even if the fire has already died out. Moreover, since it had already become the gathering place of saintly souls, there ought to be black fog lingering around at the very least. And yet, everything before his eyes betrayed Xiao Chen's expectations. It was emitting hundreds and thousands streaks of multicolored light. Although they were still tens of miles away from the sacred mountain, they could clearly see the flowing lights and overflowing colors rising to the sky. It was as beautiful as shooting stars streaking across the night sky. Moreover, an indistinct tinkling and jingling sound of the heavenly music could be heard. It was like the performance of a passionate woman. Don't ever get tricked by the scene before your eyes. Fatty Oxman reminded. Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. After all, Oxman had been here before, so he knew what he was talking about. Although the little fatty appeared to be silly looking, he was, without a doubt, very shrewd. Otherwise, how was it possible for the elders in the Pure Land to be so fond of him? After arriving in this region, the Black Dragon King had clearly become more cautious. It slowed down its pace and was no longer forging ahead with extreme speed. When they were 50 miles from the Cyprius Furnace of Legends, they could already see its visage, even if just barely. After advancing for another 10 miles, the mountain body could clearly be seen. Xiao Chen was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. Was this really a mountain? Its width was as boundless as the massive earth, and its height was already far above the skies. The majestic sacred mountain occupied the entire space in front of them. If one really had to describe the mountain's body, it can only be described as wide and boundless. In front of such a presence, it made people dreadfully aware of their own insignificance, like they were little ants looking up at the blue dome of heaven. Every individual felt so very insignificant in front of this huge mountain. Such a strange feeling. It's clearly just a huge mountain, but why do I feel that it is even bigger than the world itself? Xiao Chen harbored doubts. This was his true feeling. The black dragon cautiously came to a stop. Fatty Oxman jumped down from the dragon's back and said while looking up at the boundless mountain, "The Pure Land's elder turtle once told me, this was a Cyprius furnace. Not only can it smelt every corporeal thing, it can even smelt the whole world itself." There was such a legend? Xiao Chen was a little amazed. It's not like he didn't believe in those legends. Maybe there might be a hint of truth hidden among the legends. They were already within 20 miles of the sacred mountain. Everything could be seen clearly. The flowing lights and overflowing colors were whirling around the mountain. It was gorgeous and magnificent. Of course, if they were to concentrate their spiritual sense and gaze at it attentively, they could still see the mountain body clearly. The imposing mountain was majestic. There were many areas on the mountain that were laid bare, with no traces of life. On the ash-gray body of the mountain, there were many areas mottled with bloodstains. That's right, looking from afar, those scarlet-red regions were like bloody scars. There was some wispy fog lingering in those regions. There were also many regions with glorious golden light, as if a molten mass of copper was boiling and giving off blazing rays of light. And there were some other regions which were all pitch black. Like a bottomless pit, one was unable to clearly see their depths. Those regions swallowed up all of the radiance from the outside world. No light could be seen in those regions but an endless darkness. Of course, it's not like there were no traces of life to be found on the tall and huge mountain. If one looked carefully, they could discover a few green areas isolated on the boundless body of the bare mountain. "Fatty, just wait for me here." Xiao Chen didn't want Oxman to take his chances with him. "What are you saying? How can I not go after coming this far?" "You don't need to worry about me, I am not that weak. We also have Blackie with us, we will be just fine." Oxman's strength could even be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. While still on the Dragon Island, he might have been weaker than Xiao Chen, but after leaving the island, the little fatty has had many opportunities to grow. His growth caused the elders of some big tribes to be fond of him and granted him 2 powerful beast souls. In addition to his initial beast soul, as well as the ones he seized from Chaos on the Dragon Island, he already has 5 beast souls altogether. Unfortunately, he didn't listen to the elders' advice and went to the bloody plain. Although he managed to escape with his life, the divine wolf died in his place. Half a year ago, when he was stuck at the last bottleneck to break into the Historia realm, he arrived at this sacred mountain and gained a huge benefit. He was able to obtain a primal beast soul and break into the Historia realm after fusing the 5 souls into one. To sum it up, the little fatty now was not any weaker than Xiao Chen. After learning about his training course, Xiao Chen lamented. Nobody was the heaven's only pet. There was a Historia-level fatty like this on the solitary mountain, and he didn't have any reputation in the outside world. Within the many thousands of miles of the jungle tribes in Beastman's territory, who knew if there were any other freaks like Oxman? A few months ago, you already came here and obtained the things that you need. There's no need for you to put yourself at risk again. I understand your intentions and I appreciate it. Oxman shook his head and said, even if it was not for you, I would still come to the sacred mountain again by myself. The Beastman's training method is different from others. We must find a compatible beast soul with unlimited potential if we want to train till the peak stage. Although 5 of my beast souls have fused together, only the primal beast soul I obtained from the sacred mountain is strong enough. However, it is definitely not the one with the best potential out there. It can help me advance smoothly at the present stage, but it might turn out to be a burden in the future. Thus, I want to come here to search for a beast soul that is truly compatible with me. Since he was unable to dissuade him, Xiao Chen didn't continue to argue needlessly. Men were like this, one word was enough. The two already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Since arriving here, all they felt was an oppressive feeling that shook their very bones. Looking from afar, there were multicolored lights lingering around the mountain. The view from close-up was not the same at all. The multicolored lights were all high in the sky, winding far away from the sacred mountain. In the vicinity of the sacred mountain, there's only an empty and desolate land. There's nothing beautiful about it. Oxman said, the elders of some big tribes once said, back in those days, the ancestor god Swirenchi had failed to completely refine the Cyprius furnace and abandoned it here. Had he succeeded, there might be a world-changing event taking place in history? After all, legend says that the ancestor god's furnace could smelt the world itself. Afterwards, for some reason, many powerful saintly souls would gather here like the moths flying into the flame. Even now, nobody knows why. The wispy fog was drifting around the desolate mountain foot, hints of black gas were gushing out from the ash-gray earth. Xiao Chen and company had no choice but to protect themselves with a layer of qi. They began to climb the huge mountain and advanced more than 300 meters. Rather than climbing, it's more like they were walking uphill. Primarily because the sacred mountain was too grand, too wide, too tall. Not long later, they were already 1 kilometer above sea level. They were finally about to enter the dangerous zone. From time to time, a bloody mist would drift past them and cast a wide expanse of shadow. The stench of blood was very obvious. It is very dangerous ahead, I was made to stop here last time. In this Cyprius furnace, a desperate battle would also take place occasionally. The powerful souls that were defeated would frequently be chased all over the place. Last time, the little fatty was waiting here for opportunities. He used the technique the elders taught him to absorb the powerful beast soul who lost its natural instincts. Shoo! Xiao Chen heard some strange sound and hastily hinted Oxman to stay on guard. The Black Dragon King, on the other hand, was already on high alert. At first, the sound was very small and weak, then it became louder and louder. It sounded like a herd of steeds galloping at first, then the rumbling sound became so loud that it was as if a landslide or a tsunami was taking place. It was as if a dam had broken and the furious tide was rushing down the mountain while carrying the mud and stones. Oh my god! Run for it! The fatty pulled Xiao Chen and jumped onto the black dragon's back. It turned around just as soon and ran away. Above the mountain, a black ocean wave was crashing down while covering the sky. It was spilling an endless amount of baleful aura. The torrents of demonic flames rushing down was very much like an unrivaled great demon stirring up havoc. OF. This is definitely the battle between superior saintly souls. Let's not say us, even the elders at the Pure Land might not necessarily be able to confront them. Fatty Oxman looked like he already wanted to cry as he bewailed, why are we so unlucky? The boundless black ocean wave enveloped more than half of the sky and swept away every resistance. They could vaguely see a few sinister huge monsters within, roaring and fighting fiercely. Such tyrannical power, they were actually capable of causing this region of the sacred mountain to tremble. One must know that this was the Cyprius furnace refined by the ancestor god Swirenchi. Your ordinary power wouldn't even be able to make it tremble in the slightest. Quick, change direction! Xiao Chen shouted loudly. If they ran perfectly straight towards the mountain foot, they wouldn't be able to get away from the black ocean wave no matter what. The Black Dragon King left behind a streak of black light and ran towards the right side like a bolt of lightning. The dragon represented the fastest creature under the heavens. Although the Black Dragon King was still in its infancy stage, it couldn't be looked down upon. It was a close call. The inexhaustible black billows roared right past them. The malevolent souls were like giants as they battled it out in the black energy wave. Oh my god! Fatty Oxman cried out in alarm. Just now, I saw a tyrannical dragon in there. There was actually a dragon's soul. It's too inconceivable. Moreover, there's a few other saintly souls just as powerful. If I can refine one of these great souls, my future would no longer be a dream. The eyes of the Black Dragon King were fixed on the boundless black energy waves that just rushed past them. Obviously, it had also seen the tyrannical dragon's soul. With your current strength, you won't be able to handle that kind of abnormal soul. It should be good enough if you can find the soul of a beast king with unlimited potential. You still have to rely on yourself when it comes to training. I know, I was just deeply moved. Speaking until here, Fatty Oxman's face suddenly changed color as he shouted in fright, not good, they are back. The path to the mountain foot was cut off, and the saintly souls with unfathomable power were advancing towards their direction with the endless black billows. Xiao Chen wanted to carry the fatty and fly towards the sky, but he found that it was impossible. Although those brilliant lights whirling on the mountain top were some distance away from the mountain itself, the space was still confined by them. He was unable to charge up to the high altitude. There's no other choice, let's charge towards the mountain top for some distance. Fine, Blackie, go faster. Going up the sacred mountain was undoubtedly dangerous. The higher they go, the amount of powerful saintly souls would increase in number. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw a piece of greenery appearing in front. He yelled, "There's an oasis of life ahead, let's hide there for a while." The oases on the desolate ancient mountain were definitely not any ordinary places. Just now, it didn't get destroyed when the black billows brushed past, that was enough to show its uncommonness. However, it was an emergency situation. Xiao Chen's party had no other choice but to think about these problems after they were rid of the dangers behind. This was an extremely quiet forest. The ancient trees reached high into the sky. Each and every tree needed at least 20 people to wrap their arms around it. Nobody knew how many years had they been growing already. It was eerily quiet. Although the black billows were rumbling behind them, it felt like they could hear it clearly even if a needle was dropped in this place. The quietness made people feel very lonely and frightened. After Xiao Chen's party rushed in, they discovered the endless black billows behind actually took a detour and didn't invade the forest. This place is very bizarre. Those powerful souls actually didn't invade, we should get out of here as soon as possible. Oxman's face was very ugly. At this time, he felt like he could hear his soul trembling. That's right, we should leave without delay. Xiao Chen also had a bad premonition. However, for some reason, the Black Dragon King's entire body burst out with black light. The reverse scales under its neck even spread out, and its eyes were emitting two terrifying rays of light as it scuttled into the depths of the ancient forest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Ley Lines. The Black Dragon King charged in like a bolt of lightning. Naturally, Fatty Oxman wouldn't run away by himself. Xiao Chen also followed after without any hesitation. No sound was present at all in the forest, it was scarily quiet. Other than the sound of them slicing through the air, they couldn't hear any other sound, not even the sound of the wind or the rustling of the grass. The heavy atmosphere gave Xiao Chen and Oxman the urge to shout out loud. The gloomy forest was choked with an oppressive force. It was well within the imagination that if people were to stay here for a prolonged time, their mind would definitely crumble. Blackie, what's going on with you? Oxman was somewhat anxious as he realized the situation. The Black Dragon King ignored them and continued to charge into the forest depths. After covering 1 mile, the Black Dragon King stopped. Below a tall ancient tree, there was a huge pile of skeletons stacked up like a mountain. Xiao Chen and Oxman were both very amazed. These were actually very long dragon bones and they were very likely to be the skeletal remains of an ancestral dragon. It was coiling around the ancient tree that required several dozen people to wrap their arms around, like a snowy mountain ridge. If the skeletal remains were straightened out, they could reach up to 800 or 900 meters long at the very least. The ancestral dragon held its head high, it didn't lower its head even after death. There were many cracks all over the skeleton of the ancestral dragon, several dozen places were even completely fractured. It was obvious that the dragon had received extremely grave injuries and was chopped into several dozen chunks. It was very likely to have died in battle. Could this really be an ancestral dragon? Xiao Chen and Oxman both had solemn expressions. The eyes of the Black Dragon King were already filled with tears. Its forelimbs gave out as it knelt in front of the dragon bones. One must know that dragon kings are very proud, they wouldn't even pay respect to the heavens. However, the Black Dragon King was actually shedding tears and kneeling down at present, that was enough to show its emotional state. Xiao Chen and Oxman remained silent, only now did they realize this was not an ancestral dragon. This ought to be a rather powerful dragon king. Although it didn't ultimately evolve into an ancestral dragon, it shouldn't have been too far away from its goal. Only the two claws at the rear didn't have much of a resemblance. The other parts of its body were exactly like that of the ancestral dragon. The Black Dragon King silently revolved around this powerful dragon king from an unknown era. Then it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a black flame, setting the dragon bones on fire in a split second. A huge conflagration was started, but it didn't have any effect on the ancient trees and their surroundings. Even though the black flame was engulfing the trees, they didn't even get burned in the slightest. At this time, a shocking event occurred. The flaming skeleton of the Dragon King emitted dazzling rays of light and started shrinking at high speed. The fractures on the skeleton recombined and the cracked areas recovered. In the end, the 800 to 900 meter long dragon bones actually shrank down to 1 meter long as it floated quietly in the sky. It was already no longer snow-white in color. At this moment, it was crystal clear and emitted colorful lights, as if it was sculpted out of fine jade. What made Xiao Chen and Oxman the most surprised had yet to come. the Black Dragon King's eyes emitted two electrifying glints as it launched two divine lights from its horns. The dragon bones were enveloped in an instant. Shing! Shing! It sounded like an exceptional sword was unsheathed. Little by little, the dazzling rays of light illuminated the entire oasis. It made all the saintly souls around the oasis let out earth-shaking roars. Many souls encircled the oasis. They wanted to charge in, but didn't dare to enter the mountain woods. An exceptional sword was slowly unsheathed from the dragon bones. It was hard to tell what the sword was made of. It looked like a jade sword, yet it was similar to a bone sword. The crystal-clear dragon bones suddenly disintegrated to dust at this very moment. They fluttered about and fell gently onto the ground. What's left behind was only the sacred sword in the sky. The Black Dragon King lowered its body very respectfully and crouched on the ground. The sacred sword in the sky transformed into a streak of divine light and melded into the Black Dragon King's spinal cord. Cling! Cling! It was like the treasured sword had returned to the scabbard. The sound it produced was genuine. Fatty Oxman was so startled that his heart thumped furiously a few times. He was so afraid that the Black Dragon King had been slashed. Blackie, what is going on? Oxman was in awe, yet he was a little puzzled as he asked. The Black Dragon King was silent. It only let out a few growls in the end. You are saying that this is one of the sacred treasures of the dragons. Only a Dragon King has the ability to use it, and you guys want to. The Black Dragon King stopped and remained silent again. Want to what? Xiao Chen and Oxman's heart throbbed violently as they thought of all the possibilities at the same time. However, they must not say it. The Black Dragon King trusted them, so even if they had already guessed it, they could only keep this to themselves. Once the sacred sword disappeared, all the saintly souls around the forest dispersed. Deathly silence dominated this place once again. Why is that place emitting bloody steam? Fatty Oxman was looking ahead in astonishment. The place where the dragon bones were once located, there was a pitch-black tunnel entrance. Since the skeletal remains had been refined, it had appeared. Black fog and bloody steam were bubbling out from the tunnel. Even though the dense black fog and bloody steam made it easy for people to think of blood, it didn't have the slightest bit of a baleful aura. On the contrary, there was pure spiritual energy lingering around. The Black Dragon King rushed over. Its ancestral dragon horn was glowing as it gathered the bloody steam around itself. Gradually, it was shrouded by the brilliance of the blood. This is a pure spiritual energy. Fatty Oxman seemed like he recalled something, and said, I once heard from the elders, the earth has a spirit. This might be the legendary ley line. If that is true, this would be a great chance for us. Xiao Chen lamented a little. Some people were really lucky in this world, and this silly-looking fatty had unusually good luck from beginning to end. He had also heard of the ley lines before. The sight before his eyes was extremely likely to be it. Perhaps, the Cyprius furnace had really linked up with the ley lines. After all, this was the place where the ancestor god Swirenchi had once refined the Cyprius furnace. Fatty Oxman sat beside the bottomless tunnel entrance and began to meditate. At this time, the rainbow-colored sacred tree in Xiao Chen's body shook a little and slowly emerged from his body. Traces of bloody steam was gathering around it. Xiao Chen's heart thumped as he planted the sacred tree beside the tunnel entrance. He also sat cross-legged and began to train. Once the rainbow-colored sacred tree emerged, it immediately made the blood-colored spiritual essence rush forth madly. The treasured tree seemed to possess unmatched power as it drew the ley lines to it unceasingly. It immediately caused this place to shroud in a bloody light. The brilliant rays bubbled up. It made Xiao Chen, Oxman, and the Black Dragon King feel like their rate of absorbing spiritual energy became even faster. This was a rarely seen sight. If practitioners with clairvoyance were present, they would definitely see it clearly, that the ley line was rushing up unceasingly, that an unending stream of spiritual energy was flowing towards the treasured tree, and that the three beside it were benefiting from it. At this very moment, time seemed to have stopped. Xiao Chen's party was immersed in a state of selflessness. They couldn't feel the elapse of time. The pores all over their body were opened up. It was as if they had become one with the blood-colored spiritual energy. Fatty Oxman was also very exaggerating too. The freak that formed after fusing 5 beast souls directly appeared behind him. It was a huge shadow of a beast. It stood there like a small mountain. Its height reached up to at least 10 meters. It was opening its huge mouth and gobbling up the bloody radiance at shocking speed. Naturally, the one who benefited the most from this was the treasured tree. The unending stream of bloody light directly linked the sacred tree to the ley lines. They were connected and were currently in a state of equilibrium. One day later, the sapling finally evolved once again. A soft, scarlet shoot was sprouting. It was as clear as a bloody pearl. The fifth divine leaf was finally going to sprout. This area was filled with dense bloody essence. Time flowed unknowingly. Xiao Chen's party remained as motionless as a mountain as they were submerged in a state of selflessness. And just at this moment, something shocking took place outside. All the ancient trees were glowing with green light. The entire area was like a huge emerald. Many souls nearby were surrounded by the leaves of the ancient trees as they were all gobbled up. The ancient trees around Xiao Chen's party seemed as if they were alive. They stretched their huge branches like they were hands toward the two men and the dragon, in order to seal off their path and deprive them of their souls. However, without waiting for them to get closer, the rainbow-colored sacred tree glowed. It was emitting waves after waves of colorful radiance that destroyed all the branches. Exactly 1 month later, Xiao Chen and Oxman were still immersed in an ethereal state. The essence of the ley lines came pouring into their body unceasingly, changing their constitution. And during this 1 month, the rainbow-colored sacred tree's scarlet jade leaf finally bloomed. The bloody light was pure and limpid. The leaf was as clear as a ruby, it was as bright as a divine jade. Thus far, the palm-sized sapling already had 5 divine leaves. The black crystal leaf, the white jade leaf, the emerald leaf, the gold leaf, and the scarlet leaf. The luster circulating around the tree was gentle yet divine. Since the scarlet leaf has bloomed, the treasured tree gradually lost its connection with the ley lines. The blood-colored essence was no longer rushing up, and this area was gradually restoring to its previous state of deathly silence. Fatty Oxman's beast soul grew from more than 10 meters to 20 meters tall. It was standing there like a mountain and gave people a powerful pressure. 1 month of training allowed Fatty Oxman to jump from the first celestial layer of Historia realm to the third celestial layer. In a short 1 month, he was promoted by 2 celestial layers. And the Black Dragon King had grown no less than half a meter longer. Its body length was already 2.5 meters long. There was no doubt that its strength had risen dramatically. As for Xiao Chen, he woke up 1 day later compared to Oxman. When he opened his eyes, he just happened to see the fatty smirking foolishly by himself. Oxman, what happened to you? He. Ha 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 ha. I have advanced to Historia's third celestial layer. The little fatty laughed foolishly. He seemed a little silly, but he was very honest and cute. Xiao Chen, how many layers did you break through? I seem to be a little special. Xiao Chen had already discovered his condition a long time ago. He said while feeling a little amazed, my power is actually fluctuating unceasingly between Historia first celestial layer and third celestial layer. It is very unstable. How did something like that happen, that power fluctuation? Little Fatty Oxman couldn't comprehend at all. Doesn't this only happen to Nirvana level expert? It is hard to stabilize their power as it keeps fluctuating unceasingly. I also don't know why, but that's a fact, it keeps fluctuating back and forth. However, Xiao Chen was not dispirited. With his secret arts, it was already a miracle for him to touch upon the third celestial layer of the Historia realm by training like this for a month. That was because most of the blood-colored essence was deprived by his acupuncture points. In 1 month's time, exactly 7 major acupoints had been divinized. The celestial well 3 at the elbows, the knee-yang joint 4 at the knees, the jumping round 5 at the root of both legs, and the meeting of Yin 6 between the legs, all of them had become resplendent light specks. This was an unimaginably huge harvest. As such, he had 16 divinized acupoints altogether. They were primarily concentrated on his important joints. Linking them up like this was equivalent to linking up every part of his body. In fact, all the divinized acupoints were already linked up by a golden thread. It seemed like they had formed a divine vein by themselves. Relatively speaking, this couldn't be considered a perfect circulatory system yet. Even though he did not break into the Historia third celestial realm like Oxman and stabilize his power, Xiao Chen knew that his gain might be even bigger. The formation of the divine vein might be the key to success in the most genuine sense. He knew that sooner or later, the endless power accumulated in his body will become alive. When that time comes, it was hard to imagine what kind of transformation would occur. Colorful hues lingered on the sacred tree as it shook unceasingly. Xiao Chen carefully lifted it up. Seeing that the 5th leaf has sprouted, Xiao Chen was even happier compared to when he learned that 7 acupoints were divinized. 1 jade leaf was even more valuable than a mountain of gold. The treasured tree actually grew the 5th leaf here at this place. This really was a gargantuan blessing. Only at this moment did Xiao Chen and Oxman know how terrifying this oasis was. Every so often, the green radiance would actually surge up violently in order to absorb their souls. If not because the rainbow-colored sacred tree was nearby, they might have died a long time ago. After leaving the oasis, Xiao Chen said to Oxman, I really don't want you to take the risks along with me. Don't say that something like that. Didn't you see me promote by 2 celestial layers after facing danger once? This is too worth it. The little fatty laughed foolishly and patted his own belly. You don't understand how the soul summoning technique passed down by the elders of the beastmen work. You are not as proficient in it compared to me. Even if you found the altar, you wouldn't necessarily be able to successfully summon the snow-white little critter's soul. Some words didn't need to be spoken. They continued their journey and narrowly avoided few places with powerful soul fluctuations. They had advanced for roughly another kilometer before they finally found a desolate altar. After arriving here, they didn't say any unnecessary words and began the preparation. Time was equivalent to life. God knows when a terrifying saintly soul will crash their way through. One complicated design after another was carved on the bloody altar by the little fatty. The white-haired Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the altar, with the rainbow-colored sacred tree in hands. He began to pray silently, in the hope of summoning the snow-white little critter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Entering the Netherworld. The surrounding area was filled with red soil, so red that it looked like blood. The ancient altar had already collapsed. It couldn't withstand the wear and tear of time. The little fatty had already finished his preparations. Xiao Chen held the rainbow-colored sacred tree up with both hands and prayed sincerely. He prayed for that long-gone soul to appear in front of him. Although he didn't know what kind of race Kiki was categorized as, there was no doubt about its strength. It had unlimited potential. That was enough to show that its soul should be incomparably powerful. According to logic, this kind of existence should have come to the Cyprius furnace after death. Although the beastman's soul summoning technique required a lot of fine details, Xiao Chen was barely able to grasp them and finished his prayers with the help of Oxman. Woo-woo. The eerie voice came from the vicinity of the blood-colored altar. The shadows of souls danced in the breeze as they assembled from all around. Gosh! Something's not right. How did so many souls get summoned? The little fatty cried out in alarm. Did something go wrong with the summoning ritual? These feral ghosts wouldn't be under the impression that we are sacrifices and thought of us as a feast, right? The souls in the vicinity gathered at lightning speed. Among them was a 5 to 6 meter tall humanoid soul. It was making a threatening gesture and directly threw itself at the altar. Before Xiao Chen and Oxman made any moves, the Black Dragon King had already taken action. Shing! Shing! The sound of the unique sword being unsheathed clearly resounded on the bloody altar. Swish! A streak of divine light pierced through the sky and ruthlessly struck that fiendish soul. Following the explosion, a cloud of flame spread out as the huge humanoid soul was disintegrated. Shing! Shing! The sheathing sound of the sacred sword was produced as it melded back into the Black Dragon King's back. Not only the souls, even Xiao Chen and Oxman were very shocked by this attack. The Black Dragon King's sacred sword was too sharp. Perhaps even demigods wouldn't be able to block that sword slash. A chill wind blew over from a distant place. Waves after waves of fiendish aura threw itself over as a huge soul appeared. All the other souls in the vicinity were startled and ran away. My God, what is that thing? Oxman was dumbstruck. A huge monster that was around 50 meters was flying towards them from the distant sky while dispersing red clouds. It was actually not fearful of the overflowing lights in the sky and rode on the clouds. Boom! Boom! From the other directions, there were also a few huge monsters flying over while riding on dark clouds. A few huge claws were poking out from those dark clouds, each around the size of a few houses. It was very obvious that the strongest saintly souls in the vicinity had arrived. And Xiao Chen's party was besieged. Did the summoning ritual fail? How come it didn't summon the soul of the snow-white little critter and attracted these great souls instead? The little fatty had the urge to cry. Xiao Chen also frowned. Those elders in the Pure Land were right, this place really was too dangerous. It's true that there was only 1 out of 10 odds to get out of here alive. However, just at this time, the bloody altar suddenly glowed with a streak of bloody light. Space distorted as a black tunnel appeared. The summoning ritual is working. The little fatty shouted in astonishment, could this be a space-time tunnel? And right at this moment, the black clouds rumbled. The huge monsters had already arrived in front of them with a burst of bloody light. Those huge claws were already falling down from all directions. If they were hit by those claws, their souls would definitely fly away and scatter. These were the most vicious souls among the vicious souls. There's no way out, don't tell me we have to jump into the dark tunnel? Oxman yelled anxiously. But just at this instant, without having them do anything, the ancient altar abruptly began to sink. It instantly sank into the ground. Even that dark tunnel was following suit. As if the sky and the earth was turning upside down, the rumbling noise resounded unceasingly. The ancient altar sank into the ground at high speed, and the cracked surface actually began to heal slowly. The place where the altar was originally located became level ground filled with blood-red earth. The huge monsters who rushed over looked around in bewilderment before they retreated while taking precautions against each other. Underground, the little fatty cried out in alarm, "Where are we?" Xiao Chen remained silent for a while before he said, "If I haven't guessed wrongly, we should have entered the real Cyprius furnace." "Are you saying this is the interior of the Cyprius furnace?" Xiao Chen nodded, and said, "That seems highly likely. We have entered the Cyprius furnace from the outside." The little fatty had the urge to cry as he said with a trembling voice, none of the clan members had ever dared to set foot in the interior of the Cyprius furnace. Even the legends related to the interior part are very few. The outside is already so scary, the inside, we actually got inside of the Cyprius furnace, Who dares to open the gate of hell? An eerie voice transmitted from within the dark tunnel. My at #%Yuan, a ghost. The fatty was so frightened that he nearly jumped into the air. While on the Dragon Island, that demon was a nightmare their clan could never get rid of. The eerie atmosphere at the moment made him recall those unpleasant memories of the past. Why did you guys open the Netherworld gate? The eerie voice transmitted over again. Xiao Chen responded, We are trying to summon a lost soul in accordance to the written method. Only by using the altar in the vicinity of the Cyprius furnace can the Netherworld gate be opened in the shortest possible time. Countless years had already passed, and there's already very few people who would use these altars. Oxman had finally calmed down at this moment. He opened his mouth and said, The beastmen were always using it, but not for opening the Netherworld gate. I know what are they using it for, to summon the beast souls. Xiao Chen asked calmly, Who are you? I am a departed soul that had been drifting aimlessly for countless years. Doesn't that mean you are a ghost then? What are the differences between you and those powerful souls outside the Cyprius furnace? After a moment of silence, a lonesome sigh transmitted from that space-time tunnel. Once one has fallen into darkness, it's hard to escape. What do you mean? Oxman asked. After a long silence later, the departed soul asked, Do you guys really believe there's an underworld, and in reincarnation? Don't tell me, they don't exist? Oxman asked in reply. If it existed, you guys would already be in the underworld. The departed soul replied coldly. Isn't this the interior of the Cyprius furnace? How could it be the underworld? The little fatty Oxman retorted. Xiao Chen was shivering as he asked in shock, Don't tell me, the reason ancestor god Swirenchi wanted to refine the Cyprius furnace was to create the netherworld? The old spirit heaved a sigh and said, The dark domains are extremely chaotic. Once fallen, it's hard to return to the world of the living for a lifetime. The ancestor god wanted to create a rule, he wanted to set up an order. That's why he was smelting the Cyprius furnace and the dark domains together. That event had shaken the entire world for all eternity. But in the end, alas. We have fallen to hell, we have entered the netherworld, does that mean we are already dead? Oxman shouted in fright. That is a fake netherworld. Its connection to the other dark domains had already been sealed off a long time ago. The old spirit's words were chilly to the bone. You guys have merely opened a small crack between the fake netherworld and the dark domain. It will be closed very quickly. What kind of space is it over at your side? It is a dark domain only suitable for souls to live in. It is hard to retain yang energy. All of them will be drained without exception, leaving only yin energy behind. If we go over to your side, the end result will most likely be death. That's what I meant by once fallen into darkness, it's difficult to return. Unless, of course, we train until we reach an especially powerful realm. But, there are legends of the 10 underworld emperors. Xiao Chen was very puzzled. That is only ancestor god Swirenchi's ideal netherworld, the later generations have misunderstood and spread it out. This was a very shocking news. Xiao Chen found it hard to believe. If that was the case, then didn't that mean the so-called genesis of the Golden Lion King was actually connected to those dark domains? If that was true, then the little thing was really too powerful. It was actually capable of staying in those dark domain filled with yin energy for so long and returning in one piece. No wonder the little thing flipped out as soon as it returned, it must have suffered to a great extent. It seems like the old spirit hadn't had a conversation with people for a long time already, so he was very talkative. Once you reach the Immortalis realm, you will naturally understand these, because you will need to make contact with these domains. Oxman suddenly realized something as he spoke to himself, no wonder so many powerful souls gathered at the sacred mountain. So this is actually a fake netherworld. It's only natural that they would be attracted. The rumbling noise abruptly reverberated as the tunnel that connected the two sides starting to close. We opened the tunnel in order to summon a little critter called Kiki. How come it is you who showed up instead? I just happened to be next to the tunnel. If you guys use the altar frequently to open the tunnel at this coordinate and chat with me, I can help you guys ask around. Rumble. The dark tunnel was completely shut. Xiao Chen and Oxman were lost in thought for a little while, how to get out. It seemed like there's only empty space above them. There was no layer of soil at all. This Cyprius furnace was like a world of its own. It seemed boundless and dusky. The cloudy fog was adrift, making it very eerie. Upward, there was no way out. They had no choice but to slowly advance in this gloomy land, hoping that they could find an exit. However, how could they find the exit so easily? After treading past endless skeletal remains for several days, they still couldn't find any exit. They couldn't even reach the boundary of the furnace. It seemed like this place was really an independent world. They had encountered many evil spirits wandering about. If not because of the sacred tree's protection, Xiao Chen's party might have already joined the Sea of Bones. On the 7th day, Xiao Chen's party found a ruin. When they walked into that area and entered the already shattered ancient palace hall, the 2 men and 1 dragon felt very alarmed. In the center of the main hall, a skeletal chair was afloat and a snow-white human skeleton was sitting on the chair. Seeing the party entering the hall, the spiritual light in the skeleton's eye sockets throbbed. It was actually fixing its eyes on them. Who are you? Oxman fell back a few steps. One of the 10 kings of hell, Emperor Jiang. The spiritual message was directly transmitted into the hearts of Xiao Chen and company. It made them involuntarily suck in a mouthful of cold air. And what made them the most shocked had yet to happen. That Emperor Jiang shook his hand and threw a piece of wooden writ down, then he said, "There's a mail addressed to Xiao Chen, an SOS letter." Xiao Chen picked up the wooden writ in puzzlement. When he looked at the writ, he suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. There was a crooked paw print on the writ. It looked exactly like the paw print Kiki casually pressed at that time. 1 Silva, at which time exactly? When it won at the Warbeast tournament? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, The True Cyprius Furnace. The writ was made from cosmic wood, a wood that was said to possess extreme spirituality. It was a rarely seen tree species. Regardless of whether it was used to refine an immortal pill or to forge an exceptional weapon, the quality of work would increase by several folds with just a little bit of cosmic wood used. Legends has it that the cosmic would only grow in the netherworld. It would only grow 1 inch in a century, 1 foot in a millennium, and 10 feet in 10,000 years. At 10 feet tall, it was as red as a ruby. At 30 feet tall, it would turn as clear as an amethyst. The longer it lived, the denser its spirituality. However, even in the rumored netherworld, cosmic wood was still very rare. Not to mention ruby and amethyst types. This piece of cosmic wood writ was about the size of a palm. Its entire body was as clear as a piece of amethyst. If not for the faintly discernible growth ring one, it was very hard to imagine this was a piece of wood. Xiao Chen began to feel very heavy as he gazed at it attentively. Sure enough, that crooked paw print was clearly left behind by Kiki. He could vaguely feel that little critter's aura again. The main function of cosmic wood writ was to transmit message. It was an absolute waste to inscribe characters on the writ. It was mainly used to record spiritual imprints and to transmit genuine spiritual fluctuations. Xiao Chen focused his mind and listened to the spiritual fluctuations in the amethyst cosmic wood. The fluctuations in the cosmic wood were very violent. It was as if the sound really was transmitted from the writ. There were sounds of other people crying for help, yet only the sound of the little critter couldn't be heard. It was very noisy, disputes, screaming, it was a complete mess. There were even sounds of slaughtering and shrieking at a distant place. The world transmitted from the amethyst cosmic wood was a chaotic world. It was jumping about like a pot of boiling water. This made Xiao Chen feel extremely anxious. Kiki's current location seemed to be extremely chaotic. It was a worrying situation. Odd, how come he couldn't hear the snow-white little critter's voice? Was this not the SOS letter sent by it? Thinking up to this point, Xiao Chen had a hint of doubt. How did this letter fall into the hands of Emperor Jiang? Evidently, everything before them had caused little fatty Oxman to lose his balance. One of the legendary kings of hell, Emperor Jiang, was sitting on the floating throne close by in front of him. How could he not be shocked and amazed? The legends pertaining to the 10 emperors of the netherworld had a real impact on the world. This was something even little children knew about. Looking at the skeletons in front of him, the little fatty felt his hair standing on end. Even though the old spirit had told them once that the ancestor god Swirenchi had failed to refine the underworld, he still managed to refine a Cyprius furnace with his own hands after all. Despite failing through lack of a final effort, there were still some results in the end. If the skeleton in front of them was not lying, then his origin was really too tremendous. "You are really Emperor Jiang?" Oxman tried to remain as calm as possible. The spiritual fluctuation transmitted by the spotlessly white skeleton blew through the ancient palace hall like a fit of chill wind. The dense aura caused the temperature in the hall to drop rapidly. The divine light in the skeleton's eye sockets swept past the dusky hall. There was an indescribable pressure as he said, although the netherworld failed to take shape ultimately, not just anyone would dare to pass themselves off as Emperor Jiang. The legendary 10 Emperors of Hell was proficient in supervising spirits. They were not known for their military power. There's even a theory that their fighting strength were considerably low. Of course, that depends on who they were comparing to. For the two youngsters of the later generation at present, the 10 emperors were unconditionally terrifying experts. Oxman felt a chill down his spine. They had really run into a living ancestor this time. He couldn't help but involuntarily take a few steps back. The Black Dragon King remained motionless. It only stared at Emperor Jiang, that was sitting on the floating throne, with two cold glints emitted from its dragon eyes. Although Xiao Chen was very shocked, he was more puzzled instead. He could feel a familiar aura from the body of Emperor Jiang. That kind of soul fluctuation gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Vaguely, he felt that Emperor Jiang's spiritual fluctuation had a striking resemblance to the 3 skeletons he had named without permission. It was as if they had a common origin. This astonished him, but this was not the time for an in-depth investigation. He had something even more important to ask. "I believe you are the legendary Emperor Jiang," Xian Chen greets the King of Hell. As he finished speaking, Xiao Chen acted with courtesy. Then he asked with seriousness and sincerity, "May I ask this of the King of Hell, how did you get your hands on this cosmic wood writ?" Although ancestor god Swirenchi's ideal nether world didn't come to a pass, it had already taken form after all. "I might be the Emperor of Hell in name only, but it is still my responsibility to guide some of the lost souls. Even though I don't have much of a hand in it, I still have guided quite a few souls. This nether world might be closed off from the other dark domains, but just passing some news is still possible. May I request the King of Hell to explain in detail?" The floating throne flew around the ancient palace hall slowly and ultimately stopped at the center of the hall. Emperor Jiang sent a spiritual message: "You guys should go to the 9th underworld platform." "Where is this 9th underworld platform?" "After leaving Yama's palace, just keep going straight. With this black dragon's speed, you should see a mountain-like platform in about half a month. On the way, try to avoid those departed spirits as much as possible. Some evil spirits in the netherworld are hard to control. If you run into some indescribable mansions, get as far away as you can. There are some places even I need to avoid." Xiao Chen paid his respect and carried the already petrified fatty with him towards the entrance. Just when he was nearing the entrance, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped to ask, "Are the 10 Emperors of Hell all in the netherworld?" Emperor Jiang clearly blanked out for a moment before he shook his head. The tone of the spiritual message he sent was somewhat sad. "Perhaps I am the only one left." Xiao Chen's heart thumped as he said, "I had once encountered 3 skeletons on the Dragon Island, their auras are astonishingly similar to yours." "The other 9 emperors of the netherworld? That is impossible. Even the ancestor god Swirenchi's life and death is already unclear, not to mention them. I saw it with my own eyes during that time when their bodies and souls were completely extinguished." Emperor Jiang waved his hands powerlessly. Although he was just a skeleton, Xiao Chen could clearly feel sadness emanating from him. He seemed to be deeply hurt by the past events and was unwilling to talk about it anymore. Xiao Chen's party excused themselves. After leaving the eerie hall, the Black Dragon King ran with lightning speed. Only after they covered several hundred miles did Oxman finally heave a long sigh and say, "It's hard to imagine, we actually entered the netherworld. Just now we even went to visit Yama's palace. Nobody would believe this even if we were to talk about it. I am really a little skeptical now. Could we have already died when the ancient altar was dropped into the Cyprius furnace?" The little fatty's expression was very serious, very heavy. This caused Xiao Chen to also harbor some doubts in that instant. "Ghosts don't have a shadow." Xiao Chen smiled as he pointed. The rainbow-colored sacred tree appeared on Xiao Chen's hand, and the radiance of the sacred tree caused their shadows to stretch behind them. "You are right, I'm just thinking too much." Oxman smiled and said, "I haven't lived long enough, the world up there would be so dull without me." "That's right. The world revolves around you, and the stars are waiting for you to stack them up every night." Just at this moment, the Black Dragon King abruptly stopped. To suddenly come to a standstill from extreme speed, it almost caused Xiao Chen and Oxman to fall from its back. The nether world was dark and gloomy. It was like nighttime under starlight, as if it was covered by a layer of black veil. Despite the darkness, they could still see their surroundings. There was a huge shadow far ahead of them. It seemed like there was a large building with many halls connected. Although that place seemed deathly silent, it was emitting a weak fluctuation which caused people to feel oppressed. Oxman lowered his voice and said, "That is definitely a fierce person. For the hall it built to be this imposing, it wouldn't be a joke if a living ancestor is living there." Xiao Chen nodded to express his agreement. Emperor Jiang had warned them before, if they saw a palace hall or a cave dwelling, they must avoid it at all cost. They didn't dare to treat it as wind past their ears. The Black Dragon King transformed into black light at once and took a detour. They moved in a circle for several dozen miles before they finally got past that region. That place just now definitely has a ghost ancestor. It is not even 1,000 miles apart from Emperor Zhang's Yama Palace. It clearly did not take the Emperor of Hell seriously. Xiao Chen agreed with Oxman. The netherworld was more complicated than they originally thought. It didn't have any social order at all. It was easy to imagine how chaotic and frightening was this world. For 7 consecutive days, Xiao Chen's party had avoided several dozen ancient castles, palaces, and cave dwellings. They even ran into countless lost souls on the way. If not because of the treasured tree's existence, they might already been torn apart by those ghosts a long time ago. In addition to that, the negative vibe in the netherworld was extremely thick. Although it was not as severe as the dark domain mentioned by the old spirit, staying at this place for a long time would still be very harmful for the physical body. Only because of the sacred tree's protection were they able to continue their journey until now. Oxman had some doubts. Where do you think the ley lines we found on the surface come from? It should have come from underground, but down here is the netherworld. How can there be so much spiritual energy? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Hard to say. This is not really underground in the most literal sense. This ought to be a big independent world, a genuine boundless space." Oxman thought for a while and agreed with him. Although the Black Dragon King spent half of each day to hasten their journey, it could be described as 1,000 miles each day. Its speed could even be said to be as fast as lightning. They had already advanced forward in a single direction for 7 days like this. In other words, they had already covered 7,000 miles. In this netherworld, this could only be described as a little distance. From this, it seemed like this place was not really underground. Little Fatty Oxman lamented, as expected, Ancestor God Swirenshi had immeasurable magical power. He was actually capable of creating such a vast and boundless space. What was contained within the Cyprius furnace was one genuine world. On the 10th day, Xiao Chen's party suddenly discovered a bright light transmitting from ahead during their journey. It seemed out of place in this dusky underworld. Just when they wanted to take a detour, Xiao Chen and Oxman felt it. That place didn't have any negative vibe. On the contrary, it was rippling with a holy aura. Gazing from afar, they could only see a ruin. That was the source of the glimmering light. It is a ruin, not the so-called mansion house. It should be safe, right? How about we go take a look? Oxman proposed. Xiao Chen nodded in consent. Even if there were souls at the ruin, it shouldn't be evil spirits or ominous souls. With a single wave of the Black Dragon King's tail, they covered 20 miles in an instant. A temple? Oxman was very shocked. How come there's a temple in the netherworld? There were only 3 ancestral shrines. They were extremely tattered and had collapsed a long time ago. They must have been worn down by years of non-repair and collapsed under the merciless passage of time. The specks of holy radiance were emitted by a shattered statue of Bodhisattva. In the dusky underworld, a little bit of light was already extremely weird, not to mention an aura with the holy attribute. Xiao Chen walked over and lifted up a few destroyed statues, then he said, "Did you forget? Didn't they say that there's a really powerful Buddhist who oversees the underworld? Are you referring to the great Ksitigarbha?" That's right. He had vowed to save all souls before accepting Bodhi. As such, he was trapped in the underworld for all eternity. You must know that with his power, he shouldn't be much weaker compared to Buddha. He's one of the few experts among Buddhism. If he didn't have the qualifications to become a Buddha, then nobody has the right to call themselves Buddhist. Oxman nodded and said, "Ah. I remember now, there was indeed a living ancestor like that. His power is off the chart. In ancient times, he managed to get away unscathed after receiving 3 hits from a deity. He was one of the few Buddhist experts with strength comparable to the 10 emperors of hell. The great ambition of the great Ksitigarbha was known by all. He had once shook heaven and earth. However, since the underworld is not real, can that legend be trusted? Oxman issued such a question. Xiao Chen nodded and said, we cannot trust all of it, but we cannot distrust it either. The legends more or less contain some truth within. The little fatty chuckled and said, let's look around, we might be able to find some Buddhist relics here. These Buddhist statues shouldn't be ordinary articles. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to give off light. The fatty dug around energetically, but how was it possible for him to find any Buddhist relics? The reason why the Buddhist statues were shining was because there were a few magic characters carved on them to gather the little bit of Buddhist power in the surroundings. On the contrary, Xiao Chen felt a slight tremble transmitted from his left foot. The swearing gimlet seemed like it wanted to break free from his body. The burial cloth that was kept in his body with weapon fusion was also trembling. It's not a good idea to take out the swearing gimlet. Xiao Chen only took out the burial cloth. The instant it left his body, the black cloth immediately trembled fiercely and almost broke away from Xiao Chen's control. The dirt was flung upward and the rocks were rolling. The base of the temple was destroyed by the bloody cloth as the rocks were sent flying. As if facing a powerful enemy, the Black Dragon King drew the holy sword from its spinal cord with a resounding noise. Xiao Chen and the little fatty looked towards the destroyed base of the ruin, but they only saw a leg, too. 1. Growth ring, a layer of wood, as an annual ring, produced during a single period of growth. 2. Silva, confused face. That's creepy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, Sword of Ranga. A leg. Xiao Chen and Oxman didn't feel horrified, what they felt was only astonishment. In Xiao Chen's imagination, since the burial cloth was trembling so fiercely, there should be an out-of-the-ordinary artifact suppressed underneath, but there was only a leg. A stone leg about the length of a thumb. There were no spiritual fluctuations nor the least bit of an extraordinary aura. It was unglamorous and mediocre. There was nothing special about it. At the side, the naturally perceptive Black Dragon King also sheathed its holy sword. It looked at the stone leg on the ground with suspicion. It was puzzled, because just now it obviously had a palpitating heart, and yet, it couldn't feel anything now. Xiao Chen picked up the stone leg. He blew away the dust accumulated on the leg and carefully observed it. The workmanship was crude. They could see it had taken the form of a leg, but it was not very meticulous nor tastefully crafted. The little fatty was very disappointed as he said, from how I see this, these three ancient temples are extremely old. They might be Ksitigarbha's meditation spots back in those days. If there is anything below the base, it should be an extraordinary item capable of quelling the entirety of the underworld. But this really made me speechless. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. He put away the burial cloth and observed this stone leg quietly. He knew that this shouldn't be an ordinary item. Wasn't the swearing gimlet also like this when he found it? It looked mediocre to the extreme, but the golden divine halberd and jet black metal engravings were unable to push the swearing gimlet out of his body. Let's go, who knows, it might be useful in the future. Xiao Chen put away the stone leg and patted the little fatty's shoulders. In the following days, Xiao Chen and Oxman profoundly felt how complicated and disorderly the netherworld was. Many magnificent palaces occupied God knows how many miles. Those palaces were so much more imposing compared to the castle of Emperor Jiang. It was easy to tell that the netherworld had already become a training spot for these ominous spirits. There were no rules and regulations, this was a place where strength represented everything. On the 13th day. In the lightless underworld, Xiao Chen's party had arrived at a barren land after trotting over the blood-colored land. They avoided several territories of the ghost and a few dozen evil spirits on the way. The underworld was boundless with no end in sight. However, it was on that day, they discovered a gigantic peak. It directly pierced through the endless dark skies of the underworld. The soaring murderous aura was sharp and terrifying. Although they were still very far away, Xiao Chen and Oxman could feel an obvious drop in temperature. It was as cold as the severe winter in the 12th lunar month. The breath exhaled by them had already turned into white mist. Why do I feel as though there is a sharp weapon pointing directly at my throat? It feels hard to breathe. Oxman was very bewildered. Xiao Chen also felt it was extremely abnormal. He looked at the sky-piercing peak ahead and said, "Why do I have a feeling that it is a sword? A giant sword with sky-piercing murderous aura. Now that you mentioned it." Oxman suddenly realized and said, "Let's go and take a look." This underworld is refined by none other than ancestor god Swirenshi. He might have left behind some ancient divine artifacts in this place. Two men and one dragon slowly advanced towards the piercing killing intent. By the time they were 3 miles away from the hill, they could already see it clearly. That was a huge stone sword about 3 kilometers in height. It was standing perfectly straight on the blood-colored, barren land. It was very hard to imagine how such a huge stone sword was carved. What made people especially baffled was that the sword edge was just like that of a real sword. It was extremely sharp. Moreover, it possessed a soaring murderous aura. By the time they got within 1 mile, it was already very hard to get closer. It was as if the murderous aura had transformed into real blades and were pointed horizontally at their necks. Their skin was cut and the pain was unbearable. How is this stone sword so tyrannical? Oxman was very shocked. Xiao Chen said with a heavy tone, "This might not necessarily be a stone sword. No matter how I look, it looks like a world-class sword." Oxman's emotion was unstable. He pointed at the giant stone sword and said, "It looks like there's handwriting on top of the huge sword." Only by reaching Historia's 3rd celestial layer were they able to barely make out some of the characters in the dusky underworld. "Let's get closer to take a look." Unfortunately, they were unable to take another step when they were only half a mile away from the stone sword. The murderous aura released by the stone sword had completely materialized and formed an unbreakable domain of death. Finally, the Black Dragon King had no choice but to unsheath the dragon's sacred sword. A brilliant divine light was floating above the 2 men and 1 dragon. With the help of the faint radiance, they were able to see 3 ancient characters on top of the stone sword, Sword of Ranga. 1. Mayat #UN%, Oxman immediately cried out with a foul word as he continued with a stuttering voice, "We really ran into a big one. I'm not dreaming, am I? This is actually the legendary Sword of Ranga. Behind it is none other than the father of a living ancestor." Although Xiao Chen was from the mortal world, he had also heard of the 4 unique swords such as the Ranga or Matar. During the ancient war, God knows just how many deities had it slayed. Its vicious name had shaken the heaven and earth. It was unconditionally the foremost of the killing weapons. Oh, at #%UN, is the owner of the sword also in the underworld? Oxman felt a chill down his spine, his scalp a little numb, as he said with a trembling voice, "Once that individual start going wild, he couldn't tell the differences between allies or foes. He even dared to raise his sword against the ancestor gods. He's the craziest man in this whole wide world." The rays in the Black Dragon King's eyes were incomparably sharp as battle intent welled up in its body. If not because it was still too powerless, it might have already manipulated the dragon's sacred sword to test the power of the legendary Sword of Ranga. Tong Tian, a name even the deities deliberately abstain from. He had once challenged the ancestor god Yukashi with the 4 god-slaying swords, Ranga, Matar, Sint, and Geist. Although he escaped in the end, his bravery had shaken the heaven and earth. Once angered, he would kill even the gods and demons. Those who died in his hands were innumerable. The 4 god-slaying swords were refined by soaking them in divine blood. Just hearing the name Tong Tian, all the deities would shudder in fear. Later, Tong Tian gradually lost his violent nature and no longer went wild. He started to accept disciples and passed his renowned techniques to the later generations. His disciples could be found throughout the world. To the outsiders, Tong Tian was a madman. To the disciples, he was a strict teacher and a merciful father. For his disciples, he had once charged into the spiritual mountain in anger and split the Buddha's 12-grade lotus in 2. He had even waged war against Laozi. Under the condition when both were heavily injured, he cut off a strand of Laozi's white beard with the sword of Matar. It could be said that Tong Tian was one of the fiercest persons above the heaven and under the ground. Little fatty Oxman was already feeling a little giddy. He said with stammering voice, "This ruthless person, why, did he come to the underworld? Maybe he's still wandering around nearby?" Xiao Chen felt the significance of this Cyprius furnace was all the more extraordinary on this day. Otherwise, how could Tong Tian's Ranga sword be fixed in this place? After a careful observation, Xiao Chen thought for a while before he said, "Nobody should have touched this sword for at least 1,000 years. Look, there are marks of tear and wear on the stone sword. This is strange." Oxman was puzzled. This sword is directly pierced into the ground, as if it is being sealed. Then again, it feels as if it is sealing something else. It's hard to differentiate them. Just at this time, 3 items on Xiao Chen's person were quivering. The burial cloth, swearing gimlet, and stone leg were reacting to something. In the end, the mediocre-looking swearing gimlet actually emerged from Xiao Chen's body and left behind an afterimage as if charged towards the giant stone sword. There wasn't any fluctuation nor divine aura. It looked like nothing more than a stone that could fly. They couldn't find anything special about the gimlet, and it actually charged towards the sharp end of the Ranga sword that was buried underground. Without making any sound, the swearing gimlet submerged into the blood-colored land. Following closely, the 3-kilometer-tall Ranga sword actually started to tremble violently. The blood-colored earth was making a rumbling sound. Retreat, quickly! Xiao Chen unfolded the undying wings and pulled the little fatty along to the sky. The Black Dragon King transformed into a streak of black light and rushed towards a distant location. The sharp sword chi behind them was spreading out like a volcanic eruption. The blazing light beams swept across 10 directions. Thousand streak of rays illuminated the entire space in this region of the underworld. The blood-colored earth was breaking up unceasingly, as if a landslide or tsunami had taken place. The sky was completely enveloped by the sword chi. If not because Xiao Chen's party was fast enough to cover hundreds of miles in an instant, they might have already transformed into dust. The earth around the Ranga sword had already caved in and perished without a trace. Cracks appeared on the 3-kilometer-tall stone sword unceasingly. A large area of the stone fell off and exposed the real sword blade. The exceptionally sharp blade was as clear as a mirror. This was the true body of the sword. 100 miles away, Xiao Chen and Oxman looked at each other in dismay. The sword of Ranga was indeed very frightening. It was easy to imagine just how powerful was this Tongtian person, for he was capable of controlling 4 swords like this. Is there a need to make so much ruckus upon breaking free? What are you mad about? It's not like we hadn't fought before. If we really pit ourselves against one another, it's hard to say who would be the one to break. Xiao Chen was very shocked. He clearly heard the demonic voice of the golden halberd. The vicious halberd was startled awake by the sword of Ranga. Xiao Chen looked at the little fatty oxman and found that he didn't hear the voice of the vicious halberd. We will meet again on the battlefield. The golden halberd let out a final line of discontent before it fell into a slumber once again. After the 3-kilometer-tall Ranga sword fissured the ground, it soared into the sky and transformed into a streak of light. It pierced through the space of the netherworld and disappeared. On this very day, many practitioners could feel a great change in the northwest border of the vast Immortals mainland. Many experts could feel the sword chi piercing through the skies. Many people from the beastmen and jungle tribes saw it with their own eyes when a streak of light burst forth from their sacred mountain. It caused the sun, the moon, and the stars to lose their splendor. At the horizon, at a place nobody knew about, a huge owl was floating in the sky. It was full of life and filled with dense magic essence. The vast owl was like a floating continent. The isle was full of vitality, the green trees were swaying gently in the wind. The beautiful flowers came in all shapes and colors. All kinds of luster and fragrance were drifting in the air. The cranes were flying in the sky, the white apes were jumping from tree to tree, the old deers were chewing on the straws. There were even fairies dancing in the sky and gnomes refining drugs. It was truly a heavenly land. An extremely handsome youth, wearing a bright clothing, was standing high above as he looked up at the blue dome of heaven. He burst into loud laughter as he stretched his right hand. A huge hand immediately covered up the heaven and earth as it stretched towards a distant location, enveloping that piece of space. The yellowish giant hand attempted to grab the Ranga sword that was about to fly past. The 3-kilometer-long giant sword was emitting countless rays of light that caused the millions and millions of starlight in the sky to lose their splendor. The sword was shaking unceasingly as it tried to break free from the yellowish giant hand. However, no matter how much it struggled, even if it was emitting countless rays of light, it was unable to harm the giant hand in the slightest as it was firmly grabbed. The giant hand grabbed the blade tightly. He was not afraid to be scratched by the sharpness of the blade. The giant hand pulled back to the floating all quickly just like a huge dragon. The Ranga sword was received by the handsome youth who wore bright clothing just like this. In the end, he grabbed the sword blade with all his might as millions of light rushed into the body of the sword. The Ranga sword was no longer struggling as it slowly calmed down. After that, it began to shrink in size. The giant hand was also shrinking in size until it returned to its original size. The ranged sword in his palm was now about 1 meter long. Congratulations to esteemed master for retrieving the Ranga sword. 3 beautiful girls were saluting the bright-clothed youth. The handsome bright-clothed youth nodded noiselessly as he lightly flicked the Ranga sword. The clear ringing sound reverberated like that of a dragon's cry. The Ranga sword transformed into a light beam and submerged into his body. At the same time, the eyes of the handsome youth became incredibly deep. At this moment, it was as if his body had transformed into the blue dome of heaven itself. He looked down at the world disdainfully as he swept his eyes over the endless sky. A sharp battle intent immediately engulfed all 10 directions. It is about time that I, skybound Tongtian, send my disciples to the outside world. Within the Cyprius furnace, when the smoke and dust finally dispersed, the little fatty oxman was dumbstruck. That was because the blood-colored earth was completely deformed. It was as if the doomsday catastrophe had just taken place. Nobody knew when the swearing gimlet had flew back. It was lying on the ground just under Xiao Chen's foot. And there was a stone leg beside it. The stone leg should have the same origin as the one they found in the ancient shrine. They looked symmetrical and made up the left and right legs. Oxman was so shocked that his jaws literally dropped. Then he said, "For such a great disturbance to occur, and it was only for a small stone leg? Was it sealed by the Ranga sword?" "No, it sealed the Ranga sword." Xiao Chen calmly put the two stone legs together. With a ting, the two stone legs actually glued together like magnets and made up the lower body. Apart from this, it was still as ordinary as before. There's nothing special about it. However, Xiao Chen kept it with him like a treasure. 1. Found a reference image when searching the sword name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, 9 Parts of Stone Statue. The monstrous Ranga sword that shook the world since ancient times had unexpectedly broke free from the underworld. From this, one was able to tell how mysterious and terrifying it was. Xiao Chen and Oxman remained silent for a long time. There were much too many things people on their level wouldn't be able to comprehend. However, precisely because of this, their feeling to become more powerful was stronger than ever. They wished one day they could reach those levels and rise to a higher realm. Xiao Chen's party had already trodden on the barren land of the netherworld for 15 days. According to Emperor Zhang's words, they should be getting close to the 9th underworld platform. They traveled with lightning speed all the way. Xiao Chen wanted to get there as soon as possible and find out Keek's current situation. By the 16th day, Xiao Chen's party had already covered at least tens of thousands of miles. Although they still didn't find the so-called 9th underworld platform, they knew that they were undoubtedly getting closer and closer. And just at this time, a faintly discernible chanting sound transmitted into their ears. It seemed like there was a senior monk chanting sutras in the northwest. A divine fluctuation was slightly rippling in the underworld. In this gloomy underworld, the holy attribute was very obvious as well as unusual. Therefore, Xiao Chen's party detected it in the first moments. Let's go and take a look. Oxman was born with a tendency towards curiosity. He urged the Black Dragon King and Xiao Chen to run towards the northwest with him. After advancing for a few dozen miles, the brilliant golden light spilled over. It was so bright in front of them, as if daytime had descended upon the underworld. The praying sound came from there precisely. It was an old Buddhist temple. The entire temple seemed to be plated in a layer of golden luster. It was shining like the morning sun. Endless amounts of Buddhist power leaked out from the temple like ripples of water. The underworld's Buddhist temple. The fatty looked pensive as he said, "Could this be where the great Ksitigarbha stayed in the past?" Xiao Chen's party really didn't want to get close to the temple. They were only surveying it on top of a brown mountain 20 or so miles away. Buddha is the embodiment of benevolence. The voice abruptly resounded on the mountaintop, right behind Xiao Chen's party. Before then, they actually did not detect anyone approaching. Xing. The sacred sword hidden in the Black Dragon King's back was unsheathed immediately as the holy light enveloped them. Xiao Chen and Oxman turned around to look, and they only saw a skinny old monk standing in front of the precipice. His long white eyebrows hang down from the corner of his eyes all the way to his cheeks. His skin was dried up and his figure was so thin the bones were clearly visible. He was standing there quietly like a bamboo stick. With both palms placed together, he was reciting the sutra. The gray-colored gown he was wearing seemed like it hadn't been washed for hundreds of years already. It was extremely dirty and was covered in the vicissitudes of time. Not to mention the broken Kasaya robe, Carrot One, it had already lost its original shape and covered his body like a fishnet. Not to mention Xiao Chen, anyone would be extremely shocked to suddenly run into an old monk in this gloomy underworld. The instant Xiao Chen and Oxman looked at him, the first thing that crossed their mind was, is this old man a human or a ghost? Are you a real monk, or a ghost monk? Oxman raised his guard. This poor monk's body already died 200 years ago. Back in those days, I was a hermit monk. I am currently taking up temporary residence in the great Ksitigarbha's temple. Hermit monk? Your ascetic practice led you to the great Ksitigarbha's temple? Oxman asked in astonishment. The great Ksitigarbha has not shown himself for a few millennia already. The numbers of evil spirits and greater demons have increased without end. As a result, many of the ancient temples has been occupied by the demons. This poor monk had no choice but to wander about everywhere, and it finally led me to this ancient temple that was once built by the great Ksitigarbha personally. The old monk pointed at the brightly lit location in front before he continued, that place is the last of the holy lands in the underworld. The other temples have already become the nests of devils. Even if the great Ksitigarbha is to make a reappearance, it wouldn't be easy to retake those temples either, because this is no longer just a problem regarding the savage ghosts. A few exceptional demons with corporeal bodies had entered the underworld from the world of living and occupied those temples. By the way, will you follow this old man to the temple? No, I appreciate your kindness, but we will decline. Oxman hastily waved his hand. To follow a ghost monk to his nest? He wouldn't dare to go even if you beat him to death. The old monk smiled and said, "You guys need not be afraid. I am not an evil spirit. I am merely a soul that has dedicated all its life to Buddhism. It's not like there are only ghost monks in the great Ksitigarbha's temple. There are 2 living monks with the bloodline of the great Ksitigarbha in the temple. No, we are in a rush, we really don't want to be a bother." Oxman was unwilling to go no matter what. "Alright, if you insist, this poor monk won't force you. However, I have one request. May I request the 3 of you to donate a few drops of blood? The evil spirits in the underworld are really too violent. Recently, even this ancient temple is on the verge of collapse." This, alright. Oxman and Xiao Chen cast a glance at one another as they agreed helplessly. This old monk seemed to possess unfathomable strength. If he was plotting to murder them, there was no need to spend so much effort. In fact, what the old monk really wanted was the blood of the Dragon King. After using a jade bottle to store the few drops of blood, he recited a sutra to express his gratitude. In the end, he once again invited them in earnest. "Before this poor monk's corporeal body died, I had a great divination ability. Although I can't completely forecast what will happen in the future, I could still feel them to some extent. I felt that a great treasure is about to be unearthed in the great Ksitigarbha temple, and it is related to the 3 of you. Therefore, I will ask again, consider it my repayment for your kind donation." Even if it was an old holy temple, it was currently occupied by ghost monks. The little fatty Oxman really did not want to go, but after pondering for a while, Xiao Chen decided to go and take a look. Just as they were getting close to the brilliant temple, Xiao Chen knew that the old monk was not lying. That was because the burial cloth, swearing gimlet, and the 2 stone legs were trembling simultaneously. This made Xiao Chen look at the old monk with a whole new level of respect. This old monk might have been a powerful monk in his past life. One must know that the divination technique was one of the most profound divine abilities. Xiao Chen couldn't calm down and dug out the 2 mysterious stone legs in succession. Could it be that he was about to find in other parts? Although it was an ancient temple in the underworld, the loud chant was overwhelming. Although the great majority of them was ghost monks, they were able to maintain their Buddhist power despite being a ghost. In a sense, they already couldn't be considered an evil spirit, but a soul filled with pure Buddhist power. Many old monks looked on as they entered the temple, but they didn't say anything and continued to chant loudly in their respective seats. Although they were ghost monks, their chants possessed more holy aura than what many called the highest enlightenment in the living world. This was really ironic. With a slight fluctuation, the swearing gimlet separated from Xiao Chen's body and flew towards one of the most desolate temples. Rumble. A rumbling sound transmitted not long later as a few ancient temples topple over. The swearing gimlet flew back, and to his surprise, Xiao Chen found that there was another item attached to it, a stone arm about the size of a fingertip. Many ghost monks gathered because of the disturbance. There were even 2 old monks flying over. Who dares destroy the ancient temple built personally by the great Ksitigarbha? The 2 old monks had skinny corporeal bodies. They were the only monks left with the bloodline of Ksitigarbha. The ghost monk who invited Xiao Chen's party stepped forward to transmit a spiritual message to explain everything. The 2 old monks gazed at Xiao Chen with a piercing glance. Noticing the stone arm in his hand, they had incomparably complicated expressions. One of the old monks shuddered and said, "There was a rumor that the compassionate and intelligent Ksitigarbha had once been at a loss." He occasionally muttered to himself that the status had been divided into 9 parts, 3 of them fell into the underworld. Apart from this, nobody knows of its origin. As for this arm, they say that back in those days, the great Ksitigarbha had prostrated himself in worship before it and sealed it under the temple like a sacred treasure. It is said that Tong Tian, who dared to challenge ancestor god Yukashi, lost his Ranga sword in the underworld during his battle with Laozi. By coincidence, it fell onto where one part of the stone statue was hidden. Since then, the Ranga sword couldn't be pulled out anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was unable to remain calm. It looked like this mediocre-looking stone statue possessed some kind of unknown history. All of a sudden, he thought of a possibility and asked in reflex, could the stone statue be ancestor god Swirenchi's body? Although the stone statue was really small, the ancestor god's divine abilities were unfathomable. It wouldn't be out of the question if he petrified and became like this after death. Moreover, this was found by the stone artifact, Swearing Gimlet. And even the burial cloth reacted to it. The ghost monk who led Xiao Chen's party to the temple could be said to be an extraordinary existence while living. He had practiced the divination technique. If nothing unexpected were to happen, it wouldn't be strange if he became a Buddha. That kind of him shook his head and said, "That is definitely not the case." By the time the stone statue was divided into 9, ancestor god Swirenchi was still alive. You can actually find a little clue from some nameless ancient scriptures. When I was in the world of the living, I had obtained a certain ancient scriptures. It was not the Buddhist scripture, there was only a few pages left. There were some very fuzzy records among them. The general idea is that Swirenchi, Yukashi, and a few other ancestor gods had divided a few stone artifacts and one piece of stone statue among themselves equally. I am not sure if the 9 parts were referring to the stone statue, but the stone artifact in your hand is very similar to one of the artifacts mentioned in the scripture. Hearing these, everyone was very shocked. Other than feeling shocked, the 2 living monks with Xitigarbha's bloodline even saluted to the ghost monk who once came from the living world. At this moment, they could already tell he was not an ordinary individual. Xiao Chen was incomparably shocked. He originally thought this Swearen gimlet was a divine artifact that Swirenchi had created when he achieved enlightenment, but it turned out that he obtained it by chance. It seems that this stone statue was really not that simple. It gave people unlimited imagination. This must be fate. Since you guys obtained it, you should take it with you. The 2 living monks did not try to make things too difficult for Xiao Chen's party. With the direction pointed out by the ghost monk, Xiao Chen's party finally arrived at the 9th underworld platform in 3 days. They could already spot a huge mountain-like shadow from a distance. And during this 3-day, Xiao Chen found to his surprise, an astonishing change occurred to the stone statue hidden in his body. The 2 stone legs that formed the lower limbs were no longer upright. They were actually in a cross-legged position. Moreover, the legs and left arm were actually connected by a faint light. The light made up each parts of the missing body, other than the legs and left arm. He, or she, was sitting quietly within Xiao Chen's chest, as if she was meditating in silence. There was no incongruity. On the contrary, it seemed to have become one with Xiao Chen. It was that natural and harmonious. What Xiao Chen didn't dare to believe was that, even the Swearen gimlet was reduced to the size of a fingernail and appeared on the left palm of the stone statue. The palm was facing upward and supported the gimlet. 1 reference image of Kasaya. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, 9th Underworld Platform. The stone statue was sitting cross-legged with the stone gimlet in hand, and it fused together with Xiao Chen harmoniously. It seemed as if the stone statue was meditating quietly in his inner region. While this made Xiao Chen nervous, he was also looking forward to it. The 9th underworld platform was as high as a lofty mountain. Raising their heads to look up, they could only see black clouds covering the sky. It wasn't rare to run into this kind of huge mountain in the gloomy underworld, so much so that there were even bones piling up to 1,000 feet tall. However, if just by comparing the grandeur and pressure, there were only a few comparable to the 1,000 feet tall 9th underworld platform before them. The 9th underworld platform was shaped like a towering volcano. It was as if it possessed a soul of its own. They could even feel its pulse. The mountain body was dyed red, as if it was encroached in the blood of 10 million souls. It possessed an indescribable malevolence and pressure. Why do I have a feeling that this is a living demon? Oxman shivered involuntarily. This is definitely not a safe place, we should be careful. Xiao Chen's party had already arrived at the foot of the 9th underworld platform. They couldn't tell why it was called a platform. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like a huge mountain that was split in half by someone with magic power equivalent to the likes of Tong Tian. Swish! Xiao Chen unfolded the undying divine wing, and just when he was about to fly upward. Wait, take us with you. Oxman also wanted to go up and take a look at the 9th underworld platform. Xiao Chen carried Oxman and the Black Dragon King as he flew past the ribbon-shaped black clouds. He braved the baleful aura and arrived at the hilltop with lingering black clouds. Xiao Chen and Oxman took a deep breath as soon as they arrived at the hilltop. This huge mountain actually had a pitch-black hole similar to the volcanic crater. However, it was much more eerie compared to a volcano. The surging black clouds were distinctly emitted from this hole. Is this the gateway that connects to hell? It can't be, we are already in the underworld. Fatty Oxman felt an eerie cold air surrounding him. He took a step back unconsciously. Xiao Chen also frowned. Emperor Jiang asked him to come here. What could they possibly discover? He cautiously gazed into the bottomless black hole. Waves of inhuman whistles transmitted from below. It was like the whimpering and howling of evil spirits. Cough. Cough. A gloomy and forceful coughing abruptly resounded behind Xiao Chen's party, inciting their fear and fright on this huge, ring-shaped hilltop. At hashtag %Yuan Fatty Oxman was so shocked that he literally jumped up. He turned around, took a few steps back involuntarily, and narrowly fell into the bottomless pit. Shing shing! Even the sacred sword on the Black Dragon King's back jumped out immediately. The blazing holy light illuminated the cloudy hilltop. Xiao Chen also raised his guard. His keen spiritual sense actually failed to work repeatedly in this underworld. It proved that the experts hiding in this place were very powerful. It was an old woman in her later days. She looked as thin and weak as a rice straw. She was covered in shabby burial clothes. Her yellowish skin didn't have the slightest hint of blood. She looked like a zombie that just crawled out of the graveyard after many years. Her ash-colored long hair was thinly spread and fluttered in the wind like the weeds. Her pair of eyes were emitting green lights like two will-o-wisps. The bridge of her nose was almost caved in, and her lips had dried. The wrinkles on her face looked just like thousand-year-old loose tree bark. It was dry and lacked any moisture. It looked like a dried corpse no matter where they look. It was impossible for people to associate her with anything else, especially in this gloomy underworld. What made them the most frightened was that the old woman was holding a mourning staff in her hand. As she walked over with unsteady steps, the mourning staff actually entwined a few spirits and let out a faintly discernible anguished wailing. "Who are you?" Little Fatty Oxman was a little scared, so he barely managed to raise his voice. "Kakaka. I am your ancestor." Although the little fatty was scared, he was still very gutsy. He immediately cursed upon hearing these, my hashtag at percent hashtag at Yuan. "You dare to take advantages of this, Mr. Ox? I am your uncle." Woo! With a wave of the mourning staff, it left behind a deathly pale streak of light in the dusty space and ruthlessly whipped the little fatty oxman. It caused him to fly away immediately and almost fell into the bottomless abyss. As strong as the little fatty oxman was, he didn't even have time to dodge. The Black Dragon King let out a roar as the sacred sword floating above it transformed into a light beam. With a swish, the sacred sword flew forward. The sharpness of the swordchi caused one to tremble in fear. Although the young Dragon King couldn't really manifest the true power of the sacred sword, it was still a dragon's divine artifact in the end. The old woman did not face the attack head-on and disappeared from the spot after leaving behind an afterimage. The sacred sword struck empty air and instantly returned to its position above the Black Dragon King's head. The sword sprinkled down multicolored light that enveloped Oxman and the party. Ouch! That damned granny has the impertinence to mount a sneak attack on me. The little fatty grimaced in pain. He was aching all over and expended a great deal of effort to stand up. Fortunately, he didn't really suffer any serious injury. Kakaka, the old woman's laughter was as unpleasant as the cry of an owl. Xiao Chen stopped the Black Dragon King and pulled Oxman. He could tell the old woman didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise Oxman wouldn't be let off so lightly. "Little boy, don't throw a tantrum, I am not taking advantages of you. Although you are not a genuine beastman, you are still their descendant. I can sense from within your body a blood signature with a common origin as mine. You are certainly the later generations of mine." The little fatty had the urge to yell at her, but he swallowed the words and asked gloomily, "Just who are you? Don't think you can take advantage of me. I am just a ghost at present. I am assisting Emperor Jiang to supervise a few things. While I was living, I was a beastman." Oh, little fatty Oxman gloomily nodded his head. Perhaps this old woman might really be his ancestor. "I am the guardian of the 9th Underworld platform. I am responsible for reporting everything that happened here to Emperor Jiang. Naturally, I already know about your circumstances from Emperor Jiang." Xiao Chen took a step forward and stood on ceremony as he asked, "May I request Uma to let me know the details regarding the amethyst cosmic wood? Do you know the reason why this place is called the 9th Underworld platform?" The old woman asked. "I'm afraid not. Once upon a time, this place was connected to the Dark Realms. Although the connection was severed a long time ago, there were still a few cracks unable to be completely sealed. It is very hard for the powerful evil spirits to pass through. However, it is still possible to deliver some messages. Jumping down from here feels like falling down from an extremely high platform. As you enter the bottomless pit, you will be able to see a sealed door. Although ancestor god Swirenchi's ideal nether world did not come to pass, the 10 kings of hell still managed the nether world for a period of time. Even in the Dark Realms, there are a few officials who once supervised the netherworld. The amethyst cosmic wood from last time was precisely passed to me by them. They wish you to take away the soul of an indestructible little beast. Is this not an SOS letter sent by Kiki?" Xiao Chen asked dubiously. Jump down from here and communicate with the spirits on the other side of the sealed door, you will find out the full story from them. For the snow-white little critter, even if he had to enter the infernal realm of the ninth underworld, Xiao Chen wouldn't bat an eye. After pondering seriously for a while, he felt that the old woman had no reason to lie to him. Alright, I will go down now. Wait a moment, I have to remind you first. It is easy to go down but difficult to come up. This ninth underworld is full of evil spirits, you should think it through first. No matter. Xiao Chen had even entered the underworld already, what more was there to be afraid of? He had already run into God knows how many evil spirits on the way. I will go with you. Oxman straightened his back. No need, I will be fine by myself. Xiao Chen knew that there would certainly be dangers ahead, he didn't want Oxman to face the risks with him. You cannot go. Even though the old woman smiled, it still felt so eerie. The fog lingered all over her body as she said, Did you not come to the Beastman's sacred mountain to subjugate a beast soul compatible with you? I am your ancestor, how can I let you return without any achievement? He will go to the ninth underworld, you can stay here. This granny is very fond of you. I intend to take you along to subjugate the strongest beast soul and help you accomplish your aim. Speaking until here, the old woman noiselessly drifted in front of the little fatty. She pinched his plump cheeks lovingly. Being pinched by the old woman's demonic claws, the fine hair all over the little fatty's body stood up. He was musing gloomily, was this really his ancestor? Xiao Chen did not hesitate as he jumped down into the ninth underworld platform. The endless darkness soon swallowed up his figure. Hey, wait for me. Oxman wanted to go after him, but the old woman blocked his path and said, It's pointless even if you go with him. Just come with me to subjugate some souls. Oxman was forcefully pulled away by the old woman. After hearing about the circumstances of the primal beast, he got furious and shouted immediately. I am to choose between Gazuki and Mizuki, are you kidding me? Huh, those are the strongest beast king soul? Don't you lie to me, even if you beat me to death, I will not pick Gazuki or Mizuki. What, you said Gazuki is most fitting for me? Looking at the flustered little fatty, the old woman sneered, Legends will remain a legend forever, but sometimes they are far from the truth. You must know the might of Gazuki back in those days was unparalleled. This is one of the strongest beast souls during my time. Few of the Beastman sages had once fused with this Gazuki. It is absolutely not as weak as it is described in the legend. Gazuki is definitely not a small fry in the netherworld. If not because you are my later generations, I wouldn't even care about you, nor would I offer this dormant soul to you. In a deep, ancient cave, a palpitating soul fluctuation was transmitted outwards. The powerful force caused the little fatty to choke. Those hideous mess of beast souls in your body are just enough to feed Gazuki. The old woman laughed sarcastically and said, Sometime in the future, if you make a successful breakthrough, you will definitely pray to me in the living world every day. To feed the souls he subjugated to Gazuki? The little fatty was crying internally. The whistle of the chill wind was scary as Xiao Chen fell towards the ninth underworld. Countless souls were howling in the lightless abyss. If not because of the rainbow-colored sacred tree's lingering light, Xiao Chen might have been submerged and torn to shreds by the endless amount of scalp-numbing ghosts already. Only God knows how deep the ninth underworld was located. Xiao Chen actually fell for no less than 2 hours before he landed on the ground. At the bottommost part of the pit, the negative vibe was extremely heavy. It gave people extreme pressure and palpitations. Even those multitudes of souls did not come chasing after him. At the bottom of the crater, there were bones as far as the eyes could see. Nobody knew how they had amassed. The vibe of death was the only thing present here, there were no other fluctuations. Xiao Chen used his mind's eye in place of his sight to size up the endless darkness. After a careful observation, he followed a tunnel of bones and walked forward. 1 hour later, a sealed door appeared in front of him. It blossomed with a bloody light, the intense red light was especially dense and frightening. A transparent shadow appeared in front of the sinister bloody door as an aged voice resounded in this terrifying underground, You have come. Who are you? Xiao Chen stopped and calmly observed the hazy figure in front. I am just an old ghost that has fallen into the ninth underworld for countless years. Who am I is not important. You came just at the right time. Just now, the indestructible little beast was still talking in front of the sealed door. What, are you saying Kiki is just behind this door? It was still here a moment ago. Just wait for a while, let me communicate with the spirit on the other side. The mist filled the air as the bloody light lingered on the body of the old ghost. Scarlet blood flowed down from the sinister door unceasingly. The sight was very bizarre, yet terrifying. In no less than 1 hour later, the old ghost let out a long breath and said, It was found by an evil spirit. At that very instant, Xiao Chen could feel that familiar aura through the bloody door. He could vaguely hear the voice of the little critter. Xiao Chen was very concerned, how he wished he could see the little critter immediately. He immediately spread out his spiritual fluctuation and transmitted everything in his heart through the cracks on the sealed door. They are lying to you. I am living quite comfortably here. This was the first time Xiao Chen felt the little critter's spiritual fluctuation. It felt as if it was talking directly to him. That kind of fluctuation was soft, lazy, and very puerile. It was as if it was whispering right beside his ear. It made his ear feel a bit itchy. He felt a little sad, yet he had the urge to smile. This little thing surely must be lazing around. He was sure that it must have just woken up and was in a daze. Kiki, come back quickly. I want to eat amethyst cosmic fruit, but after searching for a few months, they've only found 8 of them. I haven't had enough. The tender voice was filled with remorse and discontent. Xiao Chen really didn't know what to say anymore. Apparently, it was completely different from his imagination. Not only was the little critter not in any danger, it seemed to be living quite a satisfactory life. Perhaps even after searching the entirety of hell, there would only be a few amethyst cosmic trees. And the ones capable of bearing fruit were even rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Unless the amethyst cosmic tree was 100,000 years old, it wouldn't bear any fruit. It was not just any ordinary level of difficulty to find one. The amethyst cosmic fruit might be even harder to find than the heaven fruit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Sangan. Kiki, tell me quickly, how do I save you from the other side? At this moment, Xiao Chen was incomparably excited. The little critter did not completely fade away. There's still hope, there's still a future waiting ahead of it. I also miss you dearly, but I still want to eat one more cosmic fruit. Hearing this young and innocent voice, the old ghost beside him had the urge to throw up blood. He bowed deeply to Xiao Chen and said, please ask him to give me a break. Finally, the matter had already become clear. The amethyst cosmic writ from last time was indeed an SOS letter, but it was not Keek's cry for help. On the contrary, it was Emperor John's ghost official requesting him for help. Every major power in the Dark Realm was always on each other's neck. As the ghost commander of the Netherworld, it was sealed on the other side by a freak combination of factors. The ghost commander's life was very hectic as he had to wage war with others frequently. And for a law-breaking beast like Kiki to suddenly bust into his territory and took up residence there, it gave the ghost commander who was in the middle of a campaign pressure from heavy workload. Even if he wanted to exterminate it, he was actually unable to obliterate Keek's soul. He could vaguely guess the little critter's identity from this. From then on, he was so scared that he didn't dare to lay a finger on it. What made Xiao Chen sad was that Keek's physical body was really no more. This time, only its soul was sucked into the Dark Realm. Unlike last time when its body was sucked along during the fight with the Golden Lion King. Although the little critter was young, it was very intelligent. It instinctively knew that it needed to accumulate endless spiritual energy before it could return. Otherwise, the negative energy in the dark domain would hinder its return to the living world. Therefore, one couldn't say that the reason the little critter didn't want to leave was entirely due to greed. The amethyst cosmic fruit could be found but not sought after. It was the only spiritual item in the Dark Realm capable of condensing every spiritual attribute. Kiki had already enjoyed 8 of this. If this was to spread out, people would be scared to death. In fact, the ghost commander was already scared. Without a physical body, how could Kiki return? Anxiety surfaced on Xiao Chen's face. The snow-white little critter was not the least bit concerned. It actually yawned and mumbled with a tender voice, I'm getting sleepy. I miss you very much. I will tread on the rainbow magic cloud and return as soon as possible. After that, the light sound of snoring could already be heard. 1. By the time Xiao Chen left, his state of mind was very complicated. Knowing that Kiki was still around, he was very happy. However, once he recalled that the lively and cute little critter no longer had a physical body, he was very sad. Woo-woo. Countless souls were struggling as they descended from the sky. It was easy to get down, but getting up was difficult as expected. Fortunately, he was protected by the lingering light of the treasure tree. Otherwise he would have died tragically in a flash. The myriad of souls were like moths flying into the flame. Looking at those innumerable spirits and hearing those mournful sounds, it really made one's scalp go numb. However, Xiao Chen was already immune to these. During these past dozen of days in the underworld, he had seen and experienced too much thrill that he was already used to it. So noisy. Xiao Chen had yet to run into danger, but the two lethal weapons in his body already became furious. They were roused up from their slumber due to the noise. The baleful aura passed Xiao Chen's palm and rushed out. Many ghosts were completely eliminated in a flash. For them, other than their own body, everything could be killed. Being heartless was their nature. Being ruthless was their essence. However, the instant when the two ancient weapons were about to display their might, they restrained their vicious nature for God knows why. They became very quiet and obedient. Xiao Chen sensed it clearly. The stone gimlet that was held by the stone statue in his chest emitted gentle ripples of light. The ripples spread from Xiao Chen's chest to his surroundings. The spirits nearby seemed as if they had heard a spirit-quelling tune as they gradually calmed down. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw the stone gimlet manifesting anything out of the ordinary. It was as if the myriads of soul was fast asleep as they remained motionless in the darkness. Xiao Chen spread out the undying wings and quickly flew past the region they sealed off. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Chen smoothly flew back to the 9th underworld platform. And the stone gimlet returned to its mediocre-looking state. When Xiao Chen saw Oxman once again, he was almost dumbstruck to find him on the verge of tear. Oxman was forced to fuse with the Gazuki, and a small pair of cow horns were actually growing from the side of his head. "Wu Granny, you are not lying to me, right? This is really one of the strongest beast soul? I wouldn't become like the ox-headed uncle in legend, right?" Kakaka, the old woman laughed carefreely. "Just relax, you are one of my later generations, how could I bear to harm you? From now on, your training path will be smooth sailing. You will be like a fish who leap up to the sky and fly like the bird. Your future accomplishment will be limitless. People won't mistook me as a demon, right? Only a fiend would grow horns." The little fatty was very gloomy. "Relax, nobody will suspect you as a demon. You look like a calf no matter how I look at you." The old woman smiled happily. "I don't want to live anymore." Little fatty Oxman used his head to ram into a rock wall. With a loud crashing sound, the few thousand kilos boulder actually broke into pieces by his horns, and his head came out unscathed. Regarding this outcome, Oxman was stupefied at first, then he had the urge to throw up blood. If not because the old woman might possibly be his ancestor, he really would have put his life on the line for vengeance. "I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, as you get stronger, this pair of horn will slowly disappear. You should be content with your situation, this is but the saintly soul of a genuine Gazuki." It was about time they bid farewell to the underworld. Xiao Chen, Oxman, and the Black Dragon King were delivered by the old woman to a desolate desert. She disappeared on the spot after waving her hand a few times. According to what the old woman said, after entering the endless desert, no matter if they were to lose their sense of direction, so long as they kept going straight, they would be able to leave the nether world and arrive at the Beastman's sacred mountain. This was the only exit that had yet to be sealed at present. There were only the boundless great desert as far as the eyes could see. Xiao Chen's party walked continuously for 13 days before they finally noticed a hint of light. There was a speck of flickering light ahead of them. "That's the boundary of the nether world, we are about to enter the living world." Oxman was so excited that he shouted out loud. However, he quickly became gloomy again as he stroked his pair of horns. "They will definitely tease me. My reputation will be ruined." "Shoo!" Xiao Chen interrupted the little fatty's complaint. Just at this time, a violent fog rushed towards them from behind. A tornado had engulfed the great desert. The sand, and even the millstone-sized boulders were lifted up to the sky. For something like this to occur in the deathly still desert, it was extremely strange. Following after that, a huge pressure fell upon them from the back. That tyrannical aura was undisguised. It felt like there was nobody else under the heaven other than himself, as if the whole world was under his control, that kind of feeling. A living ancestor had appeared. This was Oxman's first thought. Xiao Chen's complexion became incomparably grave. He knew that was definitely a supreme ruler with unimaginable origin. Far away, a quintet-colored divine radiance approached them with extreme speed. It was like a multitude of meteors streaking past the sky. The divine radiance contained mighty power. And right below the quintet light, there was a mountain of a few kilometers in height flying along, casting a huge shadow in the sky. Quintet-colored divine radiance? Xiao Chen couldn't help but cried out in fear. Oxman was shocked speechless as he muttered, "This trip in the underworld has finally opened my eyes. Don't tell me. I will really run into the unparalleled Saint Demon?" The quintet-colored divine light wrapped a huge mountain and flew over Xiao Chen's party. An unbelievable image swept past them, but it didn't stop over them for a long time as it distanced itself in an instant. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "Is this the ancestor of the young Peacock King from the War Beast tournament? Didn't he leave the green primal feather behind for the later generations? How come the 5 feathers are all together? Could it be that he made another breakthrough? Sengen, an exceptional expert that once looked down at the whole world in the ancient times. Green, yellow, red, black, and white, these quintet-colored divine radiants had become the nightmare of the deities. There were hardly anyone who could fight him on the same level. Later, he finally suffered a huge loss in the western part of Middle-earth, but he only continued to become stronger after that. There was almost nobody left in the world capable of killing him. He had even wiped out 3 senior Buddha in a row. In a certain sense, Sengen was another name for man and warrior. The brilliant lights swept past the sky and illuminated the entire desert. Xiao Chen's party was already getting close to the exit of the underworld. And evidently, Sengen also wanted to leave from there. They could see it clearly. There were a few dozen amethyst cosmic trees growing on the mountain swept along by him. There were even 2 cosmic trees that bore an amethyst-colored fruit. He's a FFFF freak. Cosmic tree is but a sacred article, and he actually found that many. This ancient saint demon is so strong that rules might as well not exist. When he wants cosmic tree, he could easily sweep away an entire mountain of it from the netherworld. Oxman was so shocked that he really didn't know what to say anymore. As far as these unparalleled supreme rulers were concerned, it seemed like there were nothing in this world that could stop them. Although the tunnel that connects the netherworld and the living world was very wide, it was still too much for a huge mountain to pass through. With a swishing sound, a scarlet light flashed and cut the huge mountain into 2. The shock caused the ground to shake violently. The other half of the mountain was wrapped by the quintet light and instantly pulled out of the tunnel, disappearing from the netherworld at this point. Sigh, Oxman heaved a sigh and said, I want to become strong. Just look at him. Yes, he must become stronger, he definitely must become stronger. Xiao Chen saw Tongtian's Ranga sword, and now the quintet light of the Saint Demon. He was unable to calm his heart down. He had a serious sense of crisis. The existences of legend had already shown themselves again and again. This world would most likely enter a turbulent time. 1. Silva, ha. Kiki will be Kiki regardless of time and place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, 3 Years of Movements. Xiao Chen walked past the desolate great desert and finally arrived at the end of the netherworld. The other side possessed a hazy green splendor. The vibe of the living world assaulted their senses. It made Xiao Chen and Oxman feel as if it was a lifetime ago since they were in the living world, although they had only been in the underworld for a little more than a month. Over there, Xiao Chen noticed a flickering purple light on the other half of the mountain left behind by Sengen. Swish! Xiao Chen flew above the few-kilometer-tall mountain as he unfolded his undying wings. There was an amethyst cosmic tree not taller than 1 foot. It was reasonable to say that it would be impossible for it to be amethyst in color. Cosmic tree, in the netherworld, it would grow 1 inch in 100 years, 1 foot in a millennium, 10 feet in 10,000 years. At 10 feet tall, it would be as red as a ruby. Only by the time they grew to 30 feet tall would their color change to amethyst. The longer they lived, the denser the spiritual energy they possess. However, after examining it carefully, Xiao Chen found the problem. Although it was not 10 feet tall, the trunk was growing sideways. This amethyst cosmic tree had grown horizontally for no less than 10 feet. Its entire body was flickering with purple light. The trunk was almost transparent and was just as clear as a diamond. It was impossible for Sengen to miss this amethyst cosmic tree, but maybe he just didn't put any importance in only one treasured tree. The cosmic tree was a rarely seen article, but Sengen had swept away a whole mountain of it and collected no less than a few dozen trunks, including 2 which bore the cosmic fruit. Xiao Chen used weapon fusion and took the amethyst cosmic tree into his body. This was unconditionally a sacred article in the world of immortals. Regardless of whether it was used to brew drugs or to craft a magic weapon, just by using a little cosmic wood, the rate of work would increase dramatically. A 10 feet tall amethyst cosmic tree was definitely a rare item. The lustrous amethyst cosmic tree rose sharply from the level ground. It was gradually submerged into Xiao Chen's body. When those huge purple roots completely separated from the soil, a brittle tink sound could be heard. A crystal-clear divine light flickered on the ground as an amethyst cosmic fruit was dragged out. Just at this time, the little fatty oxman who was riding on the Black Dragon King had already arrived. Looking at this scene, he immediately shouted in surprise, "Amethyst cosmic fruit." That's right, it was indeed a glossy purple fruit. It was actually growing on the stolen. How is this possible? How did the fruit grow on the stolen? Aren't the fruits supposed to grow on the branches? Oxman was dumbstruck. 1. There was no mistake, This was definitely a rarely seen cosmic fruit, but the place it grew from was a little eccentric. Xiao Chen smiled. Regardless of which, he was able to obtain an amethyst cosmic fruit. This was truly an unexpected gain. Fatty, I'm sorry, but I want to keep this cosmic fruit for the little critter. It doesn't even have a physical body now, we still don't know if it will be able to come back to this world smoothly. Oxman already knew about Keek's circumstances, he naturally wouldn't plan to take this cosmic fruit from Xiao Chen. He chuckled and said, if Sengen knew this, he might regret it endlessly. Among a few dozen of those amethyst cosmic trees, only 2 of them bore fruit, and the one he dropped just happens to have one. Speaking until here. The little fatty sighed with sorrow, the peacock's divine ability is really unimaginable. Even in the netherworld, finding one cosmic tree is very challenging in itself. Yet he was able to find a few dozen of them and took an entire mountain with him. I suppose he wants to transplant them at his meditative spot. Exiting via the tunnel, Xiao Chen and the fatty found themselves in one of the oases halfway up the mountain. After trekking down the dangerous mountain on the edge of dangers, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. 2 days later, they returned to the Pure Land. The bright-colored fresh flowers, the rocking trees, and the fragrant soft grass was a sight for sore eyes. The specks of light and dense spiritual energy of the Pure Land was very harmonious and tranquil. There's no clamor of the mundane world, no fighting and scheming of human society. Just by arriving at this place, one could feel as if their souls were purified. Oxman has returned once again, ha, the little fatty survived by the skin of his teeth, and fused with the soul of the legendary Gazuki. He shouted happily in front of the village gate. Ching ching. She was as picturesque and elegant as ever. She ran over to the village gate with agile steps. Her pure white dress and long hair fluttered in the breeze. She was just like a fallen deity, as if she was composed by a beautiful verse. She was just like a fairy made up by the world's spiritual energy. It could be said that she was the perfect masterpiece crafted by gods. Looking at her flying over from the fairyland, it was as if she was really a fairy. This kind of beautiful scene gave rise to some complicated desires. Xiao Chen said without restraint, Ching Ching, if you were to go to the human society, I'll bet the monarchs all over the continent would wage war because of you. Ching Ching lightly creased her beautiful nose as a sharp glint circulated in her eyes. Uncle, are you praising me, or are you scolding me as a femme fatale? This girl is indeed a source of calamity. Oxman said with a foolish tone, I have seen 2 or 3 women with devastating beauty. Zhao Lin Er and Yin Xingcheng are extraordinarily beautiful, but somehow, they are still a level below Ching Ching. Even Rowena, the one I like the most, still fall a little behind Ching Ching. Hee, the white-clothed Ching Ching was intelligent and agilely walked around Oxman. She smiled and said, Brother Fatty, you are normally scatterbrained and foolish, never would I have thought you would have such a sweet mouth. Soon after, she turned around to face Xiao Chen, and said, Uncle, your complexion looks good. There are a few strains of black hair among the white hair now, looks like your life expectancy has increased. With the baptism of the ley line, Xiao Chen's body condition had indeed become much better. More importantly, with the overflowing life energy from those divinized acupoints, his body's constitution was slowly changing for the better. Another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen had already stayed at the Pure Land for about a year. During this time, he was determined to train and push himself to his limits. His power increased day after day. He had already stabilized his power at Historia's 3rd celestial layer. It was no longer fluctuating like it was in the past. He already found out from Oxman that Fairs now was to be wed to the Middle Earth's Tiger Clan. Presently, the troops that were escorting the bride were already on their way. Xiao Chen really wanted to make his move, but he didn't have that kind of power at the moment. Train in silence and forge ahead on the lonesome path by himself, that was the only thing he could do. Uncle, the witty Ching Ching came into the forest and found Xiao Chen at last. She gracefully jumped down from a tall tree and smiled gently, Uncle, if you keep this up, you will become a log. You are always meditating all day long. I haven't heard a single word from you during the past 3 days. This is not good for you if you keep this up. Meditating is also to train the heart, confining yourself to train like this won't bear any good result. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. At the same time, he lamented. Geniuses truly existed in this world. His talent could already be said to be top-notch, but if compared to Ching Ching, he was still a little behind. The 18-year-old Ching Ching was more powerful than Xiao Chen and Oxman. The little fatty was not convinced and had challenged Ching Ching before. As a result, he lost and ran with his tail between the legs. Just what realm had the ethereal and vivacious Ching Ching reached already, Xiao Chen did not know. What he knew was that only Lan Nua was comparable to her in terms of talent. Uncle, you were so foolish, you were lost in thought again, Ching Ching giggled, and then she took out a jade bowl as if she was performing a trick. This is a porridge made with black reishi mushroom and black sesame seed. Uncle, drink it quickly. This way, your white hair might darken sooner. Xiao Chen smiled and received the jade bowl. A warm feeling was flowing through his heart. Drink it quickly, Elder Turtle said. You are very efficacious. I will cook one bowl for you every day. Qingqing stepped on the tree leaves and flew away gracefully. Xiao Chen was enlightened by Qingqing, so he frequently went to tour the beastmen or jungle tribes' villages. The beastfolk were guileless and were very friendly toward him. In the evening, in the middle of a wasteland, many tents of a certain beastmen tribe were lit up. Xiao Chen was currently sitting around the bonfire with a group of young beastmen as they were eating and drinking in the spacious outdoors. Just at this time, little fatty oxman ran over in a hurry. Xiao Chen, I'll let you in a good news. Just when Fairs now finished paying her respects, her short-lived husband was killed by someone, haha. Xiao Chen set aside the wine cup and deer meat too, wiped the oil from his mouth, and asked, what happened? Hey, have you ever heard of the #1 assassin group in the mainland, Million Crisis? The little fatty proudly puffed up his chest. The group of beastmen youth sitting around the bonfire were all outstanding in appearance. They were all very straightforward. One of them said, Ox-headed brother, just spill it out, don't keep us in suspense. Oxman was quite depressed. After the horns grew on his head, all his acquaintances began to call him Oxhead. He snatched some deer meat and gulped down a cup of wine before he said, reportedly, this Million Crisis has already existed for countless years, and they have deep grudges against the Middle-earth's Tiger Clan. It's been passed down that, the first-generation assassins tried to assassinate the Tiger Clan's ancestor. That old white tiger almost lost his life at that time. Hereafter, the grudges between both parties were impossible to unravel. This time, I heard that a genius was born among the youth generation of this ancient assassin group. He named himself Crisis. It was him that assassinated the 7th son of the Tiger Clan's lord. That is, Fairsnow's husband. Delightful. The beastmen youth at the side shouted. They admired these kinds of heroics the most. They toasted in succession and gulped down the wine. Million Crisis, it was a long-established organization. The organization was founded a long time ago and it was already impossible to find any written records regarding their organization. They were an organization that were close to legend. During their golden age, they even dared to assassinate an immortal. Moreover, legend had it they caused quite a few world-shaking incidents. Assassinating the White Tiger Emperor was one of the few incidents. Although they didn't really manage to kill him, it was enough to secure their position as the best assassination group in history. Oxman lamented, it is reported that, even though the husband is already dead, Fairs now is still wedded to the Tiger Clan. This woman is really unpredictable. Speaking until here, Oxman turned his head to face Xiao Chen and said, how about? I get in touch with some brothers and go to snatch Fairs now over, or maybe get rid of her? That's right, let's go and kidnap her. I hear that she is one of the pearls in southern wasteland. Catch her and make her brother Xiao Chen's or brother Gazuki's wife. The beastmen youths at the side wished for the whole world to be in chaos. They were normally very combative. After hearing something like this, they wanted to go and test their skills. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, with our power, it is enough to handle the youth generation, but if an old bastard shows up, we will be completely wiped out. Perhaps the Fair family and Tiger Clan are just waiting for me to return. This is not yet the time to make a move. If I am to make my move, I will definitely make them suffer. We cannot rush this kind of thing. The time flowed on like water, the fleeting years passed by in a flash. Xiao Chen spent his 24th birthday at the Pure Land. He had already lived in this place for 3 years. This place had already become his home. The Beastmen and Jungle Races tribe had already become a second hometown to him. His white hair had already turned black again. During these past 2 years, Xiao Chen always drank 1 bowl of piping hot black sesame porridge every day. He was touched, but he found that there was nothing he could do to repay Qingqing. She did not lack anything nor did she want anything. He wasn't narcissistic enough to believe that this fairy-like girl would have come to like him. Qingqing had transcendental beauty that exceeded the splendor of the moon. Taking care of him was only because of her kind-hearted nature. Even if it was another man who arrived at this place, she would also take care of him just the same. Just because she was kind-hearted, it didn't mean she was simple. In fact, Qingqing gave Xiao Chen quite a few headaches. Towards this uncle she had picked up, Qingqing frequently teased him. Even their peers in the nearby tribe felt very helpless. Qingqing would frequently play a harmless prank on them. Seal of Aquarius. Secrets of Turtle's Long Life. Flying Apsara. Xiao Chen practiced the bizarre arts he learned from the elders. He was about to leave this place. Training the mind was also a part of meditation. He needed to enter the human societies. Uncle, you are really going to leave? Qingqing was playing on a swing in the flower garden. She heaved a sigh and said, "Sigh, nobody will play with me again. How about I go discuss with my grandfather and go look for you in the Middle-earth later on?" Lubu who stands out among men, the red hare which stands out among horses 3. 2 years ago, the legendary Lubu riding on the red hare had made an appearance on the Middle-earth's battlefield. 1.5 years ago, by Chi 4, the human butcher who killed hundreds of thousands of men reconstructed his physical body and returned from the netherworld with an army of 20,000. 9 months ago, Buddha Dipankara 5 entered the Shang dynasty of Middle-earth to spread their doctrine. 8 months ago, Tongtian dispatched many of his disciples to the national border of Xia dynasty. 7 months ago, Yuanshur dispatched Yunzongzi 6 to the national borders of the Middle-earth's Zhou dynasty. Half a year ago, the demon king who was missing for a millennium once again appeared in the southern wasteland. 3 months ago, the almost forgotten founder of the demon sect made an appearance in the Middle-earth. 2 months ago, Sage Confucius 7 led 9 chosen ones out of the 72 disciples and appeared in the Middle-earth. 1 month ago, the Supreme Zhang Sanfeng 8 appeared in the mortal world. Some 20-odd plus days ago, Zhuangzhou 9 transformed into butterflies and made an appearance. More than 10 days ago, Shali the Flying Dagger killed 7 angels in the western part of Middle-earth. These past 2 years, many legendary figures began to reveal themselves for some reason. And this seemed to be just the beginning. Xiao Chen felt it was about time to enter the Middle-earth to learn through experience. "This is goodbye, I will miss you guys." Leaving behind half of the amethyst cosmic tree, which was even more precious than gold, Xiao Chen departed from the Pure Land. His destination, the boundless Middle-earth. 1-0. 1. Silva, anything is possible for plot armor. 2. Fade? Deep meat? Steeped meat? Dark meat? Silva, oh frick, what the hell is deep meat? I'll need to check that later, but it's probably deer meat? 3. Lubu specialized in archery and horse riding, and possessed great physical strength. He was nicknamed Flying General, for his martial prowess. He also owned a powerful steed known as the Red Hare. The Chaoman Zhuan recorded that there was a saying at the time to describe Lubu and the Red Hare, Lubu, who stands out, among men, the Red Hare, which stands out, among horses. For https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/by_chi. 5. According to some Buddhist traditions, Dipankara was a Buddha who reached enlightenment eons prior to Buddha Gautama, the historical Buddha. 6. I got nothing on Yuanshur, but here's information about Yunzongzi. 7. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Confucius. 8. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Shang_Sanfeng. 9. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Shuang_Zhou. 10. Silva, yep, lots of information gathering going on in this chapter, but hey, it's finally the end of this arc, and the beginning of a new one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Friends, please halt. After bidding farewell, Xiao Chen left the Pure Land. The simple and peaceful 3 years would definitely leave an indestructible impression in his memory. The mountain range stretched for several tens of thousands of miles in the southwest border. Many ancient jungle tribe and beastmen took up residence at this place. It was one of the most mysterious territory in the mainland. The Pure Land was not at all located at the southwesternmost. It was actually very close to Middle-earth. If Xiao Chen was to unfold the undying wings and fly with all his might, he should be able to get to Middle-earth in just a single day. However, he did not fly and chose to advance on foot. Who knows when he would be able to come back to this land again? He was a man who valued relationships, so he was somewhat reluctant to leave. Climbing on an insecure and ancient plank walkway 1, Xiao Chen walked past the mountain road paved by the ancient beastmen. He felt as if he could see the traces of antiquity. As he reached the Great Swearin Plain, he could see abundant of vegetation. It was full of vitality as far as the eyes could see. It was said that the ancestor god had once built his house on this plain, causing this land to become the most fertile place in the mainland. No matter what kind of seeds you planted, they would grow vigorously. As he crossed the slain deity valley and looked at those crumbled mountains, Xiao Chen couldn't suppress his excitement. Just imagine how fierce was the battle that took place here in the distant past. More than 10 days later, Xiao Chen walked out of the uncultivated land and entered the Middle-earth. The boundless Middle-earth, it was vast and without boundary. This place was the genuine central location of the Immortals' mainland. It was a place that reflected the glories of illustrious heroes from time immemorial. It was a land that nurtured countless outstanding individuals. There were even 5 powerful nations in the Middle-earth, namely Xia Dynasty, Shang Dynasty, Zhou Dynasty, Vatican City, and Rome. The 5 great empires occupied 80% of the vast Middle-earth. The size of each nation was inestimable. Using the Great Xia Dynasty as an example, there were at least 50,000 miles from the north to south border, and 40,000 miles from the east to west border. Any one of these nations was already far beyond the size of the mortal world. Without a doubt, this was a big shock to Xiao Chen. The Xia Dynasty, Shang Dynasty, and Zhou Dynasty was mostly occupied by the Eastern clan, while Rome was mainly by the Western clan. On the other hand, the majority of Vatican was occupied by those of mixed blood. More than half of the population that occupied the aforementioned nations, however, were believers of Buddhism. Other than the 5 great nations, there were many vassal states. Some were as big as 10 million kilometers square, some were as small as a town with a moat. There were no less than hundreds of these tiny vassal states. However, they could only exist beyond the boundary of the 5 great nations. Not many of these vassal states were capable of gaining complete independence. The most famous states among them were only the Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, Song, Mongol, Ming, and Qing dynasty. Although these 8 states couldn't be compared to the 5 great nations of Xia, Shang, Zhou, Vatican, and Rome, their territory was still comparable to the 9 dynasties of the mortal world. The aforementioned is enough to prove the vastness of Middle-earth. However, this is only true for the Middle-earth, it did not represent the entirety of the Immortals' mainland. Moreover, to the north of the northern barren land, to the west of the western mountainous range, to the east of the eastern boundless sea, and to the south of the southern uninhabited islands, just what kind of unknown world lies beyond these territories, nobody could say for sure. They said that, even the gods found it very difficult to enter those unknown regions. After entering the Middle-earth, the mountainous paths were no longer arduous. It was not as unmanaged as the southern wasteland and the southwest border. Although there were still a lot of mountains and rivers in the Middle-earth, they were much more refined. The mountains were covered by clouds and appeared faintly discernible. It was as if the mountain of Immortals fell to the human world. The rivers were surging forward with crashing waves, as if a jade dragon was coiling around. The vast plains appeared to be boundless and full of vitality, as if the starry sky had fallen to the ground. The mountains, valleys, and rivers painted a great picture. It was picturesque and glorious. Xiao Chen had entered the southwest part of the Middle-earth. This was within the borders of the Great Shang Dynasty. The power of this great nation was at its peak, thus it was very peaceful. After pushing his way through uncultivated forest for many days, he finally saw a huge city wall ahead. Xiao Chen felt extremely delighted, he was finally about to re-enter bustling human society. This was a big city located at the southwest border of the Great Shang Dynasty. There were endless streams of horse and carriages within the city walls. Stores stood in great numbers and the sound of peddlers hawking their wares fell incessantly on the ears. The stream of people came and went without stopping, it was very bustling. Xiao Chen directly walked into a restaurant. He chose a window seat on the second floor and listened to various fantastic stories from the other customers while enjoying his meal. This restaurant was located on the most flourishing streets in the city walls. Many visitors would go past this area, so news traveled the fastest here. Naturally, there were bound to be many practitioners among them. Hey, did you guys know, something big is about to happen? What is it? A major event among the practitioners, it might even involve a few great dynasties. Let's hear it. Yuanzhi dispatched his disciples down the mountain. Tong Tian sent his disciples to the outside world. Things are going to be heated. I've also heard about it. The Buddhist sect is repeatedly losing their face recently. There has been no trace of those legendary figures for quite a few centuries already. At present, there are no less than 7 or 8 big sections. If all of them were to dispatch their disciples, it will surely get very chaotic in the world of Immortals. Lu Bu, who stands out among men, the red hair which stands out among horses, have you guys heard of this? They say that this guy was a general who died in the mortal world. However, his soul did not extinguish. Even when he entered the netherworld, he was still an unparalleled authority that nobody dared to provoke. Not long ago, he reconstructed his corporeal body and reappeared in the living world. My master had seen it with his own eyes. Lu Bu was riding red hair as he paced back and forth on the ancient battlefield within the borders of the Great Zhou Dynasty. His murderous aura pierced the skies directly. Even the geese that were flying over got crushed immediately. His might is unimaginable. Reportedly, the human butcher Bai Qi has also reconstructed his corporeal body and returned from the underworld with 200,000 soldiers. This lord might be even more ferocious than Lu Bu. Say, what do you guys think the odds of success are if historical figures like Bai Qi and Lu Bu were to face the experts from the Buddhist sect? It's hard to say, although Bai Qi and Lu Bu's techniques might not be as good as those of practitioners, but their soul force is unmatched by anyone. For instance, once Bai Qi really goes crazy and go on a rampage with 200,000 soldiers, it would be hard to rout them even with a few senior Buddhas working together. While Xiao Chen was eating, he listened to their chitter-chatter quietly. Many of these figures had showed up in legends of the past. And it was extremely possible they would make an appearance in the world once again. It was impossible for the hot-blooded youth to remain calm. He was looking forward to the day when these legendary figures would make their appearance. Just when the practitioners were chatting in a frenzy upstairs, a 30-years-old middle-aged Taoist walked to the second floor. His eyes were listless and his complexion was pale. Even the whiskers that were drooping down lacked luster. He somewhat resembled a weakened god. While he was eating and drinking, he listened to everyone's loud arrogant talk. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, the focus of the mainland now is not far from here." "What focus?" The middle-aged Taoist priest smiled and said, "The Terra Empire of the South is already approaching Middle-earth. An Immortals temple appeared in that region. Over the past few years, the practitioners of many major factions have already obtained unusual treasures from there." With a hissing sound, someone said resentfully, "What are you talking about? Everyone in the Immortals mainland already knew about it." However, nobody could make it into the innermost palace. After 3 years of ransacking, there's hardly anything left to plunder. I even went there personally, but I couldn't even fly up there. I could only watch at the side. The middle-aged Taoist priest laughed. His pale complexion and listless eyes made him look so weak and feeble as he said, "Recently, I heard that Sengen, Tongtian, and other such legendary existences were making their way over and preparing to break through the last seal." "What?" Cries of surprise immediately rang out on the second floor of the restaurant. The weak-looking middle-aged Taoist priest smiled as he focused on eating and drinking. "The huge figures are finally showing up. This won't do, I must go and take a look no matter what." "We must go." The entire crowd had gone wild. Nobody would want to miss the chance to see what kind of treasure would come into being after the last seal of the temple was broken through. It had already been 3 years after all. The Sky Palace and the Terra Empire had stirred the hearts of many. "Oh, that's right. Taoist priest, did Lord Tongtian already figured out the origin of this Sky Palace? Otherwise, how is it possible for him to make a move?" The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Of course, that is the ancestor god Yukashi's Sky Palace." "The Sky Palace left behind by an ancestor god?" Everyone was shocked speechless. Soon after, many people directly put down their bowls and chopsticks, and left immediately. In such a big restaurant, only the Taoist priest and Xiao Chen were left. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Since the major figures were going to make their move, even if there were valuable treasures, there wouldn't be any left for him. So what was the rush for? If he just wanted to enjoy the show, he could walk over there slowly. The Taoist priest cast a quick glance at Xiao Chen before he proceeded to finish his meal. After that, he left in a hurry. After the meal, when Xiao Chen was wandering around the city, he ran into the middle-aged Taoist priest again. He was really putting out energy to advertise the news regarding ancestor god Yukashi's Sky Palace, causing more than half of the practitioners in the city to leave. Xiao Chen followed after him. "How should I address this elder? Poor Taoist Sangsabo. How come it feels so uncomfortable when I heard to his name?" Someone whispered. There were also some who felt the name was familiar. "How come it feels so familiar? I wonder where had I heard this name before?" Someone at the side said, "Did you forget? In the ancient times, there was a man called Saigon Bao. There were countless casualties among Yuanzhi and Tongtian's disciples due to him. Although his strength was not something to write home about, anyone who ran into him would be out of luck. Elder, for your name to be this weird, do you have some relationship with Saigon Bao?" "That's my paternal grandfather." The weak-looking Taoist priest was all smiles when he answered. "What? The descendant of the fallen god?" "Oh my!" At #%Yuan, a group of people immediately turned around and ran. "Friends, please halt." As soon these were heard, the group of people who just ran 10 meters away halted and came back involuntarily. It was such a bizarre event, everyone was dumbstruck. Immediately, they recalled an ancient legend regarding that fallen god. When he uttered the single sentence, "Friends, please halt," just how many practitioners had been killed? To ordinary practitioners, this was even scarier than Tongtian's 4 god-slaying swords. 1. Looks dangerous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.